DK Sim Fam. It is a wild weather Wednesday. We're kicking it off. Jason Rossi, Kenny Ducey. Kenny, what's up, dude?
Oh, what's up? My two favorite sim teams are playing right now, the Jets and the Eagles. I had the hardest time coming up with a lineup for this one because I just love both teams way too much. I wanted to roster every single player, and obviously I could not. And I had Miles Sanders in there, and then I thought, you know what? I'm only allowed to roster 6 players.
Still
I'm not going to roster Miles Sanders. I don't like Miles Sanders. I don't want to roster Miles Sanders. I want to roster someone else. So that's what I did. I faded Miles Sanders. I faded Carson Wentz, although I never fade Carson Wentz, but I just did it because I just felt like I had to.
Mm-hmm.
And I faded Alshon Jeffrey and Deshaun. It just felt terrible. It felt terrible fading these teams. I stack the Eagles every single time I have an Eagles sim. I stack the Eagles. And when I have a Jets sim, I stack up the Jets. So
where did you go? I need to know. Tell me the lineup. Lineups have locked. What's it looking like? We have 116 in our Rossi, Kenny, Nooner. So what's it looking like right now?
What's it looking like?
Yeah, your lineup.
What you want to say, please? Maybe ask me nicely.
No, I don't. What is this? What, I have to kiss your butt? Tell us your damn
please?
Kenny, would you tell us your lineup for the love of Jesus? It is his week.
Okay, thank you. Marquise Goodwin in the captain spot. That is a
good call.
Standard rule that I have. Every Eagles sim, without fail, Marquise Goodwin's in my captain spot. I never, ever deviate from that. It is a rule. I never break it. So I continue to do that. And then I went with Sam Darnold, Le'Veon Bell, Jamison Crowder, Brashad Perriman, and then Zach Ertz. So I didn't stack. I actually stacked the Jets with the little Goodwin and Ertz feature. It was just tough for me because I don't actually usually play Zach Ertz, but he seemed like the safest Eagle to get in there.
Okay. I like the captain. I debated with Goodwin. He's in my lineup. I went with Lev Bell in the captain spot. He's pretty consistently hitting close to, if not in the 20s, average over the last 6. So I went with him, Carson Wentz, Jeffrey, Goodwin for the Eagles. And then I got Perriman and Chris Hogan, who I feel like Chris Hogan is on that Goodwin, trajectory. He can be super fadeable at times, but seems to find his way either into the end zone. Not going to be a PPR monster. I think he has his most catches in the last 3 months has been 6, but he gets into the end zone regularly. At least 7 out of the last 8. So some of them are 2 in one game, but I like him in there as well. So we shall see, DK Sim Fam. We see you there on Twitch. We got Chicago Sports, CJ, Heavy Kevy. What else we got over here? Is that, I don't know who that, TY, we'll put you in there. What's going on? We got Monster.
Hey. Can we that we're playing in the rain today, so the running backs could be the guys to own or the defenses. But, and this is going to really sting with Jason, not the kickers.
I didn't put a kicker in.
Yeah, kickers, terrible plays today.
Wild weather Wednesday is tough on kickers in general. Wind most effective, but rain, I also feel like the AI does its own little thing.
Yeah.
I got some Nelly on the brain. What's popping tonight? But yeah, I feel that I usually avoid, and I'm back for the 6. I don't even know the weather. I know it's San Fran in Tampa Bay, but anytime I don't usually. Unless you only have money for a kicker and there's not a low grab guy like a guy like Hogan was today who didn't cost you a ton. But those are our lineups. What are you guys looking at? You can spread the love. We see Obi-Wan, Noah, Monster, Jim, TK, Demarius, Buckle.
I have a confession to make.
Ooh, it is the week.
Love Quinnen Williams.
Leonard Williams, you love him?
I'm in love with Quinnen Williams.
Oh, Quentin Williams. I was going to say Leonard Williams. So why would you love him?
Quinnen.
Not like Quentin from Jaws.
Not Quentin Williams.
Why are you in love with him? What do you feel? How does the emotion strike you?
That sack right there of Carson Wentz. Come on.
Feeling like a big Jets victory here today? You think it will spark the real life amazing. Jets?
Demetrius, I'm going to mark this down. 12:04 p.m. Demetrius Poindexter says, Ducey has a garbage lineup.
Got it. Okay, it will be noted. We will see about a little under an hour from now if that garbage lineup wins.
It looks like, ooh, interesting. So Monster01 says he's trying to make a Top Shot account. Monster, I will tell you right now, this is either the best time ever to make a Top Shot account or the worst time ever.
Why do you say that?
The market is way, way, way down right now. So either you're going to get some great moments on the cheap, or you're going to just continue to see it fall. And I'm honestly not sure which one it's going to be. I'm sort of in the middle of a little bit of a predicament with that.
Okay.
I'm sort of holding, but also not. Like I liquidated a lot of my moments, but I still have some that I think like I'm going to hold long term. El Paso #1, obviously an avid follower of mine on Twitter because he's using my nickname for Sebastian Corda, Florida Corda. Hey, Sebastian Corda is also my man, if you really know me.
Who's on the Kenny Ducey my man bus? Who's on there?
I've liked him before Aslan Karatsev. So, Obi-Wan Kenobi is definitely not my man. That's
he's no.
Sorry, Obi-Wan is. I'm sorry. El Paso #1 is not my man. El Paso #1 likes to pretend like he is friendly, and then like he only shows up when like one person I like loses, and then he just like shows up to tell me about it, and I'm like, I don't really care, dude. Obi-Wan says, it's the Jets. It's Ducey's sim. Absolutely, Obi. This is my sim, man. This is where I come to eat. Ducey, what do you think the Seeing Stars LeBron Challenge is going to go for when it releases? My man, the LeBron Challenge is out already. This is why I'm so concerned. The LeBron Challenge dropped, and the moments required are tanking. So I don't think anybody wants to do these challenges. If we want to talk Top Shot right now, I don't think that people want to do the challenges, and that's why I'm concerned. What was that?
A little dance. It's a little karaoke over to the side.
Drew says one of us does. Hey, I mean, the thing is, if you have the dapper balance to do a challenge, I mean, right now it's cheap. And who knows what the future of these like challenge cards. I think, to me, again, this is right. Obi says Dapper Lab were 2.6 billion. The day that they were evaluated at $2.6 billion, the market tanked. I have no idea why that makes sense. But I will say that, like, so just to kind of put a bow on a Top Shot thing, like,
you're good.
I think that everyone's learning as the days go on about Top Shot. Everyone is like figuring it out for themselves. We're all figuring it out at the same time. And what I'll say is I think that I expected because we've seen with all these challenges. Oh boy, Sam's gonna get sacked. We've seen with all these challenges, the prices go up always with the challenges, right? People historically have wanted to do the challenges every time there's one. But I think we're seeing now that people are realizing it's not quite worth it. Like the Kevin Durant challenge for Seeing Stars tanked. I mean, that card tanked. And I think what we're seeing is like, you look at the Anthony Edwards Rising Stars dunk. Like I think that was one that was like, people were like, oh yeah, this is a good moment. But like, for the most part, the LeBron, it was like a baseline dunk or something. And like the Zion one wasn't that exciting. I just think like the actual,
whoa. That ball's bouncing in the air, gets down to the 2.
Chris Herndon, okay. Or Jamison Crowder, rather, I think.
Yeah, it was aimed towards Herndon. I think Crowder did come up with the catch. It was. So we'll get a 3rd and goal here at the 2.
Anyway, but yeah, so basically I think that it's people won't always do a challenge. So I think I've learned that if the challenge that we're kind of anticipating stinks, then no one, like, it doesn't matter, like, if you have the requirements, like, no one's going to pay for them. So, I don't know. It's interesting.
Well, I feel like without knowing everything is, can't get it in. Le'Veon Bell couldn't do it. Not the highest owned in this contest. He is in the top 3, 61% owned. Sanders and Carson Wentz above him. Right below him is your guy Zach Ertz and Goodwin. But yeah, I feel like this is almost like the GameStop situation. Now, obviously it's apples and oranges, but like as soon as it hit the hot and everyone's like, get in, as soon as it hits that mark, it kind of dips down the market.
Well, it's all a bubble, but I mean, I do think that this is a little different where this actually is something that could, stand the test of time. Like, I think that this is how people are going to collect, instead of cards, right? I think that people will end up collecting NFTs. The question is, whether or not this is the specific NFT that's going to take off. And I also think that, like, right now the prices are high across the board, and like that's not going to be the case going forward. Like, I think that there will be, everything will level out. I think this market is just correcting. Like, you were required to pay like $50 for a Dennis Schroeder moment, right? Like that. That to me is just not like, that's not how it's going to work. Those have, I think, gone back down to where they should be. And I do think that like the valuable moments will continue to be valuable. But I do feel like it's the people have stopped buying the high price moments. And that's why the market has gone down, because people are like, do I really want to spend $4,000 on this like RJ Barrett rare moment? Like, I don't think it's worth it. And, because no one is like, now everyone's scared to buy, that's why the prices are going down. Like, well, I want to sell. Like, where are the buyers? If I drop the price, then... So it's definitely, sorry to go on a rant about Top Shot. It's just fascinating right now, for sure. N3 Babrak says he doesn't think NFTs will take over for cards long run. He said people love physical collections. I mean, right now they do, but in 30 years, these, the next generation of people, will they love physical collections as much as this generation now? I don't think so.
And let's relate it to what we're watching. We're watching Madden, right? Like, growing up, I used to go to my local GameStop or whatever and pick up the physical copies. I have a stack of CDs, DVDs, and I'm not Adam Kaufman here, but I have a ton of video games. I was a huge video gamer growing up, especially in my 20s. And, now it's easier, convenient for people just to download it right on your system or your phone, whatever it be. So I think, Ken, it's a really good point. Like, yes, I think there is something about the physical copy. There is always going to be a market, but is that market going to be for everyone? I don't think so.
Yeah, and it's also like, it's the same sort of concept with people. This is a funny chat coming. It's the same sort of concept, people investing in rookies, right? Like, it's the same thing with physical cards. I think Monster01 says something about, or Dan Russell thinks it's Dabber and not Dapper. And so Dan Russell, and then Monster says Dan Russell thinks it's Dapper, but yes. But I think that he's trying to say Dabber. There's a confusion because Dan Russell thinks it's Dabber. My favorite thing in the chat that just happened, I don't know if anyone caught it, was Uncle Buck said, laser discs, invest, they're coming back. And like 5 comments later, El Bongo just goes, did you say laser? Sharks with laser beams?
Freaking laser beams. Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi with you. 3-0, 1 field goal. Jets got down to the 2. Couldn't get it in there. Steven says, great quotes. Rossi, I'm not Adam Kaufman. I'm not, but I'm here for him today. We switched up. He'll be in on the 4 o'clock. But I will say, there was also people on Twitch chatting about this stuff. And then Reed C says, you should be able to sell Rossi clips. Ain't going to sell for much, dude. Maybe a penny. Maybe 2 pennies. Never know. Market could get hot. Get some Kenny moments, clips.
We should get into NFTs for sure.
We'll get here. Nothing doing. Yeah. Herndon, 2 grabs. Powerman, 2 grabs. Goodwin with 1. Crowder with that bounce pass up in the air. End up catching and coming down at the 2. So that's it from the passing game as the Eagles on their first drive here of the game. Kenny Ducey over at Kenny Ducey. Check him out. I'll tell you who his men's is. I'm at Jason D. Rossi. You can go over there for numerous things, especially big news also, Kenny, this week. I want to continue the Top Shot conversation because the Sim fans loving it. But I did just want to mention, we're both fans of WWE, the official partnership, the merging, if you will, and things now with the free pools that are going to be going on, which have been going on, but now are going to be more highlighted. So WrestleMania.
Yeah, very excited about
highlighted,
that.
Yeah. So it's fun. It'll be good stuff. Probably some more content coming, some conversations happening.
We got WWE, we got VSIN, we got so many people.
I used to
stop picking your nose. Is it the sound that my AirPod case? Do you think I'm pick? Is this what?
Do you think picking your nose has that noise? Like just?
I don't think so. I got to answer Jim here because he's been spamming asking if I want to play NBA with him. I will not play NBA with him tonight. Sorry, I just I'm on like a 5 contest losing streak with NBA.
Yep.
I don't think so. Hey, you know what? I'm on the 2 o'clock sim. Maybe I'll feel different then. Maybe I'll be like, hey.
Who you with at the 2 o'clock? That's a 50-plus yarder, not even close. That was one of the worst.
That was
bad.
What are they doing, man?
Yeah.
Madison says I'm with Koff. Yeah, see that's the problem is I go on with Koff and he starts pontificating about his lineups. Oh yeah, last night the free roll came in 4th. Devin Booker. I
don't know if I'm not saying you have to accept my challenge. You don't have to take it every night, but I will slide in about 6:52 into the chat and I'll put together a lineup and I'll put it out there. If you want to join, Kenny, you're more than welcome. We could do one personal, just me versus you. I'll text you.
Sam Darnold!
Darnold will be scrambling. There's Sam Darnold. Gets down to the 37-yard line. He's got the legs. Will he be the starting quarterback? We shall see a few weeks away from the draft. But, Kenny, I'm just saying, I have my lineup predicted for tonight. But you decide, Kenny, if you want to jump in the challenge. I know the DK Sim fan, but I do it for fun. No pressure. No one has to join. I just send you in your DK app, and then I send you a text message. No pressure. Just want to let you know it's there.
Really liked your Kaufman impersonation.
Omar.
Omar's a big fan.
Appreciate you, Omar. All right, Monster.
Joel said, did you say Cam Darnold?
Cam Darnold! If you want Cam,
look at Cam!
if you want Cam, we'll give him to you.
Hey, when he runs, he's Cam Darnold. That's what he is.
He is. He looked like it there, getting loose. Also, just random wrestling note, my Reddit notification came up that 18 years ago today was WrestleMania 19, one of the maybe best of all time. Google that on the side, one of the best cards ever. The handoff. Ooh, Le'Veon Bell pulled back.
There's a guy outside right now. There's a guy outside.
Outside the bunker?
Random guy. I'm a little worried about it. He's just walking. He's walking around with a bucket full of sticks, and he's just walking around in our backyard collecting sticks.
You know what? It's a famous pastime. By the way, you were talking about NBA. We do have the pre-lock show today after the 4 o'clock sim. Shirag and Julian will be on. So if you do want to take on Kenny, you don't have a ton of confidence in all of your lineups, listen to those guys. Those guys have really helped me out at times.
I'm going to take a closer look.
Okay. How do you know they're there?
I just saw it. What do you mean?
Well, because they're behind. Isn't the window behind you, or is there a window in front of you? We have a big kick here.
There's windows everywhere. It's a house. What are you talking about?
For the visual, I meant. For people that can't see, that's a good field goal. Just snuck in over the uprights. Kenny's facing me.
This guy is just collecting sticks.
It's a good thing. He's cleaning.
I don't think it's that good.
What damage could he be doing?
No, it's weird, man. You're not in the middle of nowhere. There's a guy collecting sticks outside.
Do you want to call the police?
I know it's like Robbie Calland.
I don't know who that is, but Jarrell says maybe he's kindling for a bonfire later. Could be. That's a good call. I do that.
Probably. It's just freaky, man. I didn't expect that.
Bongo says Kenny is in the porta john because the echo. Does sound like that for a second. Silly Sally, I see you there. Hulk Hogan slamming Andre. That was a little more than 18 years ago. That would have been 34 years ago. Deuce is on one today, says Matt Russo. Hey, listen, man, it's early. We got that energy. We're flying to infinity and beyond. 6-0 Jets. 2 field goals by Ficken in the rain. First half. I didn't even get to mention, we got Madison as our producer. Great crew today. Madison, producer extraordinaire on the ones and twos. The director of technicalities is Andrew. And we have Frangelico, which you can't say that name. Christian has rubbed off on me every time I say his name now. We got a great crew as well. So good things be happening today, hopefully for your lineups. Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi with you on the nooner.
Also, I don't understand what Mike Ament saying. Says the guy who peddles his tennis picks on his own Twitter page. What am I supposed to stop? What? I don't understand. Look, I have grown. There's like 5,000 people that like really just want to know who I think's going to win every day. And it's not like I did anything except for just pick some tennis matches. So, I mean, it's like Top Shot. It's like whatever people, it's the people control how valuable it is. Right. And like, you're going to tell those 5,000 people that I shouldn't be posting the picks anymore? You go ahead.
First of all,
see what they say.
This is ridiculous. Don't even listen to that. You do what you want. It's your Twitter. You tell
Exactly.
people, whether it's 5,000 or 5, it doesn't matter. People are into it. People come on here, start spitting out names. I don't know if we're talking about James Bond villains or tennis players, so I'm into it.
Yeah.
Oh, Silly Sally says it was 34 years ago to the day, brother, of the slam heard around the world. Good stuff. It is WrestleMania season. Ooh, I like this one. Rossi is kind of a complete idiot. Must be. I appreciate it. You're coming down. It says kind of a complete idiot. I don't know what that means. Like 75% of a complete idiot. That would say, yeah, my Pat's about to win the Super Bowl, baby, because that's how I talked. And then, and Cam wins league MVP, but always talking bad about Cam. I'm so confused. You've never once heard me say anything about the Patriots and Super Bowl, at least since I've joined here, and I've never said Cam anything about the MVP. Listen, I'm not going to deny the complete idiot, or kind of a complete idiot. That is 100% accurate to your, whatever you say I am. But I never have come on here and said Cam's going to be MVP or Patriots Super Bowl bound. Baby. I would more say baby as well.
I think he thought that I was actually going to go out and chase the stranger. I was not leaving. I was literally just looking out the window trying to figure out what incarnation was going on.
Yeah, it was visually, I almost wish you were on camera because I don't know what his bunker looks like, the Ducey bunker, but what I saw was there's a window behind him. So clearly there must be another one around it because he's saying he's looking at a guy. Then he turns around and you guys have seen the window that's behind him. And I was like, how did he even see that?
I got a question for you. We were talking on the sim last night, and it was a very, very polarizing issue.
Oh, baby.
Yeah. By the way, El Paso #1 with this all caps. I feud with several people in the chat, but
okay.
What this one? I mean, it always puzzles me because like he comes in after one day, right? I was wrong about like a few matches, right?
How dare you?
And I was right for 6 straight days, and then the one day I'm wrong and go, oh, this guy stinks. Why don't you go look at the the overall record and all that stuff, and then you tell me that I stink. But I mean, you look right there on the Action Network app. You can follow me, Kenny Ducey. I'm up, like way up, all-time tennis. But yes, and that's why I have a job here. And that, so last night we were talking about, right, like I get paid to do this, and we were talking about how there are fingers and there are thumbs.
Correct.
And do you have 10 fingers or do you have 8 fingers and 2 thumbs? Which camp do you
Okay. I've never overthought this. Immediate reaction is I still believe a thumb is a finger. It's just a variation of a finger. So I would say I have 10 fingers.
So it is a finger. 10 fingers.
Yeah, 10 fingers, and a thumb is a finger. It just has its own. Like the pointer, they all have names. The middle one that I'm sure the SimFam use a lot when I'm talking. And then you have, the pointer, the ring. I'm a married man, so I have the ring finger. You have the pinky. Yeah, that's a finger. It's 10 fingers. Finger? Well, yeah, but it's a thumb.
Goff and I, he loves to disagree with me, but that was one thing that we were completely in agreement with, is that it was 10 fingers.
Yeah.
But apparently, there are some people that will say 4 fingers, 2 thumbs. You have 10 digits. These are all digits, but apparently they're not. I don't know. And the bottom line is there is a guy. He is a baseball Hall of Famer. And
Raleigh Fingers?
No, not Raleigh Fingers. I'm trying to look what his name is again. It's 3 Finger Brown. Mordecai Brown.
Mordecai.
3 Finger
what
Brown.
A name.
And
Children of the Corn Shadow.
Yes, and he has 4 fingers. If you count his thumb, he has 4 fingers.
Yeah, he's lost one.
He's just missing his index finger. So now how is he 3 Finger Brown if he has a thumb and 3 fingers? That's 4 fingers.
Well, if I could be honest, it probably sounds cooler. Let's be honest. 4 Finger Brown, 3 Finger Brown.
4 Finger Brown sounds way better. You got alliteration. Let me ask you a question. What is better than alliteration? Alliteration is like, honestly, maybe the best thing ever. If you're trying to come up with a nickname and you have alliteration, it trumps rhyming. It trumps, like syllable mirroring, right? 2 syllable, 2 syllable, syllable. I'd rather have alliteration than any of that. 4 Finger Brown, 4 finger. Come on, man. That just right off the bat, right off the tongue. It rolls right off the tongue.
I will say, for memory's sake, rhyming is known as like the number one thing that sticks in your head forever. But I like alliteration as well.
Way.
Well, it's technically.
Yeah, alliteration for me is.
In studies that
I need alliteration.
Yeah, most people, like, if you look at things that there's Cam Darnold.
Cam Darnold, baby.
Stays in bounds, he does. So most things in history, like if you do any, like I worked in marketing for years, they say that alliteration is the second best to rhyming, because rhyming literally in our brains will associate quicker. But I do like the idea of alliteration so much better. Like,
yeah.
I'm trying to think what alliterations do you have for you?
Oh, what was that? By the way, Silly Sally says nice block Ertz. The Eagles haven't had the ball for like 5 minutes.
No, they just kicked the field goal. What are you talking about?
Was she saying nice block on the field goal?
Yeah, that's his dude. He's saying, look at him. I think he's trying to, because isn't he? Who was the one who called you out? No, it wasn't him. About the bad lineup. I thought that was a dig at your lineup because you talked up Zach Ertz.
I don't know.
We'll see. We get a 2nd and 10. Pass complete. Nice tackle there, saving the touchdown. That's Hoagie, lacrosse player. Noah Moon says, Hogan, you punk. I like the Noah Moon punk talk here. Everyone's a punk. I kind of like that. It's an underused term for, could be a lot worse, so I like it. Alliterations is just
I've heard some people use punk recently. I think it's coming back.
I dig it.
I think it's making a comeback. Punk.
Uh-oh.
Patrick Starr. Hey, punk. No?
Ogie says red, white, and green. Hey, punk. Please, Ducey is in the house, peeps. He's in the bunker. He's rocking and rolling. It's a noon sim. He's going to be with Cough at the 2. We got the pre-lock coming up tonight after
David
the 4 o'clock.
says Hogan is a real American.
He sure is. Hit it. Hit the music. This is the anniversary. They said 34 years since the slam heard around the world. So let's see if Hogan can slam a touchdown in from Cam Darnold.
That was directly to a Philadelphia Eagles defensive back right there.
Well, sometimes Sam, this new Sam, I think is going to, I personally, I don't have to go too crazy here because I know you get mad at me when we talk Jets sometimes. All jokes aside, I think right now, where do you sit? It's a number 2 overall pick. Jets take a quarterback, or we rolling with Sam?
That
literally was to the defense. Yuck.
I mean, about the last 3 throws have been. I get asked this every sim.
Here
I am in the camp where that's right. I don't care. I think that the Jets will be fine either way.
I don't care.
And you
have to
guys
have
know that
emotion.
I think quarterback is not that important of a position. But I think in general, they're going to be fine because I think Sam is a fine quarterback. I really do. I think he can grow in this system. But if they take Zach Wilson or Justin Fields, those guys are good. I like those guys. So I'm fine. And and then if they don't take those guys, right, they either get Sewell and finish the offensive line rebuild in 2 seasons, which would be amazing.
Sure.
Or they trade down, and then maybe they still get Sewell.
I think that's the key right now. Everyone's saying, I've been reading a lot of articles. We're a little over 2 weeks from the draft.
Well, right.
Everyone's talking about the 4 or 5 pick right now is the swing of the draft. I still think the Jets at 2 because either you're going to have a quarterback taken, like you mentioned, or there's still going to be somebody wants that number 2 pick. We don't know the team right now necessarily. But somebody's, maybe even a crazy, I don't know what you think of this, but the Bears who are still starved. Could the Panthers get up there if they want the quarterback that they want? Because San Francisco basically tied their wagon to not getting the quarterback necessarily they want. It's a quarterback who comes to them.
Well, the other thing about it is, while we're talking about that, is the fact that the Falcons, right? The Falcons are at 4? And I think they want a quarterback. For sure, right? I think that
I don't know
the Falcons are ready to move on from Matt Ryan. And at least, maybe not this year, right? But eventually they're going to need to. I think the Falcons would love to take a quarterback. So to me,
they jump up.
Why not? What if the Falcons jump up to 2?
Well,
and the Jets get Sewell at 4? That would be the ideal scenario for me.
Out of bounds. I agree with that because I look at it right now, San Francisco, let's just say it is Mac Jones for argument's sake. They're probably thinking, Jets don't want him. Obviously, we kind of know what the first overall pick will look like. So he'll fall to me. Then, you never know if somebody else, let's just say someone falls in love with Mac Jones from that, subpar pro day the other day with all the funny videos of Kyle Shanahan and Belichick and other coaches on a bounce again. Jets trying to make a move here to get a field goal, try to go back up by 6 for the half. And then, Ross's Fat Cat, I don't tweet. All right, well, Instagram, it's the same thing. You have to have one. Anyway, so I like it because maybe what if Atlanta really loves Mac Jones? Maybe you're right. And they say, screw it. We're going to go jump up. I think that's your best as well. I think that's a good call. But we'll see. I'm fascinated. Incomplete pass there. I think that where everyone's talking about basically the Falcons and Bengals have the shift of the draft, will they take Pitts? Will they take one of the receivers? Will they trade back? Is Carolina going to make a move? Is Denver going to make a move up? And are the Jets, are they going to take a quarterback there? Do they try to get more capital? You have a lot of faith in that GM. Here comes Cam Darnold, drops it off.
Fighting words. Jordan Lindenbaum calling you a mush.
Oh yeah, that's no big deal. That's been happening, and you know what? I can't even argue with him. It's 6-3. 14 seconds to go in the first half.
Yeah, this has been happening every sim.
Well, for me, anybody he plays, I feel or the big stars. There's a lot of vultures when I'm up. They're cawing around. Sunday night during the 30K, it was laughable. Some of the vultures. They're going to run the ball, not even going to take a deep shot, go to the half. Unless, I thought Philly might have called the timeout. So we're going to the half here. 6-3, baby. Line up those kickers. We all talked about it off camera. Now we talked about it on camera. I don't go with kickers here, but right now it's all about them. I want to just see. I'm not looking at mine because it doesn't matter. There's been no touchdowns, but I want to see who's leading this contest. It's got to be a defense maybe in the captain. Oh, my Lord. I'm in 115th out of 116. Yuck. But anyways, at the top here, DK Simfan, it's Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi. We have Todd with Miles Sanders in the captain, Le'Veon Bell, Ertz, Herndon, Jets D, Eagles D. So we have a defensive stack carrying the contest right now. He's in the mid-40s, so touchdown or 2 will swing things largely.
Bigly.
Big time. Monster says, I'd rather have Jet stock than Pat stock at this point. No, there's no reason to talk about the Patriots. I only just addressed it because someone said something. But yeah, I think the Jets are going to be fast. It's going to be a lot of fun because we still have a few more pro days over the next coming days, and then it's all speculation and mock drafts and who's going to trade for who, what's going to happen with some of these quarterbacks that are still potentially on the market. It's going to be fun here in Simland. Offense, not so fun here. Zach Ertz, Herndon, both have 3 catches, both under 32 for Herndon, and both no one's over like 30 yards right now. 20 yards for Ertz. So slow start. Alshon Jeffrey with the drop. Goodwin 1 for 9. Deshaun 1 for 10. Hogan 1 for 16. Le'Veon Bell 2 for 7. So hopefully the offense kicks in here in the second half. We appreciate you all being here with us. Smash that like button. Let's get it off and pop in here early. We have Kaufman joining Kenny for the 2 o'clock. I'll be back at 6 with Christian. Then you have the pre-lock show coming up after the 4 o'clock sim. 4 o'clock sim is Raiders, Steelers, Kaufman, Christian. And you got Glash and Moose later tonight. I basically messed up this whole thing. Addison had this really nice symmetry where it's host and co-host together. 1, 2, 3, which I think is probably ideal for a lot of people. And then I went and screwed it up. That's what I do. Screw things up. All right, here we go. Going into the second half.
That's all right.
All right. I ain't mad about it. So excited for opening day, says Bucky. Should be a national holiday. Well, which day? Isn't there a baseball game tonight?
Is there?
I thought so. I could be 100% wrong, like I can't intend to be. Thought I saw something. Oh, it's everything tomorrow.
Everything tomorrow.
Yeah. And back in the day, I remember when it used to be the Cincinnati Reds would be the opening day.
Yeah. The first game is the Yankees.
Yankees. Let me just see some of these games. Don't forget, that's another big thing happening here in DraftKings world. Make sure you get your lineups in there. Obviously, contests are open. They have some promotions going on. Ooh, I like this. Mets, Nationals, DeGrom versus Scherzer. That's a sexy matchup. So I do love opening day because you get the best of the best.
Yeah.
Let's see who else we got.
I feel like we get DeGrom Scherzer every single opening day.
But I like that.
Wow, look at this.
Did I just get it? Someone emailed me.
Ducey looks like Justin Timberlake, Richard said.
Ducey looks like sexy Justin over here. Let's get it. He's going to hit the clubs later, too, with those wild Coopertown bars. Watch baseball these days? I guess I'm behind the times, says JL. Yeah, dude. Listen, I get the joke about baseball, but come on. Get in. You got to be excited for opening day because even if you don't like baseball, it just means warm weather. Ooh, Dylan Bundy pitching for the Angels. Who else we got here? Jinru versus Derek Cole. Yeah, that was the game you're talking about. That's 105.
See some more slander in the chat, by the way, from the same person about I sound tired. I mean, I was up last night writing some NBA previews. I was up early this morning at 7:30 a.m. writing some NBA previews. I work tirelessly to give you guys the best and most comprehensive NBA analysis on a daily basis. I don't sleep ever. I come on these sims, so that is why if I seem like I'm tired, I probably am. Nothing else.
I would say, first of all,
there's nothing. There's no other. What's the word?
Excuse or reason? I don't think you sound dude. Dude, you don't sound tired. Don't listen.
There's no outside influences on my mood. It is just strictly sometimes I need to finish my coffee, which I have in my hand.
First of all, don't listen to this. Don't listen to this nonsense. You don't sound tired. You're also on a ripper in the first half.
Listen to everything. It's true.
You went on a soliloquy, and I don't mean that in a bad way. It's a good way. About Top Shot. Like, dude, when you talk for that long straight, you got to take a breather.
Yeah, I mean, I just I have a lot to do every day, so it's good. I like being busy. I mean, that's how I thrive on that. I like being here with you guys. I like it. This is like a break for me almost. I really like
100%. This isn't work. This is fun.
it's very fun.
Please, what I do outside of this?
What I got a question about. What are my thoughts on the White Sox?
Oh yeah. Come on, tell me. Division winners this year.
I think without Eloy, they're gonna obviously be. I'm cooled off a little bit on them, and I have I do have some questions about their pitching. I don't know how good that pitching is going to be. It's sort of conspiracy theorist of me, but the whole they're going to look at the spin rates. They're going to crack down on illegal substances because of that are contributing to spin rates, stuff like that.
Spin it, baby.
That to me, I'm kind of a little scared that Lucas Giolito was using a little something on the ball.
I'm sure he was. Starting tomorrow, by the way.
Right, so we'll see, obviously, right? But to me, like, if Giolito, and you're talking to, speaking of no sleep, you're talking to a guy that took like a red-eye bus back from Washington, D.C. to watch this guy's debut. Like, I was really excited about Giolito. I am definitely worried about Giolito, and if he doesn't come through, if he reverts back to the guy that we saw when he came onto the scene in DC with the Nationals. Keuchel was very good last year, but again, you always he's streaky. I mean, he's very hit or miss. I think he's gonna have a good season. I drafted him in my season-long league. I believe in Keuchel, but again, like, you have a lot of question marks in that rotation, I feel like, and it sort of feels like, oh, another fumble. My goodness. It sort of feels like, to me, the Toronto Blue Jays, where the Toronto Blue Jays are stacked with hitters up and down that lineup. I think Kevin Biggio is going to hit like 7th or 8th. That's how good they are.
Stacked.
But what about the pitching? They have absolutely no pitching. So I don't know if it's just like, because the Chicago White Sox, they have a pretty good bullpen. I don't know if it's like a situation where they just think that they can lean on that bullpen. They don't need starters like every team thinks now. I don't know what exactly it is, but I'm telling you, like, I like the Lance Lynn edition. I think that could end up being a huge ad for them. And Matt Foster, Garrett Crochet are going to be great in the bullpen, right? But aside from that, like, you need Giolito and Keuchel to, like, I think there's a decent chance that they don't have good seasons, and that's your front end of your rotation. And Carlos Rodon on the back end is kind of a nightmare. So the White Sox just scream to me a team that's going to go out and make a midseason trade for a pitcher, because they have the farm system to do it. Like, they don't need Nick Madrigal. Like, I don't know. I kind of feel like they're going to go out and make a trade, and it's going to happen.
What do you think about, now obviously just wrapping this conversation about the White Sox, but what do you think about Tony La Russa?
I mean,
that's my biggest concern.
I thought, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'd probably be concerned too. I thought his days were definitely over.
It was
but
a decade
we've
ago.
seen it. We've seen in other sports, guys come back and be fine.
Oh yeah.
I don't think that's.
That just reminds me of Joe Gibbs. Remember when Joe Gibbs came back?
I mean, look at the Ron Gardenhire thing. That happened recently too. Like, I don't necessarily hate that. I think that you need. I think that too often baseball clubs rely on just communicators. Like, that's the new form of manager. Like, I mean, I think I want to give Alex Cora a little more credit, but like, Aaron Boone, Luis Rojas, just here in New York, those two guys, Kevin Cash, right? Kevin Cash is the perfect example. He obviously became infamous for his move, but he is, what it proved is he is the definition of a communicator. He does not have an original thought in his brain. He does not think. He does not have decision-making skills. He does nothing except for listen to what he's told. Kevin Cash shows up every day, and he's a puppet for the front office. And that is like how 70% of managers are. They're just puppets. And Kevin Cash, like, do you think that he wanted to take Blake Snell out there? No, he's just a robot carrying out the Tampa Bay Rays plan, which is to pull your starters before the third time through the order. And that's all that he does. Like, that's why Kevin Cash didn't get fired, right? Did you see anybody from the Rays organization ripping Kevin Cash? Like, nope. Did you see anybody blaming Kevin? I mean, people obviously in the, we all blame Kevin Cash, right? Yeah. We made fun of Kevin Cash, but the organization, remember, Grady Little did the same thing in the reverse. When he left Pedro Martinez out there, he got canned. It was his idea. That was not Kevin Cash's move to pull Blake Snell. It was the Rays organization that made that decision that we are not going to let our starters go through the third time in the order, no matter what. So
foolish.
Anyway, all that said, like, I think that it actually helps to have an older guy in there who, especially La Russa, who can play the role. Like, he played the role of the executive. He knows, like, what message that they need to communicate, but he also has, like, he's a good baseball mind. So I like that move. But more so about the White Sox, I love that Andrew Vaughn's going to be starting the season with the club because, they have a hole there, and he's going to be playing in the outfield because, like I said, Eloy Jimenez is out. So I love that. I think that that's going to help them have early success. And again, I really just think that they have an embarrassment of riches. Like, even they just signed Jake Lamb, like, in that lineup. And eventually they're going to have to trade a hitter and get a good, like, they're going to make a trade for a pitcher at the deadline. I think that is, like, if I could bet on that, I would. Like, that is to me a guarantee. So because they don't have any pitching right now. But like I said, that's how a lot of teams are doing it, right? A lot of teams are saying we don't need pitching, we're just going.
Sorry, Jerem, Madison pulled it out. I see it over here on Twitch. He says, I'm getting paid to make sure parts go into airplanes are correct. I'm screwing around here instead. Reed Steve follows up, says, I wish I never read that, Jerem. And then Madison goes, stop watching right now, Jerem. Like, Jerem,
we should block Jerem.
Yeah, Jerem, go listen in the background. Holy smokes, dude. That's, like, there's nothing scary. I have enough control issues in the world and all these, like, elevators, airplanes. I need to make sure the people that are controlling that stuff, especially parts, are doing it right. Cars, you never know. Buses. Ugh, spooked me out there. Don't do that. Also,
anyone going to score a touchdown in this game, by the way?
People are looking for Jeffrey. Lisa said Jeffrey, please. Crowder, Deep says Jeff.
People are looking for everybody.
Yeah, I just want one other matchup for tomorrow. I just want to point out, I think is interesting. 4:00, obviously, Padres being the sexy team. You Darvish there. Madison Bumgarner for the D-backs. See if he can kind of light that flame that he used to have with San Fran. Germ says, whoops, that part was upside down and backwards. Oh, well. Don't, Germ. I hope you're kidding. And be kidding, please. Not the upside down part, just in general. I hope you are.
Tyler Lockett. 4-year, $69 million extension
I just signed?
with the Seattle Seahawks. Just signed.
Oh, Russell. Russell's already getting his boys.
Adam Schefter.
Good for him. Nice. Breaking news on the DraftKings stream. Neil Hatrick Harris, as we get to the end of third, said, this is worse than the Texans-Washington football team 6-3 sim. Well, is it? Is it? Right now, it's same score. We'll see what happens.
Field goal for the Jets in the first. Field goal for the Jets in the second. Field goal for the Eagles in the third, or in the second, and nothing in the third. If you have the guy that scores the touchdown, if there is a touchdown that's ever scored in this game, in the captain spot, I have a feeling you're going to win.
Yeah, so far, Le'Veon Bell, 59 yards, inching his way, getting closer and closer to a really good day. He's got a couple grabs. I'm sitting at 95th. Oh. 95th.
Bell's been the guy.
Yeah, he's got 5 catches, 20, and I have Bell in the captain in the rest of my lineup. Alshon Jeffrey, Goose Egg, Goodwin 1.9, Hogan.
Yeah, Goodwin has not been good in my captain spot.
No,
I really wish that I didn't follow that rule.
Bucky, stay tuned means I don't know. I was just like, yeah, stay tuned. We'll find out. Any information that's going to come about any future content, I'm sure there's going to be something. I will just say that. And if there isn't, you can yell at me. But there'll be probably more content, more stuff, NBA stuff. You got the golf show yesterday, the Ulrich Ultimate Lineup Creator, whatever he was joking about the name yesterday. So him and Reed, good stuff there. Again, I know nothing about golf, but I was listening to those two. I threw in a lineup. What do I have to lose?
Matthew's saying, get rid of Wild Weather Wednesday.
I
don't know. You know what?
Emerson.
Counterpoint. It makes this is such a fun challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Because who knows what's going to happen? I like the unpredictability of Wild Weather Wednesday. I think that you add a lot.
I agree, because some people complain that things are too predictable. I'm not going to name names. And now people also complain that it's unpredictable. Listen, do we want more offense? Of course. But hey, listen, you never know. This could be when Sam Darnold throws the ball like that. There's Cam Darnold. Not going to help you there, but you never know. How is this exciting for you commentators, says Matthew? Because we get to talk with you guys. We're not calling an actual game. I'm not out in the link right now. We're not sitting in a booth like having to pull up random stats about the offensive lineman's college career. We're here to have fun. So here we go. Slow games are much worse with no weather. That's true. Evans, I feel you there. There's a play. Look at this. Getting down there.
Oh, all right. You could score.
So we'll see here. It's 7 minutes to play. Oh, they went out of bounds. See, that's the other thing. When these teams just stop going out of bounds. I want them to pick up the college rule in the league. Oh, there it is. Here's Darnold taking the snap. Gives it to Le'Veon Bell. Makes a move. Makes another move. Gets into first down territory. So it's going to be first and goal here. Nice run by Le'Veon Bell. Having, as you said, the best game so far for anyone. So does he cap it off with the touchdown? Will we see it, or will we see another Ficken field goal? Defense for Philadelphia leading the middle of the field.
It seems like more people watch Ducey games if you look at the watching now numbers. I gotta hire this man as my agent. David, let's talk, man.
Oh, he got a touchdown!
It's Perriman!
Brashard into the end zone. In our contest, Brashard Perriman where's my lineup? He is owned in 21%, captained in a little under 3, so we'll shake up the lineup for sure. Don't know. So if you have Perriman, that's going to be huge. And Darnold, they're going to skyrocket up here. Rossi, will you sing Happy Birthday to me? Is your birthday today, Bandit?
What version of Happy Birthday? We talking like Beatles? Beatles Happy Birthday?
You have to do something because technically, just like, the famous "Let's get ready" comment, you can't repeat those things. So technically, the Michael Jackson estate owns the song "Happy Birthday" and cannot be replicated. Just letting people know that. So you can sing like "Happy Birthday, Happy Birthday." So if there you go. But Bandit, is today your birthday? Is today the Ides of March? Or did that already happen? I never know what that is. Just feel like the end of March, is that it?
Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Oh, Bandit sending me, Yes, it is. 26 is so downhill from here. Nah, dude. You don't even know. As your elder, you're just getting started. Because life's been too fast for you. Things will start slowing down.
I don't know. I'm 27. I feel like life has not slowed down. I think it's continued to get more painfully slow. Speaking of painfully slow, Carson Wentz trying to run out of the pocket.
No, what are you talking about? You don't want it to be painfully slow. You're probably more situated with certain things. You have more experience behind you. 26 years behind you. Realistically, like 15 that matter. That's good. That's good. Now you get to become the person who you are. Sometimes fast talking, screaming. Sometimes relaxed, chill. Listen, everything gets better with age. People pretend like it doesn't. People cry and whine. I don't want to get old. Well, you can't go backwards. Would you really want to be 6 years old right now? No thanks. Bandit says, better than last year. I had to file for unemployment on my birthday because of COVID. I'm only laughing because you put an LOL. But, dude, that's okay. You're, like I said, uphill now. A lot of people did. A lot of people had to get taken care of, even in my own household. So we're all good. Everything's on the up and up.
Why would you not want to be 6?
Not a chance in this world right now. No thanks. I just think there's too much availability of things. When I was 6 years old, Nintendo was my most connected technology, and it didn't connect to anything but my television. I think there's too much.
I feel like I wasted 2 years of my 20s, which is like a nightmare.
Why?
Like your 20s are your best years because of the pandemic, man. 2
years? It's only been a year.
It's been like over a year.
I'm not having this conversation.
It's going to end up being over a year. Anyway, the bottom line is like
you're in Cooperstown right now, living that best life.
Timing could have been better.
Listen, say that to a high school senior or college senior. Those are the people
but they got their whole 20s ahead of them.
Yeah, so listen, first of all, don't overhype it. What about your 30s? You think that's just going to be junk? You could be a guy that lives your best decade, probably makes your most money in your 40s, like most Americans do. So just everything's going to get better. I promise you that.
All right. Good pep
And some
talk.
people in the DK Sim fam, if you haven't, there's all peaks and valleys in life. It's the way you look at it. Smile, drink a ton of water, move on. You're going to have bad days. We all know that. Congrats, man.
I would feel a lot better if Marquise Goodwin would catch another pass.
Yeah, I think a lot of us would.
Yeah, it would be nice.
Oh, no, don't say that, Dan. I'm not repeating it. I'm just saying that. Mike says, Ducey, we agree on that one. Or this one. Does Pete Rose do live commentary still, Kenny? Does he live, sorry, I said commentary, in Cooperstown? I don't believe so, does he?
Pete Rose?
Pete Rose? I don't think so.
I don't know if he lives here.
I thought he lived in the West Coast. Vegas, says Andrew. Thank you. Yeah, and shout out to Madison, Andrew,
Makes
Frangelico. Frangelico might be having the easiest or hardest day. I don't want to judge him, but scoring has been a little wonky here. There's a catch and a move. Come on, Goodwin. This is Beatty. Yeah, Vegas, that is right. Also, Pete Rose.
Happy birthday.
It's gonna be stuck in my head.
Yep, it is. I'm gonna be on the radio later saying a happy birthday.
Oh, are you? You should. That should be the first way they get introduced. Now we bring on Kenny Ducey. Kenny, how are you?
Happy birthday.
Dude, it'd be legendary. People will not forget that. And then throw some alliterations and some rhymes. People will be always remembering Kenny Ducey. As I used to tell when I used to be on the producer side of radio, I used to always tell whoever my guests were, I said, try to make an impact because we'll probably have you back more than you think. They'd be like, it's like, former players that would like laugh at me because they don't understand how the way radio works, but that's fine. Person, check it out. Happy birthday is owned. Michael Jackson Estate, baby. Trust me, you can go through enough seminars in audio. Germ says 26 is still young. Could be worse. Koff is 57. If Koff is 57, he looks amazing. He looks younger than he already is.
I think he told me last night that he was 39.
Yeah, he is. His birthday was a few months back. Nice, Germ. Sitting at 43. Chicago Sports.
Kaufman. No, I was going to say Kaufman had dad. He couldn't. He's not that old.
Well, it'd be
I'm not that young.
Really interesting fathership, we'll just say that. Koff could be your dad by the way he works, maybe, and acts.
I were 21.
Very quickly, I'm going to answer this. We'll see if we get a touchdown first on this play. Then I'm going to ask you DJ's question. I found it kind of interesting. Nice run.
Fumble!
Jets pick it up, take back over with 3:46 remaining here in the fourth quarter, up by 10.
Wow.
Big turn of events.
DJ Mosley, man.
Mosley, the beast, will be back.
Williamson.
Even better. Good for you. Look at these Jets. Let's see what Bell start handing off here. DJ says, Rossi Ducey, if you could be a pro athlete, what sport would you prefer to be a professional in? Ducey, I'll let you go first.
I would probably say golf. I'd say golf because, well, the only tough part about golf is that your earnings are performance-based. So, like, if you stink, it could be a real grind.
Happy Gilmore taught me that.
Right. It could be a real grind to make enough money to live. And the same thing with tennis, frankly. But the thing about golf is I think that it would be the most fun because, first of all, it's a very relaxing sport. I love golf. I love playing golf. Ooh. But I think the best part about it is you're always traveling to nice, warm climates. So that, to me, is where it's at. I feel like you're in warm weather. It's a very relaxing sport. It's an individual really sport. You don't have to worry about being on a good team. Like, it's just, it's just you out there, man. And I think that team sports are good. And I think that, like, you can get lonely not being in team sports. But on the other hand, I do feel like it is, it's a great individual sport for sure.
Yeah, it's tough because I want to say basketball. I really want to say baseball, but I think it could really get tough if you're on like a bad team and it's mid-August, you got no chance, and you're just basically going out there and like your crowd isn't there anymore. So I've always wanted to say baseball because I think it's also kind of chill. But like those grinds, like I remember talking to a lot of those athletes when, speaking with like Dustin Pedroia for the years that we had him on our show, and like we'd have to get him early because then he's like at the ballpark at 10 a.m. for a 7 o'clock game. I'm like, oh boy, this is a long day. So I want to say basketball, but and after your explanation of golf, and I'm not a golfer, I have to just say that as well, because it just seems like you said, yeah, you have to be good, but even if you're not good, you're still making a great living.
Right.
And you're in, like I said, you're going to beautiful places, so it's hard not to. But I'll, just for argument's sake, I will stick with basketball, because also it's just like that kind of lifestyle, traveling. Again, as long as you can maintain, even being like a last man off the bench, you're going to make a heck of a living. So, and I just like the game. Basketball I find to be the most fun to pick up, and it's one of the only games, aside from what you mentioned, golf, but I could just like play by myself in my backyard with a hoop. Can't do that with hockey. Can't do that with football. Baseball, can't do that. You can pitch, but it's not as fun. Tyler, yes, we did mention the Lockett deal. Kenny came flying in. Classic Ducey, baby. Golfing his way through his life.
Just golfing.
Why did this guy just put time? You know what I really don't like about my outside world is when people just put time on my calendar after I think everything's done. Why did this person do this? Son of a gun. Still have plenty of time before I have to do it. But there's a pass out. Here come the Eagles with just over 2 to play. Nice play there. Let's see what the Eagles. Who do you need here? Shout them out. Who do you need from these Eagles? Backup quarterback would be decent, says DJ, but I don't think you would want to be a backup quarterback. Like, I think the idea of like the NFL sounds great, but nah, the way these guys put their bodies through and that training, and I'd like, it would be awesome because it's once a week, you think, but no thanks. I would love to return kickoffs. JL, you are a monster. No thank you there either. That's scary. People are just coming after you.
He got it complete.
Gets it out. Look at the move. All right, less than 2 to play here. Down by 2 scores. They're going to have to go quick. DJ, that is a good tune. Here we go. Making moves.
I'm 26 out of 116. Where are you?
Oh, yeah, I'm 86.
Okay.
I'm almost wondering. Oh, because Alshon Jeffrey and Goodwin are just holding me down. But you also have Goodwin, the captain. You have Sanders. That's what's happening. Oh, Wentz, big
sack. The wrong way. Boy, Jets D. I was thinking about rostering them. I totally forgot it was a Wild Brother Wednesday, or I didn't forget actually. But that would have been a good pickup. I should have captained them instead of Marquise Goodwin. Hey Carson, how about you find my man Marquise right now? How about that, huh?
There's Wentz searching,
throw it
looking.
To Marquise Goodwin.
Out of bounds. Alshon Dud, says Congo Cab. Yeah, I think we know where he's going to land in this, unless he scores a late touchdown.
Go for it.
Nah, they're going to go with the field goal.
You bums.
No, you have to. It's strategically. You'll run the numbers. Let's see here precisely. They have a 52% chance of losing the game. If they don't
you're not going to kick it from 34 yards.
54.
Rossi, this is so painful.
I mean, a 51.
It's painful to watch. It really is.
That's bad. That's bad. Jake
Everyone
Elliott.
in the arena knew it was going to be. Everyone in the stadium knew it was going to be.
So let's see. They still have all 3 timeouts just to drag us through it, but this should be it here. It's still a 2-score game. Here's the handoff to Bell. Gets absolutely annihilated. Timeout Eagles. So once we get the official, once we officially get to the point where we know it's over, we'll just quickly gather up your player of the game and your deuce of the game.
A Ducey dropping a Ducey of the game.
Yeah, you could basically put an entire roster on there, but let's see here, 56 seconds, just run the ball, get the first. They get a first, we're donezo. Speak it into existence, Wentz to Goodwin. They could get the ball back. There's another stop here. And Bandit, happy birthday, dude. We see you. Yeah, but Bandit, he says, I'd probably like to be an emergency goalie in hockey. They don't expect much. But I also wonder if you get paid.
Goalie. You don't get paid.
And
you're a Zamboni guy, right?
Yeah, honestly, it's people make like $30,000 a year. I don't know if and then they have a pressure spot. you get paid more when you play. But here we go. Incomplete.
All right, so the Jets helped out the Eagles here. So Rossi,
Ugh.
and anybody out there who rostered a Philadelphia Eagles player who disappointed you, maybe it's Marquise.
All of them. And literally everyone is disappointing.
Maybe
Carson
it's
Wentz
Alshon, maybe it's Deshaun Jackson. Look, there's good news here. The Eagles are going to get the ball at the 20-yard line. They got 80 yards to go. So you got the potential here for 80 yards at least for either Wentz or Miles Sanders, whatever it is, right? So you have that potential. You have a timeout. So we're probably going to get at least 4 plays.
We'll see. Keep it in bounds. I'll have to call it timeout probably on the second play. Here's Wentz searching, looking. Goes around. Nice block by Peters there. Throws the ball.
Oh, deep. Oh, he's got a man. Oh, he missed him.
You know who made that pass in his little pro day there was your potential well, that too. But your future potential Zach Wilson. Everyone went all hot and bothered with a guy in shorts and a T-shirt scrambling to his left, throwing to his right like they'd never seen it before. Calls the Pete crew here. Legs are shaking. You don't even want to know. Here comes Wentz. Drops back. Looking, searching. Has a receiver shot. Kept him bouncing.
Marquise.
Yeah, there you go. They're going to keep
Get
the clock running.
Marquise. Come on.
Hurry up. Tick, 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 tick.
I think they're going to get...
There's the timeout.
I think they're going to get 2 timeout. I think they're going to get 2 plays off here, Rossi, if I have to guess. I think they're going to get... They're pretty good at clock management. I think they're going to get 1 to the sideline.
The ball game's right here, Kenny. I'm calling it here because I want it.
Okay.
Unless you're going to... Maybe he's going to throw a bomb here, though. Please, God, like garbage. Time go my way for once. Here we go. Wentz in the shotgun. 3rd and inches. Searching. Looking. He's going to go deep. He throws it. Unleashes the ball. It's up for grabs. Bounced around.
Oh!
Caught!
It's a catch!
That's ball game, though.
It was Deshaun Jackson!
Congratulations.
Oh!
Game is over. Eagles
Deshaun
get trounced.
Jackson owners rejoice. That was a huge play. I think that must have been 50 yards.
Close. So 13-3. Jets win. Kenny Ducey. Who will be your Ducey delectable player of the game?
My Ducey's delicious player of the game has to be Le'Veon Bell. 17 fantasy points, 77 rushing yards, 33 receiving. This was the only guy worth rostering. He was a high scorer here. I know he's super chalky, but on a
sim like this,
you know
what are you gonna do?
No.
Oh,
We're not doing that.
Okay.
Jets defense. Jets defense.
Yeah.
Jets defense is my player of the game. They were the real MVPs here. They provided
in the winning lineup
value in the winning lineup. $4,200. 13th. They had 4 sacks, the fumble recovery, and the great day.
Captain in the winning lineup.
The 4 sacks being the most impressive. I mean, yeah, if you stacked the defense, you had a good day. But I think the Jets defense was my player of the game.
And what about your fade of the day? The Not My Kid award. It's got to be
the Ducey delectable play of the day was the Jets. The Ducey's dump of the day was definitely. There's so many people.
Alshon, dude, it's Alshon. Come on, no catches, nothing.
Did he have catches?
He's nothing.
Goose egg. Yeah. All right, Alshon Jeffrey, $7,200. Goose egg.
Yep.
Not my kid today.
All right, that'll do it for us. Ducey's back with Kaufman in less than about 50 minutes. He'll be on with him. Rest 48. Of the way. Sure. You have Titans and Falcons. That's going to be in the snow. Raiders, Steelers in the snow with Kaufman and Christian. Then you got pre-lock. That will wrap up your early part of the day. I'll be back with Christian at 6. DK Simpam, as always, stay hydrated, say positive things, and follow Kenny at Kenny Ducey, me at Jason D. Rossi. On behalf of Madison, Frangelico, Andrew, we'll catch you guys back here shortly. Bye-bye.
What's up, everyone? Welcome on into the DraftKings Dream Stream. Hope you had fun at the nooner. Now it is time for the Mad Matinee. And a man I am genuinely excited to be with here again, my buddy, Kenny Ducey. I'm Adam Kaufman. How are you, man?
I'm shocked at, like, what is happening with the Titans in these sims? Like, are you seeing this? Are we all seeing the same things?
Lineups are locking in a second. I was just saying, though, to the crew before we came on, as I was setting my lineup, the price points are all out of whack for the Titans here in this one. It's really interesting.
Insane. And I don't think the price points are off because Derrick Henry has done nothing in the last, 5 sims. But, I mean, my question is, what's going on? Why is Derrick Henry so bad? Why is Jonnu Smith so bad? What is happening with all these guys? As Drew tells us, the game is louding.
That right there was an unnecessary attack on Drew. That was totally unnecessary. He is sitting there innocently doing his job, letting us know, hey, we're going to be going out to the sim in a second. And Kenny just decides he is built up with so much vitriol from our contest last night. He is coming in hot on poor innocent Drew. Drew says, you know what? No, I'm not even going to edit it. I'm not. That's how you spell it now. Done.
Amazing.
This is what you've done. This is what you've done. We've broken you early, and I'm in on it.
All right, well, it's going to be a good sim. I have Corey Davis in my captain spot just because he plays for the Jets now. That's the only reason that I put him there. So naturally, I think I'm going to win.
Naturally.
Corey Davis, of course, captain. And then I went with Henry, Tannehill, A.J. Brown. I went Titans heavy, and then I came back with Russell Gage and Calvin Ridley. You could not pay me enough to roster Matt Ryan in this game. This is the new Tua. I mean, he's going to have 12 points in this game for sure.
Okay, well, I guess we're going to do this again because I've got Matt Ryan. So you've got it. Genuinely, what number are you putting him at today?
I guess we're going to have to do this again.
Well, you already lost yesterday on Tua, but sure, let's play on Ryan. Where are you going to go with him?
I told you, 13 points.
That's really the number you want to put on Matt Ryan? I mean, 14 on Tua, I kind of got. You really want to go 13 on Matt Ryan? I'm going to give you an opportunity here to change your mind. And then Matt's going to say she's going to write it down,
bold.
but not
I'm going to go with the bold call. I'm going with 12.
All right, I'm going to go 20-plus for Matt Ryan here against the Titans. So okay. I guess we'll see what happens. If we fall in between, people project away. Obviously, here in the Dream Stream in the chat room, the Chat Kings conference room, be it on YouTube or Twitch, we want to hear from you, Ryan Tannehill. First completion, again, Kenny Ducey, Adam Kaufman, our great crew from yesterday, Mads, Drew, Frangelico in Game Ops. Terrific to have all of you here with us. So Mads says, this is a good question. Do we decide if this is Price is Right rules or is it just closest? I think in this situation, it's just closest. Do you agree with that?
I think closest would be the best way.
Because if we're going Price is Right rules, I'm going to lower my number.
Right. I guess you're okay. Yeah, I guess you're.
Price is Right rules is closest without going over. So, like you said, what'd you say, 13? I would just go
12.
14.
I said 12.
All right, well, even worse for you. I think closest makes sense. So you said 12, and I said 20-plus.
Jeff says, I see no weather. I believe this is the wind, right?
It is a wild weather Wednesday
We're
here.
Challenging a catch on the first play of the game? What are we doing?
We're off and running is what we are
doing.
doing.
What are we doing?
The weather today, by the way, on this Wild Weather Wednesday, yes, it is the wind for this one in virtual Nashville. And after this, you will have snow in Pittsburgh, rain in Tampa Bay, and then snow for 8 and 10 tonight in Cleveland and Chicago, respectively.
Jacob Weatherford mentions that first catch curse on Corey Davis. Absolutely. I am shaking in my boots right now as a Corey Davis owner.
You'll appreciate this. Brian in the chat says, hey, Koff, the meatloaf.
Hey, Koff.
Ma! Hey, Ma! The
hey,
meatloaf!
The meatloaf!
God! Scoreless game, about 35, 40 seconds in at this point. Great to be here. Alan Yusuf says, Matt Ryan 300-yard bonus. I'm with Alan, man. I am with Alan. Brian says, cough with the fresh cut. You have no idea how fresh. I literally just got home from the barber like 5 minutes before the sim. This is about as fresh a cut as one can have, short of the barber doing it with me sitting in this chair during a sim. And thank you for noticing. Appreciate you.
Oh! Is that
touchdown, Tennessee? That fast,
man?
Folks. Just that fast. Your guy, Corey Davis.
Let's go, Corey Davis. We're in here.
So good. Now David says, I want some meatloaf. The freak of nature says, that meatloaf. David's calling for the meatloaf. Wants it. Gotta have it. Ed Zone Dan says, hello, Kaufman and Slugger. Dan wants to know how many Red Bulls you've already down. Dan, good to see you back, by the way. Dan had, I don't know if Dan had abandoned us or just Sims that I had been part of, but I hadn't seen Dan in a little while. It's good to see Dan back in the chat.
So first catch, what's the opposite of cursed?
Success?
Blessing? Whatever it is, first catch, you know, you're
I have the internet. I'm going to write curse antonym.
Antonym, yep. No, I have not consumed any additional
How about bless? Bless? Antonym is...
I already said that.
Bless is the first thing that comes up.
I already said that.
You said bless?
Yeah, I didn't really like bless.
All right. Well, what is the opposite of a curse?
How about the first catch bless? Maybe that was...
The opposite of a curse is a blessing. Listen, you can't argue it. You can argue
okay.
You can argue how many fingers one has, but you can't dispute that the opposite of a curse is a blessing. You just can't. You can't do it.
I did not consume any additional caffeine in between sims. I had a lot of work to do. I wrote an article. I did my best bets. It'll be up at the DK Playbook. I had to finish up. But I was listening to that song Hello by Martin Solveig.
Oh, we were debating. So you had the headphones on. We were trying to figure out what you were listening to.
That was what I was listening to, yes.
My guess was Ricky Martin. You were living La Vida Loca.
No.
Drew was figuring that you were just listening to old Rex Ryan pump-up speeches or Bart Scott saying can't wait on repeat.
No. But that's a good guess.
That was pretty good, yeah. Freak of Nature says Ducey is the Messiah.
That's right. I like Ducey better this week. He is bringing that energy every sim. Keep up the good work, buddy.
Now you
do I not
hot here in this?
Do I not? But do I not always bring the energy for the? I don't understand what these people are talking about. I bring energy every sim. That's like why I get so tired. I give all my energy to you, the DK Sim fam. And what do? I don't know. I guess you just consume it.
Well, if it's any consolation, Dan, who I just so kindly welcomed back, by the way, seconds ago, says, is there any way we can listen to Kenny and mute Adam? It's too bad YouTube didn't offer those options.
How about this?
This is what I get for being nice.
We get to 300 likes. You have to mute yourself. Opposite of what we did.
Okay. 300 likes. Get to 300 likes, I will mute myself. And it will be Kenny solo. Smash that like button. Barter says who scored for the Titans. Corey Davis.
If you guys remember, if you were here, I don't even know if anyone in the chat was here for that game.
Oh, I mean, the hashtag team always here. I bet a lot of people were here for that game.
I bet the fam, I said, if we get to 500 likes, I will mute myself. And we got there in the third quarter. I muted myself, and I didn't come back for the rest of the game. Or I think I came back with like 2 minutes left because Madison was like, okay, you have to do your job.
She's like, we are paying you to be here. Talk.
I mean, I was here.
You were.
I wasn't talking.
No, you were just sitting there.
We're at 101.
We got the likes by halftime. We got the likes by like the end of the first quarter, I think. Touchdown! My guy, Matt Ryan, getting some points into the hands of Julio! Julio Jones, we're about to be tied up. We're not even halfway through the first, man.
Well, I went from GOAT lineup to just kind of a normal lineup.
So we have not even run down our lineups. We gave a little bit of a taste, but what do you have here? Take me through the full build.
Well, Corey Davis in my captain spot. I went with Derrick Henry, who has 10 yards on 1 carry.
Very depressed price.
Yeah, Tannehill. Derrick Henry is super popular in this contest because of his price. Ryan Tannehill, A.J. Brown, Calvin Ridley, and Russell Gage, who has a 31-yard catch.
Mm-hmm. So I went with, I couldn't ignore Derrick Henry in the captain spot, and a lot of people felt the same. 29% owned there, about 77% overall, at 14-7 in that slot. Have Matt Ryan, who already is creeping up on the number you gave him. He's already got almost 8 points here in this sim. Again, not even halfway through the first. Todd Gurley, Calvin Ridley, goose egg so far for the two of them. Russell Gage, like you, and Adam Humphries is something of a punt play anyway, $3,600, but he is about 40% owned, so not a punt play in the way that, like, you know, Blasingame would be a punt play.
Yeah, Blasingame's always a big punt play.
So just as Kenny said, if anybody wants me to mute, if anyone wants me gone here on this sim, hit the like, get to 300.
You know what I just did? I just hit the like.
Yeah, Kenny wants it. Smash that like button, and you know what? I'm going to root for the like button anyway, because I like the like button. So hit that like button, hit the subscribe button on the DK YouTube page, and of course, do us a solid, give us a follow on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Thank you all for hanging out. Rossi's Fat Cat says, I took Julio out, put Davis and Gage instead. Well, I mean, Julio, obviously, you could have gotten some points right there, but Davis did score. Gage has a 31-yard pickup. You're not in a terrible spot. 3rd and 2 on the way, 33-yard line again. Ducey, Cough. For people that weren't with us yesterday, and I even said this working with Tom Carroll last night after the two of us were done. That was the most fun I've had on a sim in a while. We had a really fun sim between all the buddy conversation, and take that into the how many fingers does a human being have conversation, mixed in a little bit of NBA. You were very perturbed the last time around that we played that I didn't hit you with a GG, a good game.
Kaufman did give me the GG.
So yesterday, after I spanked Kenny by about 80 points, I made sure to slack him GG.
I also told Kaufman before the night slate that I loved my lineup so much. Yeshua Life, by the way, is asking what happened to the wild weather. If you're just joining us, the weather in this game is wind. You ever heard of it? We have it a lot. Wind. So it's not visible. You can't really see it, but there is wind. Believe it.
Dan here says, let's have a Survivor tournament where the chatters can vote out one host every week. Take them to the Sim Council. I mean, I kind of
love that.
I appreciate how much Dan is looking to get rid of me. But what you need to understand is, the roster is only so deep. Like, we kind of all need to be here. We can't just start voting people off the island. It's a funny idea, sort of like Madden Sim Survivor. It is a funny idea. We just, from a staffing
Survivor
perspective, it would be very
right. Also, I would be out. I think I would be out first round.
I don't know that you would be. I think that's interesting. You know what we should do? We could do it in a fictional way. Like, obviously, we're not going to do it for real. But we could create a little bracket and just...
We could.
Pit guys up against one another and let the chat vote and just see where it goes. That could be fun. Do we have time to do that within this sim? Could we create
do we have enough?
Bracket?
Do we even have enough people where we could have regions? Or how about what if we did I like this idea.
Well, Lindenbaum says that we've become his favorite duo, by the way.
And
that means a lot coming from Jordan.
I really appreciate that. But his comment just inspired this thought.
Okay, let's go.
What if, because there's only 8 people that do Sims, what if instead of we just did a bracket with, all the people, all the broadcasters, what if we did the pairings?
Okay. Yeah.
And we just put up all the pairings. And then so that way we would have, I mean, I'm not going to be able to do the math off the top of my head, but probably like at least 24
But how do
something.
you decide which pairing goes against which pairing? Like, how are you seeding this to figure out the bracket? 135 to go first quarter, by the way. Still 7-7.
I don't know.
DJ, I have not.
How would you see the announcers?
Matt says it has
Madison
to be
said
random.
it'd be
All right,
random.
well, I got a whiteboard right here. Hang on, I got a whiteboard.
Okay.
You're supposed to talk when I'm gone.
All right. I'm going to read Tater Hater's comment. Because I was actually wondering about the regions. He said you could do the host region, the Twitch region. You want to say that again?
He said it's like babysitting. Or in your case, buddy sitting. Go ahead.
Like I'd like an apology.
Nope.
Ducey has made some nice changes to his demeanor and is much more digestible. We did just have the name Ducey's like delectable player of the game, so kind of along the same theme. Thanks, Kenny / Jordan will hate it though. He likes when you whine.
Mad says no. I am babysitting. That's very true. All right,
yeah, Madison is the babysitter, absolutely.
So I'm going to multitask here, believe it or not. I'm going to attempt to make a list of all of the pairings, not all time, but just among our current regular announcers. So apologies to like Reed, who does like a sim a week. I'm not going to.
Right. It's also funny that just before we go with that, I'm getting flashbacks to like the first time I ever went on a rant on a sim. I'll never forget it because I think I don't even remember what it was about. It could have been about Ryan Fitzpatrick, for all I know. Probably was, or Josh Allen. And I remember like feeling weird about it. I was like, I got like way too into that, way too impassioned in that rant. And like people were, I think I brought it up on the next sim with like the whatever the next producer and engineer, and I was like oh like yeah, last it got a little off the rails last, and they were just like, oh yeah, we heard about it, and I was like, oh wow, so everyone was talking about this rant.
I was like,
oh boy. And now I think it's kind of like I've gone on so many of them that it's just kind of become commonplace to the point where like I would never feel like it was out of line that I just like started screaming about something in football, and I think that no one's really shocked anymore.
It's not only expected, it's disappointing when you don't. You want to review some of the stats while I'm making this little list here?
Yeah, sure. Corey Davis, my captain, 3 catches, 66 yards and a touchdown. Julio, get the stretch, 32 yards on 2 catches and a touchdown.
Julio.
AJ Brown, Jonathan Smith, Hayden Hurst all have catches. Russell Gage as well. The first 3 names that I read off, 18, 20, and 19 yards. So, so about 20 yards. About 3 points a guy. Russell Gage has 4.1 because he's got his 1 catch for 31 yards. So don't have anything else in front of me. That's just the receiving numbers. Ryan Tannehill. Oh, here we go. 5 for. There has not been an incomplete pass in this game. Where's the wind? We're told the wind is there.
It's supposed to be a factor.
104 yards for Tannehill.
It.
And 82 yards for Matt Ryan, and neither quarterback has thrown an incompletion. The Freak of Nature says, make Deuce DK.
Wouldn't that be redundant? Unless
David
are you
says,
the draft king, or would you be DraftKings king?
Here we got some good comments in here. Ducey is a whiny, rude brat. What's the weather?
He's excited
it's
about
wind.
a touchdown.
Ever heard of it? We have it a lot. Also, nobody can have an opinion other than him. Jared says there's no way that Madison gets paid enough for a babysitting rate. She'd need like $500 per hour, double for Ducey and Geoff. David must be an elder statesman here because he said, I just realized Kenny is always on his best behavior when the boss, Adam Kaufman, is the host. Obi-Wan says we expect the rant.
I don't believe that you're on your best behavior with me.
Steve wants to hear the Dickie Ducey impersonation before we vote. So
I don't even know what that means.
What are you talking about? I do my Dickie V, baby. It's March Madness. It's the Dukies missing out on the tournament, baby. It's sensational.
That's my Dickie V.
I've never heard that before.
Going to the West region.
I don't even know what the regions are.
Dickie Ducey.
The Michigan Wolverines. They're going to match up against the UCLA Bruins. The UCLA Bruins, out of the Pac-12, they've got the shooting, baby. They've got the defense. They're going to take down Michigan. They're going to win it all. They're going to be Gonzaga next round. It's going to be sensational, the Diaper Dandies. Oh!
That's what he says.
I'm trying to make, like, I might quit.
And by the way, if Brendan Glashian's out there, I just want to say,
yeah.
Glash needs to take a lesson from me. I don't do the Dickie V. I rarely do it. And you see in the chat, everyone's saying, where is it? Where's the in-person? You overdo an impression, it comes and goes in a day. This is how you drag it out. You build. The people have been asking for me to do this like 3 sims.
No, I mean, if there's one thing that Matthew Saunders, what's up, Koff? Haven't seen you since quarantine. Give me a shout. We doing buy watch stream today? Buy stream trash? Maybe we can. If I've said this to Clash, and I would say this to Clash. I hope he's out there listening in Simland. If anyone knows how to kill a joke, it's Brendan Glashian.
Dude,
like there's no question about it. Like if he that
Clash is in the chat. Clash is in the chat. He says, Ducey, you are such a pro.
So there he is. It's like you say his name 3 times, like Beetlejuice. He just shows up. Like if Skip Perkins or Chip Perkins or Flip Perkins or whatever his name was, like if he had just popped in every once in a while as opposed to doing 3 straight hours, it would have been unbelievable. It would have been like it's what made
really,
the like.
Honestly, okay. I'm trying to go over the fact that he's in the chat. Like I can't believe it. But you are absolutely right. Glash is such a creative person, and he does himself a disservice by bringing out like the Marv Albert every single sim. Like you gotta let people want it. You gotta let people miss it, right? You gotta the Skip Perkins thing is genius.
Like I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that I have heard every Glash and Tom Ace sim. I most certainly have not.
No,
but every once in a while I will pop in and hear them when they're together for Madden After Dark. And I genuinely, like the first time that I heard them do the Joe Buck, Troy Aikman, right? It was Joe Buck, Troy Aikman, and Aaron Andrews. Like I was on the floor, man. I do not laugh out loud a lot by myself watching something. I'll kind of snicker, smile, smirk, whatever. Like for me to actually laugh out loud, it takes a lot. I was laughing out loud by myself just listening to them do that. I was like, this is great. Now just don't do it all the time. Leave people wanting more.
Exactly. I really like I'm not even lying. When we were doing that, Glash's, I don't know if you're reading Glash's comments, but they're amazing. When we were doing that Jets Saints sim, which was like incredible.
Yeah.
The Jim and Tony stuff was unbelievable. So I'm a guy who always makes fun of Tony Romo when he says Jim, but it was really fun. We were having fun with it for like 2 quarters, and then he's still doing it in overtime. And I was like, we already did this, Glash.
Yep.
I cannot believe Glashian is here. Unbelievable.
Well, Tater Hater says, please note that Glash was clearly in the chat the entire game without saying anything, just waiting for the chance to strike.
Yes.
All right. So I'm
about the Jets. Repetitive.
I'm quitting on my board because this is just going to actually. You can't do this in the middle of a sim. This takes preparation.
Hey, why don't you do it?
Well, look, so I'm going to count it as I go. Emerson, me, Glash. I'm going to skip Reed because again, looking for the people that are here basically every day. Jeff, Zach, Lamarca, you, Rossi, Christian, BK, Tom. That's 11 people. So how many combinations is that? Ballpark. I honestly don't even know because not everyone works together, but it's a ton, whatever it is. It's a big number of combinations. You might have you might be able to set up a pretty interesting looking bracket. It wouldn't be a round of 64, but
you know what was great, by the way, is as soon as Glash popped into the chat, I got Brendan Glasheen has posted a new video on TikTok. Not even joking.
I believe it. Does your one video on TikTok imitating the officials have more views than all of his combined? Or
no,
is that math unofficial?
But Glash is saying, "Come to me when you clock in at a." Are we sure Glash hasn't someone else didn't make a Brendan Glasheen account?
It's
Are we
happened
sure that's
before.
really Glash? I don't know if that's actually
before.
Glash.
I think this is actually Glash. I think this is Glash. I feel pretty good about this being him.
I don't know, dude. I don't know if that Glash. If it's really you, Slack messaged me.
That's fair. That's a fair request. It would be really disappointing if it's not. Matt says blink twice if it's you.
I don't believe that that's Glash. I don't believe it. Glash is not that mean-spirited. I feel like he was getting really I feel like Glash would just be a good sport about it.
Derrick Henry.
Maybe not.
All the way to the 18.
He said, "Yeah, Ducey, it's Steve Buchanan." Again,
I'm getting now. You know
and
what?
Now
I'm getting skeptical. I'm going to text him.
An even smaller chance that it's Steve Buchanan.
It's definitely not Steve Buchanan. I'm gonna text him.
Well, Glash does not DM me, so it's not Bukes.
I love that he says, "Ask me anything."
Bukes would rather be anywhere else than in this sim. I will say the repetitive thing, it made me feel like it was Glash, but
I like what Mads just wrote. I mean, if you turned on a sim randomly and you hear the two guys that are on bad mouthing you, I wouldn't be happy either. Mads, you mean every time I turn on a sim that I'm not on? Literally every single time?
that's not Glash.
She says touche.
Brian C, it's def not Glash.
Yeah, he just wrote back, "Nope." That's disappointing.
Well, it was a fun moment when we thought it was Glash. Probably like James Farrell or something. Right?
I'm just going to say, well, that's disappointing. You have an imposter again. I think, is he the only one that has a regular imposter? Like, I don't think anyone ever jumps in the chat impersonating any of the rest of us.
You're right about that.
Some next level stuff. Oh no, Glash is saying it is him, and then he said some words I can't repeat. All right, now I feel better.
No, it's definitely not. It's not him.
No, he says it's him.
Why would he say it's him after saying it's not him?
And now he's saying, "Oh my God, yes, it's me, LMFAO. Hey Zeus, I can't believe you guys don't think so." Because you're
it's
not.
Absolutely
I'm
not Glash.
Glash, I'm not going to text you all this. Now I'm just going to talk to you. It's because you're not normally this mean.
It is not Glash.
Glash, if it's you, send Kenny a head-to-head for NBA tonight.
Glash, I told Glash if it's me to slack me, and he didn't. So it's
Glash,
not him.
So if it's you, Glash, slack him. Just send him a slack. You can prove once and for all it is you.
Don't text him that. We'll just tell him right now.
I'm not texting him that. If you're out there listening, Glash, 17-7, Tennessee, by the way.
Oh no, he just slacked me. It's him.
It's him.
Incredible. The most online person we have.
Drew, unbelievable picture. Unbelievable. Drew just, I know people out there can't see it. I will describe it. It's worth it. Drew just sent us a meme of a tiger getting ready to pounce on I think it's a deer. Just the deer is Kenny on a rant, and Glash is the tiger.
Monster said it's absolutely Glash. It is Glash. We confirm.
It's Glash. It's been determined. I was actually hoping he had another imposter. Kind of bummer. So did you bring the heat during the Rossi sim, the nooner, or do you just have a little extra built up whatever here for the Mad Matinee?
I don't know. I'd let the people decide. I don't know if I brought the heat.
I could ask the people. I could ask our production crew. Is Kenny on one right now? Is he on a heater? Or, or has he been like this for the last 2.5 hours?
It's a good question. I don't know.
Freak of Nature says, Koff's still my favorite with Glash, but Ducey's making it a 3-way tie. This is what I'm saying, man. I don't think you'd be voted off the island nearly as fast as you think you would. But the idea that you brought up of creating some sort of a bracket with pairings, I think is genius. I think that is exactly
you were in the middle of it and you stopped.
Because even if I write down all the pairings right now, which I could do, I'm not gonna it would take forever to sit here and seed it. It's almost at halftime.
Dude, we're not even done with the second quarter. You got so much time. It'll take like 5 minutes. Come on, just do it.
And then how do we even orchestrate a vote? Wouldn't we need to poll?
Well, ask the chat.
I wish you could.
This doesn't have to be the official. This doesn't have to be the end all.
No, this is official. And the worst pairing can never do a sim together again. This is very official. All
right, so me and Christian are out.
Mad says I'm just shocked Adam hasn't asked me to do it. Because
I want to know.
Believe me, Mads, it occurred to me. The problem is it's just it's even too complicated to ask you to do during a sim. There's no convenient way to do this. Plus, we can't even. Can you set up? It'd be great if you could set up a poll within the YouTube chat. I feel like that's something you used to be able to do, but not anymore. Maybe I'm wrong
telling you.
That.
During halftime.
Big catch.
Make the bracket right now, and during halftime, you'll show the bracket, and we'll just go through it. It's not that hard.
How much time do we have?
I don't ask Madison. I feel like we could block out 2 minutes to go through as long as people can see the bracket. That's the biggest obstacle that we're going to face. Right out the bracket, you're gonna get Rossi Glash, Rossi Ducey, Koff, Crystal, Koff Freeze Pops. I mean, I think I've done 5 games with Freeze Pops, but you can put me in there. Ducey Geoff, of course, that's a pairing.
Behind the scenes, I agree. I think this is just.
I'm not saying this has to be the official. I just want to know.
Promoted for a couple of days.
I just want to spitball right now. Let's just. I don't even know how many pairings there are. Right.
Yeah, Matt says we could promote it for a couple of days, make it a bigger thing later. I think that's a lot of fun. Who do you think would be the favorite? That's what I want to know, because it's easy to say, easy to pick on people and who'd be the least favorite or whatever, and any number of us, with whomever could be thrown into a middle of the pack or whatever. I want to know from the chat. Give it to me in the chat, unsolicited. I'm not even going to throw names out at you, because all of you, your hashtag team always here. You've heard everyone together. You in the chat, just right now. Who do we have
for the commentators?
What's that?
Who do we have as the commentators?
Everybody is available.
No, I mean you have Emerson, and Glash. Pretty much.
Here are the people.
Okay.
Me, Emerson, Glash, Moose, Zach, Lamarca, Kenny, obviously, Rossi, Christian, Brandon, Tom. Okay.
I'm thinking about the commentators though. I'm pretty sure we're set on the play-by-play people. It's you, Glash, and Emerson, and then Rossi and I sometimes.
Yeah, I mean it's obviously the three of us more often than not, but you guys do enough. That's why I'm not married to it's got to be me and someone, or Glash and someone, or Emerson and someone. Maybe the top pairing overall. We are none of the three of us mainstays or whatever are part of it. That's fine. That's why I'm not throwing out any names to the people mandating anything. I want to know from the people, who is your favorite tandem? Just period. No vote against anything. Just shout out your favorite, and we'll read off some of what we get in the chat. Your favorite tandem, not your favorite person.
I've seen some Koff and Glash. That's not a real tandem, right? You guys have done like 2 games together.
No, you can't. No, Glash and I together would not
That's
be
illegal. Illegal.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, can't do that.
I think, to me,
I'm gonna read some as I see them. Forgive me if I don't read.
I kind of like me and Emerson, to be honest. That might be my favorite.
Who's surprised that Kenny put himself in the favorite? Yeah, like Matt says, we have 5 play-by-play guys between the 3 mentioned, you, Rossi, Color, Reed, Zach, Jeff, Lamarca, Kenny, Christian, Rossi, Brandon, Tom. Occasionally, obviously, very rarely, you've had Glash and I together. Emerson, Glash did a sim together. You know, Billy pops in from time to time. Bry Guy. There are so many potential combos here. So we want to know just your favorite tandem. Lewis says Glash and Christian. Let's see here.
We got a lot coming in now.
Jared says me and Lamarca. Favorite pairing is, so Jordan, handling this a different way, says Glash is his favorite overall, but his favorite pairing is the 2
Scroll down, you got more.
Yeah, well, I know I'm getting there.
Okay.
Oh God, I mean, this is what happens. You ask something of the people, it comes in rapid fire. Emerson and Freeze Pops. I'm just going to skip who is submitting in the interest of time.
Yeah, you don't have to. Yeah.
Koff and then Glash, then Freeze
Koff,
Pops,
Christian, Rossi, Glash, Koff and CDA, Koff and BK, Glash and Tom, Glash and Ducey, Glash and Moose, Emerson, Ducey, Glash and Freeze Pop, Glash and Rossi, Glash and Moose, Rossi, Emerson. Do they do sims together? Glash and Christian, Reed and Emerson. Did we even decide we're gonna do Reed?
Well, I mean, for the sake of this this exercise, I think that's fine. Let's see. There was Emerson, Ducey, Glash, Rossi, Glash, Freeze Pops, Glash, Moose for Madden After Dark specifically. Rossi, Emerson. Let's see. Glash, Koff, CDA, Koff, Lamarca, Glash, Koff that one time in Koff's backyard. Rossi just brings the energy. Glash, Moose, Glash, and anyone at 10 p.m.
Shout out to the Ducey fam, the Ducey hive out there, by the way.
Glash, Freeze.
I see you all. Kenny all the way, says Ernest.
Rossi, Christian, Koff, Reed, T, Dickie, Ducey, Big Zaxy, Rossi, CDA.
Glash and Meatball.
Koff and BK. Koff, CDA.
Thomas Frozen Fruit Juice.
I don't know. I feel like a Glash Moose combo is very popular.
Definitely.
Rossi.
Glash is in there somewhere, I feel like.
Yeah, Glash is in there a lot. No question about it.
Obi-Wan says Bukes and Ducey. Oh, I wish we could do a sim together. We just rip each other's heads off. Madison, make it happen.
I would absolutely tune in for that sim in real time. I would be in there.
Please, Madison.
I'd be there in the chat.
Please, Madison.
Watching, loving, living, experiencing every little moment of it.
I think we should do one at least weekly.
Executive Session says Rossi's the best talker. Emerson is pure energy. Ducey is the impulsive. So Ducey.
It's interesting.
Let's see. We are through. My God, we're only at the half. 17-10 Tennessee. That was a slow first half.
This is why I said that you had plenty of time.
We still didn't have time to do it right.
Someone saying Pat Mayo is banned for life.
Anyone with 10 fingers says big deal.
That's right. Anyone with 10 digits.
Gotta have them digits.
Ducey and his inner demons. Neil Patrick Harris.
I'm surprised we haven't seen anyone say, like, Glash and all of his alter egos. Glash and Buddy Ducey.
Yeah.
I don't know, Mads, is there any sort of consensus in here, or are we just getting a whole lot of variety? Mads really enjoys an Emerson Lamarcus sim. She says it's very musical.
Good. Yeah, they do get musical. There he is. There's Ridley, everybody.
Yvonne says,
there he is.
Be in there with them clowns with that pro voice. Smiley, laughing face emojis here. Just joking. I love the other guys too. Thank you much.
Ed Zone Dan says, Ducey in between Sims. I think that means that he doesn't like my talk. Madison says, I think I like Kenny with Cough the best.
That's meaning you like Kenny the best with me versus with Glash or Emerson, or we're your favorite tandem?
I think she's just saying the best.
Yeah, the
best me.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. So she makes the schedule.
I don't know
so
about tandem.
Madison makes the schedule. So just put Cough and I together all the time. That's what people like.
Time.
I will say I really do like doing play-by-play, but when I get to be with you or Glash or Emerson, I really enjoy doing color. But other than that, I'm always just like play-by-play.
Glash I almost read that wrong. Edward says Glash intimidated by Kaufman. I don't think that's true. I think he is very confident in his own skin. DJ says Koff brings the best out of Ducey. And you know what? I think we all agree with that.
You also bring the money out of me and put it in your pocket.
Are we going to go again tonight?
No, we're not.
Why not?
No.
I will tell the people. I told our crew this earlier, but I'll clean it up for the people. So, is Emerson on today, by the way? It's a Wild Weather Wednesday. Of course he's not. So,
does he hate Wild Weather Wednesday?
Oh, he's just adamantly against it. So, Executive Session says Koff doesn't want to be stuck with Ducey's crazy energy. Couldn't disagree more. And you're my man, Executive Sessions. You know that. But I love working with Ducey. I really, really do. That is not a. I'm not kidding. So
not like he doesn't love it that much. Like he'd follow me on social media, but like in terms of like. However much he enjoys doing DraftKings stuff, which is not that much.
Here we go again.
Then it's all relative, right?
So, touchdown, by the way, about to be evened up here at 17 as we're approaching the midpoint of the third quarter. Just to update people on the Showdown, not Showdown contest, but the head-to-heads, the clashes, the battles with Emerson in. When it comes to NBA. Matt says, there's football happening? That's good to know. Mads,
what about my lineup? Can we talk about my lineup, which is second place in the free roll now with Russell Gage catching that touchdown? Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm just receiving word that I've got more points.
Bucky, by the way,
place.
says that last sim, for example, you and Rossi, you weren't really engaged with each other, I don't feel like, until y'all both got onto baseball. Then it was good. But you and Koff, you're back and forth all sim.
Are we hiring this guy to be the new producer of Matt and Sims?
Tank the Shy Guy, baby, says Emerson makes me hungry, Reed makes me smarter, Glash makes me laugh, and Koff makes me want to watch a movie and eat pizza.
Okay. Hey, all I know is, man, I'm in second place. I'm loving life right now, and that's despite Calvin Ridley just laying an absolute egg with 4.6 DK fantasy points. Davis in the captain spot as the
I'm in 39th. Where's Jets?
I'm in second place, bro.
Oh wow, yeah, you're right there. You're right there, just about 5 points off the lead behind our pal John B. John Burney. We're watching for you. Tater Hater says Koff doesn't follow me either. He doesn't even care that I have 2 followers. Here's what I don't know if I ever mentioned this on the stream, by the way, because this whole Twitter following thing became a thing yesterday. We're talking a lot about it with Tom Carroll. I feel like this is. Listen, I don't follow my mom on Twitter, and my mom is a Jewish mom. My mom is a Jewish mom like you read about, like in every stereotype you can imagine, like where she could be guilt tripping me on a daily basis about not following her on Twitter. It is. I don't think it's ever even come up. Now, maybe she hasn't noticed, but it has never, ever come up. And yet some of you bozos all the time with the Twitter. I don't follow my mother, the woman who brought me into the world, on Twitter. Now, I realize that probably says more about me than it does anything else. But, I mean, she's a very important part of my life. She doesn't add anything to my social media dynamic.
You want to know the biggest difference between me and you?
I feel like there are probably a few. Go on.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't mind when people call me buddy.
The first person that I ever followed on Twitter back in 2000. I made a Twitter account in 08. I had plenty of friends. And by plenty of friends, I mean 3. I followed 20 people.
Sure.
But I wanted to change my Twitter handle from JetsFan196 to Ken Ducey. And I just didn't know how to do that. So I was like, I guess I have to make a new account. So I made a new account in 09. And the first person that I followed was my mother. If you scroll back through all the people that I follow, number 1 is my mother. So you don't even follow your mother. She was the first person I ever followed. That shows us where we both are in life. I love my mother.
LOL.
Apparently you don't.
You follow moms. Come on, says Sam.
You follow your mother.
Now he understands why I am the way I am. This is all making sense. Now Obi-Wan is shouting out Carrie Ducey. I assume that's your mom's name.
That is. It's almost Kenny, but not quite.
Jared says the biggest difference is Ducey follows my mother. If I followed your mom on Twitter, before I followed you, would you have trouble sleeping at night?
No. I mean, my mom's a great follow, so I've...
Just reading you guys in the chat. The update, by the way, on Emerson. So I'd beaten him in NBA, I don't know, 3 or 4 straight times. Something like that. We started playing.
By the way, all I know is you putting Buddy in the contest name is going to wind up getting me the win.
I hope it does. That's right. Madden Nat and 80.
I really think it's going to.
Reroll. I hope it does. I really hope it does. I'm rooting for
you.
I
think I'm going to win this.
It'd be very poetic.
I'm in first place now. And depending on who scores here, I could really, cement my lead.
So I hadn't played Emerson in a while, and I decided to send him a
I actually hope it's oh, here we go. This is going to be
Built
good.
Built the lineup. I need
Tannehill to score. I needed Tannehill to run this in. No, that's going to be...
Nope.
No. Well, I have Henry, too, but I don't know if I'm going to be winning
you don't
anymore.
have the captains.
Right.
Like some of us, like me.
But Derrick Henry isn't the best captain right now.
You are in first at the moment.
I still am. Let's see if it changes. I'm up to 104.
Obi-Wan, hey, Mom! Warm up the meatloaf!
I think that I can do this, Koff.
I am rooting for you. I am actively rooting for you, as some in the chat know I'm prone to say.
Is anyone else rooting for me to win this thing? Anybody out there?
About to be 24-17 with 101. The old 101 here in Simland. Left in the third quarter. Anyway,
what we should do? We should play head-to-head so the Sims.
We just finished the story.
Okay.
So I beat Emerson yesterday, and he just unprompted, unsolicited, he sent me a series of texts today. Don't ever talk to me again. I'm done with you, you bleeping thief. So all I responded with was, NHL tonight? And he said, holy bleep, okay. So I sent him a contest. We're going to see if he ends up playing that hockey tonight. I hope you and I can go again.
I think that we should stop playing NBA. And I think that we should just do...
what do you want to play?
We should do Madden
Golf?
Sims.
Play Madden Sims? You're feeling that high and mighty right now because you're sitting in first place at the moment.
Yep.
Okay, you want to start to move everything over to Madden Sims.
I think we should just play Madden Sims. I do. I'm definitely better at Madden Sims.
I like that Jared says, Glash, I'm in 6th. Right now. Sam says losing hurts. LOL.
I am really nervous about this. I don't know if I'm gonna stay number 1, but I want to.
I will assume you've not won one of these yet based on your
I've won
at the moment.
I have won before.
You have won.
Yeah, but I've only won my own free roll. And
were there a lot
I
of
probably wasn't as big as this one,
Well, this is 176. This is a big number. It would mean a lot.
Yeah.
Bucky says baseball starts tomorrow. Play those, Koff.
I'll play baseball. I'm good at baseball.
Well, I've never done baseball.
There's another one of my guys right there. You know, just everyone that I own just continues.
Just cashing.
To get points.
Freak of Nature says, tons of energy in the sim. Smash that like button. It's true. I mean, we're not going to get to the 300 to mute me, but if we could get to 150, 200, as we got about 500 people watching, that would be delightful. It would be great. It'd be memorable.
Edzone Dance, the wet blanket, says, still a quarter left.
Robert says, I won 5 the other day. Like 5 contests? 5 Madden Sims? I've jumped up. I'm nowhere close to you, but I've jumped up to 28th. So Ryan is at 258 and 2 touchdowns. I just want to point that out to you, that Matt Ryan is currently at 18 fantasy points. I'm feeling pretty good about the 20 pick right now. Tannehill, 227 and 2 touchdowns to his credit. We'll look at the rushing and receiving numbers as well. Derrick Henry, he has a score, 64 on the ground. Tannehill, 15. Gurley, 12. He has just been absolutely dreadful. I mean, he's doing a little bit in the air to get him close to 10 fantasy points, but generally it has not been good for Todd Gurley. 4 for 35, 4 for 60 for A.J. Brown and a touchdown. Russell Gage, 4 for 102 into the bonus. He has a score, 4 for 49 for Hayden Hurst. You got Corey Davis, 3 for 66, a touchdown. Julio Jones, 2 for 32, a score. Calvin Ridley has 3 for 40. So we got a fairly balanced offensive attack. Russell Gage, though, is really having himself a game. I don't know who, your early favorite for the player of the game would be, but Gage is right there in the mix. I got to think Tannehill's in the mix based on ownership numbers for those two. Brown might be in the mix as well.
I think there's a lot of people out there that I'm considering. We'll just have to see where it plays. Bottom line here is that the player of the game is going to come from my lineup.
Obviously.
We'll just have to see which one of my players performs the best. Calvin Ridley is currently performing the worst, but he did just catch a pass. He is on the up and up. He could do it.
Mad Monk says, confidence to grow a Tom Selleck mustache. Wait, let's break out the mustache. Are we coming back to the game? Hang on, don't come back to the game yet. 1 sec, it's coming. 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 It kind of exists. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on.
Hang on. Hang on.
Honestly, don't wait that much longer. All right, wait. I'm here. Found it. With Kenny Ducey. I'm this guy.
Nice.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, it's a weird.
I love it.
The ring light.
Yeah, works.
Yeah, let's just stare at that. Just take it all in. Take it all in. And we're back.
Let's see. I'm sorry. I just want to continue to see my team do well. He's not on my team. What is that? What's going on here? What are we doing? Why did Julio Jones just catch that? What's going on?
Just watching that back on YouTube, and like all you can really see with the ring light is just this caterpillar come flying at the screen. Bucky says, good Lord, Cuff. Nathan, is that Borat?
Come on, man. Where are my guys at? I'm still in first. Still in first.
Kenny's having a real sweat here.
I am. Bert. Oh, Bert.
Oh, Bert. Jared says favorite pairing, Koff with a mustache and Rossi with his beard. That was
down goes Maddie.
3rd and 25, midfield. 6 and change left here in regulation. 24-17, Tennessee is in front. Kenny Ducey, Adam Kaufman. We got producer Madison, Drew, our technical director, Frangelico, and Game Ops holding it down. Frangelico's been relatively quiet here during this one compared to the norm. Frangelico and I feel like Frangelico and Tate are probably the two, maybe Kyle, that are most engaged with the fam, with the crew here. Among our Game Ops, Asher is Asher out of the department at this point. Asher used to be very involved as well. Haven't seen Asher in the chat in a while. Jeff, formerly from Ops, still pops in. Frangelico says, I've been enjoying the commentary, guys. Just sitting here hanging out.
All right, let's see. Stuff him, stuff him, stuff him. Yeah, let's go. Come on.
Rossi's Fat Cat says, the best part of Koff's pick is that it's still on his phone. It means he wants it back, but someone won't let him have it. No, it's just like on my camera roll. Why do you think I had to take a minute to scroll back and find it? I wasn't going to the photo.
How did someone just jump me by 7 points? What just happened?
Oh, well, remember, it's manual scoring, so it
That's
takes
true.
a moment.
Yeah.
You know, could have been Frangelico was enjoying.
Oh, you know what? I think
so
Matt.
much.
I think Matt Ryan just got the passing bonus. I think that's what happened.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
That is correct. So Matt Ryan, for this guy over here, it said 20 plus. Yeah, I pointed at myself. You couldn't see it. He's cruising in on 25 right now. Matty Ice, ice in his veins. I love that Matt Ryan's going to be the reason that you don't win this free roll.
We'll see.
After everything you said earlier.
Hey, Koff. Look who has the ball. Who has the ball?
Derrick Henry and the Titans.
Who has the ball? The Titans, right?
Yep.
And what team did I stack?
The Titans, I believe.
And who just caught the ball?
AJ Brown.
And who do I have in my lineup?
Looks like
AJ Brown and Ryan Tannehill.
Oh, that's what we call a stack, folks.
Time.
That's
still
what we
time.
call it. What's that going to do? Oh, Kenny just jumped back into second place. About 5 points.
John Burney.
Burney is just tormenting you.
John Burney. Coming for you, my friend. I will find you, and I will surpass you. The face mask is gonna be a killer. I need Corey Davis to score another touchdown. That's what needs to happen for me. If Corey Davis scores another touchdown, it is so freaking over for John Burney. So over.
Joker says the Winalda 2 sticks. Absolutely. You know that if Winalda built the lineup for this one, AJ Brown's his captain.
If Corey Davis scores a touchdown, this place will be up for grabs.
7-yard
I've never needed something more in Madden Sim than a touchdown.
Wants it so bad he can taste it.
Just because, I just need to defeat John Burney. I just want to crush this guy.
He could be very nice.
It probably is. I could win with another kind of touchdown too. If AJ Brown scores a touchdown.
If I remember right, now we're testing my memory. Isn't John Burney Old Man Dog fan?
Oh, here we go. Hold on. I don't know. I don't care. Derrick Henry. He does not have Derrick Henry. He doesn't have Derrick Henry. If Derrick Henry scores, that's good news.
Well, maybe Derrick Henry captain owners, though, would burn you.
Let's just worry about that. Let's just get Corey Davis in the end.
All right, well, here's Derrick Henry. No, not yet.
Let's just get Corey Davis.
Back to the line of scrimmage.
Corey Davis. I'm standing now. I'm standing.
Really stressed.
Just going to stand the rest of the time.
Can we get to 200 likes? Do it for Kenny. Do it for Dickie Ducey.
Okay.
How would he say to smash that like button? He's so invested in the sim right now. 2nd and goal, 1-yard pickup for Derrick Henry.
What's gonna happen? If Tannehill, if Tannehill runs it in, that's another one. He doesn't have Tannehill. He doesn't have Derrick Henry. He foolishly stacked up the Falcons like a fool.
You just dropped a third, but you're still within about 1.5 points. You got some company. CMP 1005. Who's got Gage in the captain's spot.
I need Tannehill to run it in on the play action boot. Come on.
Flag on the play.
What is this? Delay of game.
Flag on the play.
No, this actually helps me because this is going to open up more yardage for Ryan Tannehill here. I think that now there's a real possibility that Ryan Tannehill runs the football into the end zone, which would give me the win. I think that's going to happen now. That's my prediction. And Corey Davis back on the field.
There are 15 different outcomes Kenny has laid out.
He's gonna run in.
So
He's gonna
far.
run in. Watch, he's running. He's gonna run. He's gonna run. He's gonna run.
Third
He's
goal
running.
from-
Oh, why did he stop running? Why did he stop
Oh,
running?
no, he had it.
Why did he stop running?
Randy says, I've never wished so hard for a lineup to lose before.
Why did he stop? He was gonna
John,
run. He was
so
going down.
rooting against Ducey. Kenny's crawling under a desk. Kenny is out of sight in Cooperstown. Field goal's good. Sorry, buddy.
Are you serious right now?
You're still in third.
He could have run. He had a wide open path to the end zone, Cough, and he started running, and then it like glitched, and then he just threw it away. Why? Why did he do that?
And unfortunately, you having Ridley engage, well, Ridley could help you.
Oh, does he not have Ridley?
John
Birdie
Beauty.
doesn't have Ridley, but CMP, who's moved in front of you by a little less than a point, has Ridley and Gage.
And
Gage, you're
the
really
Titans
not
are
looking
up.
for here because
Yeah, the
Gage
Titans
is-
are up
Gage is
so
on the
big.
ball.
Well, how about this? Bernie has Gage, but he doesn't have Ridley,
That's what I
and then
just
he
said.
has Ridley, but he doesn't have Gage. Oh, he does have Gage as the captain. Shoot.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, I'm done. I'm cooked. I'm done. Sorry, everybody rooting for me. I'm done.
Dalvin Cook.
Unless the Titans get the ball back somehow.
Oh, big pickup for 17.
Yeah, CMP is gonna move in front now.
Yeah, there's Gage.
I'm gonna. All right, congrats everybody who didn't
You're
want me
gonna
to
move to
lose.
second,
Didn't want me to win.
won't you? I guess you won't. You'll still
No.
stay in third. It's not easy to win these things, Kenny. It's not easy.
I know, man. I know.
I've quietly jumped to 25th. I realize that's not top 5 like our guy Kenny right here. 7-yard pickup, good for a first. Hayden Hurst.
I need a quick touchdown to, I guess, to Ridley, because the other guy has Gage in the captain spot, and then maybe
You've too many people are involved now. You've plummeted.
plummeted. Oh, because of Hayden Hurst, that stupid idiot.
Not to mention Matt Ryan just soaking up the yards as we approach the 2-minute warning.
You know what would be great, actually, is a Matt Ryan turnover, right? Wouldn't that do it for me?
Oh,
If Matt Ryan turns the ball over,
yeah, get yourself another helper.
yeah,
of
that
Titans.
docks down. Well, John Burney has, as long as John Burney doesn't win, I really don't care. John Burney, CMP, 49er Quest, Trafili, they all have Matt Ryan. So if Matt Ryan throws a pick right here, not only does it give the ball back to the Titans and give me a chance, but -2 points, that would be huge. Now we need a Matt Ryan pick or fumble.
Just in case anyone was wondering what Kenny is rooting for, it has been properly outlined. Wild Weather Wednesday continues. An hour from now, I will be with Christian DeAndrea for the Raiders and Steelers virtual Pittsburgh and Heinz Field, a snow game.
Oh,
Here on this
come on.
stream
It was
from
so
Wild
close
Weather
to the
Wednesday.
fumble.
After that, rain, snow, snow for the late classic. This is the last
All
of
right.
Kenny for the day right here.
Yeah, thank you, Sean.
Some people calling for
Callahan.
overtime, though.
Right, just Ashley Edwards. Sean says Ryan sucks so bad. Absolutely right.
Randy says, wipes tear from eye. A heartfelt thank you to the 4 people ahead of Ducey in the SimFam free roll. It means
The guy
a lot
who
to
said-
all of us.
The guy who said Ducey sucks worst, which isn't even correct grammar. His name is Tom Brady. Cheats always. Amazing name. That's my favorite name. One, throw a pick, throw a pick, throw a pick, throw a pick, throw a pick. Oh no! No! Oh, so close! Oh, well,
He
that's
should
good. I
had
have
a touchdown
Gage.
there too. He should have had a
Gage.
touchdown.
Oh, it's so close. It was a jump ball.
Well, Matt Ryan was a pretty good play today. He might. I think he's already doubled your projection.
Matt Ryan was a pretty good play today, everybody.
It's completed though, just for giggles. To the 6. Gurley? It was. Todd Gurley on the catch.
Well, I'm at an 8th now. So.
It was a good run.
Yes, I guess it could be worse.
If I could get I just wonder if I could get like a Matt Ryan to Todd Gurley touchdown if I would pass Kenny ultimately.
No!
Ryan,
no! We got it!
Touchdown! Todd Gurley! Oh, yes! Yes!
How did you call that? You are so annoying! How did you do that? You summoned it!
Oh,
How?
spoken into existence.
You literally, well, imagine if I got a touch. You're like, everything always just works out for you in the end, doesn't it? Always. You did hop me. You're 16th now.
Yeah.
But you know what? You know who's getting the ball back? The Titans.
Okay. 40 seconds left. 3-point game.
I didn't. Oh, wait, who said I celebrated too early? I didn't celebrate. I was like, buckle up. We gotta win this.
Oh, just feels good. Twain, Adam Pass, Kenny, LMAO. That was a great call.
I'm going to finish this one on top.
Oh my God,
I promise you.
What's that?
I said I'm going to finish on top. I promise. I'm going to beat you. Sam Spiegel. I went to high school with a kid named Sam Spiegel. Doubt it's the same Sam
Tater
Spiegel.
Hater just sent us an incredible picture, by the way.
What did he say?
Twitter. Oh, so great.
Tater Hater came through with the heat. Oh, they're just gonna kneel it. Oh, you're so cool, guys. Wow, what an amazing. Damn. Good one, Tater Hater.
Second and 11 from the 45. Oh, just.
Wonder if on third down they'll run a real play though.
What an experience. What a world.
The haters are so happy out there. The haters are so happy.
Rossi's Fat Cats. Kenny's broken down a dozen times this sim alone. Dean Murray, Kenny reportedly saying, I'm going to win this, is what cost him the win. Kneel down. I always say it. I have a lot of fun working with Kenny. I really do. These are some entertaining sims. The game turned out to be pretty decent, too.
What are we doing here? We're gonna punt the football now?
That's what we're going to do. Golf Fanatic's all about your energy.
Yeah, Dan Quinn. I feel that, man. I feel that, Dan Quinn. Damn, Tater Hater said he had another one with me knocking out Matt Ryan.
He was just ready. Well,
I
you were able to
I wish I could have gotten it.
Able to put that Photoshop to bed in like the second quarter. Ryan had himself a day.
Thanks, everyone.
3 touchdowns, 397 passing for my dude Matt Ryan to win for 30 points in the flex, Kenny.
My dude Matt Ryan.
395,
97 yards. I'm Adam Kaufman. I'm always right.
And 267 and 2 touchdowns. Oh.
I take it back. We shouldn't play DF. We shouldn't play
We shouldn't do
head-to-heads
Madden
for
Sims.
Sims. We should just never do head-to-heads ever again.
Kenny's my favorite tandem.
I like Dwayne goes, well, Kenny, you are in the top 23. Thanks, Dwayne.
Oh, Gurley, 7 for 37 in the air. How about Gage? 6 for 169 the touchdown. No one else hit the bonus in this
game.
one.
Yeah.
Really, really good. So Russell Gage, fair to say he is your Krusty Koff player of the game?
My Ducey's delicious performer of the game.
Yes.
Yeah.
What is Ducey's decision?
Huh?
What is Ducey's decision? Who are you going with?
I told you. Well, first of all, I'm standing up right now. If anyone can't see, the chair is long gone. Yeah, my decision is definitely to not give it to Matt Ryan because he was not the top scorer in this one. Russell Gage was a higher scorer, 31.9 DK fantasy points. Mentioned the bonus, 6 catches, the touchdown. He had the big push late. A lot of people hopped up late because of Russell Gage. Yeah, MVP.
Okay, and your Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award, where's that going? Who disappointed you most? You cannot also go with Russell Gage.
Can I pick Matt Ryan for beating me?
In a symbolic way, I suppose you could, but
they do
for our awards, probably not.
Yeah, they do usually keep a record of these, so I feel like
how about
you know what? Why don't I want to pick it? I'm gonna go with I'm between Calvin Ridley and Jonnu Smith here. I think I'm gonna have to go with Calvin Ridley. I think everyone.
Those are the two I would have suggested.
Why did Madison say goodbye to you?
Choice. I got up and I walked away, but you couldn't see.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was too busy looking at the stats here.
Yeah.
And my lineup that didn't win. I think Calvin Ridley, $5,800. He was very popular. Madison pointing out Jonnu Smith, 39% owned in the flex, but you mentioned 39% ownership. That's why he can't be my not my kid award ownership recipient, or not my kid award recipient today. Calvin Ridley was the second highest owned player in the showdown at 62.3%. Again, $5,800, 3 catches for 40 yards, 7 points. Maybe in the first game between the Jets and the Eagles with like 0 points scored in the whole game. Maybe Calvin Ridley in that game, 7 points gets it done. But I mean, you had the highest scoring lineup in this one at 137 points. The lowest scoring lineups in our little free roll, 74 points. So 7 points, just a very big disappointment here for Calvin Ridley, not my kid award today.
Very good. The Wild Weather Wednesday continues in about 45 minutes. Be back with you. I'll be with Christian DeAndrea for the Raiders and Steelers. It is a rain game. You will have a whole lot going on, I think. Or snow. I think it's snow. I think we said virtual snow in Pittsburgh. So we will have that. And then Rossi and Christian together for Niners Bucks. Rossi coming on back after doing the nooner with you. It will be Brendan Glasheen and Geoff Ulrich together for 8 and 10 tonight. Chiefs Browns for prime time, Broncos Bears for Madden After Dark. Kenny will return for the nooner tomorrow. He'll be with Emerson for that one. And you and I will be together at some point, if not later in the week or this weekend, next week for sure. And I look forward to it immensely, my friend. Our thanks to Mads, to Drew, to Frangelico, to all of you in the DK Sim fam. Go nowhere. Kenny, it's been a pleasure.
Great pleasure being with you, buddy.
Welcome back, DK Sim fam. We have dropped Ducey and welcomed on in Christian DeAndrea. I am Adam Kaufman. It's a wild weather Wednesday, and we have in front of us here, well, snow at virtual Heinz Field. Pittsburgh getting ready for a matchup here with Las Vegas. How are you, man?
I'm doing well, as always. You always feel at least a little bit better, a little lighter after dropping a Ducey. So I'm happy to be here with you for the 4 p.m. And, Koff, I'm not going to lie to you. I forgot what day it was when I made my lineup. And I was like, you know what? This Raiders defense is terrible. I'm going to stack up all those wideouts. And I went 0 running backs. I went one time. My lineup is a nightmare. I'm going to tell you already.
Yeah, break it down, though. Let's just Ducey in the previous sim was flirting with a win, flirting with first place, was even sitting in first for a while, but ultimately fell back into the 20s, which is still a perfectly respectable finish. But when you feel like you're in contention to win, obviously it leaves a sour taste in your mouth.
Yeah, I can understand the feeling. I was in first for a while in one of these sims and then wound up like third or fourth. It was still good. It was still better than Kenny, which is literally my baseline for anything I do in this world. But it still left a sour taste in my mouth. Just like this lineup is going to leave a sour taste in my mouth, Cobb. I captained James Washington. I was like, these receivers are going to have a big game. I got to get as many of them as I can in here. So I went Washington, paid down the captain spot. Roethlisberger, Juju, Darren Waller, Tyrell Williams, Deontay Johnson. I looked at some of the really good, valuable punt plays in this one, and I'm like, I don't really want running backs. I don't want to deal with Jalen Richard at 3,200, even though he's going to be a great play today. He's going to get all those check down yards. I don't want to deal with James Conner at 3,400. I biffed this one, and I'm looking forward to finishing somewhere in the bottom 20 in this one. Koff, what about you? Where are you thinking for this lineup?
Well, I'm all locked in, so hopefully it pans out okay for me. Second straight game that I have had a Raiders sim where I have gone this route, which is captaining Tyrell Williams. So we'll see how that pans out. After him, I have Derek Carr, Darren Waller, Josh Jacobs, and then on the other side, James Washington and Juju Smith-Schuster. So I was really kind of back and forth between Carr and Big Ben, and ultimately leaned on the side of the guy with just ever so slightly better points per dollar. And we'll see how that pans out, like I said. But I imagine a lot of people were kind of wondering which way to go. Some people, because it is a showdown, probably did stack them quarterbacks, understandably. Kevin, by the way, I always say it, I'm here for the chat. Here for the Chat Kings conference room. Kevin says, my favorite commentator combo, whee! Randy adds, it's Kaufman and what looks like a samurai from the 15th century.
I'm amazed that you think I would have that kind of athleticism and discipline. I appreciate it.
Can you wield a sword?
No. Well, not well, I'm sure. I'm sure I could pick it up. I'm very strong. But my hand-eye coordination.
Not if it's the hammer sword.
Yeah, I would almost certainly injure myself and others if I wielded a samurai sword on a regular basis. We shouldn't try it, but maybe when I finally make that vaunted trip out to Boston for the DK Sim commentary decathlon, sword wielding can be a part of the festivities, and then we can go right to the ER afterwards.
Don't you feel like there is going to be just some, I don't know, egregiously planned, if I can put it that way, activity that we will all get together and do? You know, like normally you'd think like, oh, these guys are all getting together for the first time. Like they're probably just going to grill and have some drinks, maybe play some lawn games. No, like I feel like there's like paintball in our future, or like, you know, going to one of those places that's popped up in the last couple of years where you throw the axes, like that kind of thing.
You know, the axes make sense to me. I can see that one happening for sure. I think we got to do a full day's slate of varying activities, including, I would say, a straight up hot dog throwdown a la Joey Chestnut. So I think that is what the DK Sim fam deserves. After a year plus of putting up with us, they deserve to watch us all eat hot dogs until we vomit or pass out.
There's got to be some sort of a food eating contest for sure. I mean, especially after like all Emerson does is talk about food. Yeah. You know, Tommy will certainly talk about food. Rossi, you know, me, everybody, you know, Zach, obviously, although he doesn't eat food anymore, he'll talk about food. All of us, you know, will go down that food rabbit hole. It's just Zach now eats like a rabbit. He's dropped the like 75 pounds since the Dream Stream has started. It's, I mean, God love him. He looks like a completely different person. He's got himself all fit and in shape, the envy of all of us, if we're being honest. But yeah, you would think there'd have to be some sort of food competition involved.
Yeah, and I mean, you could opt out. You could take the L in that one, not get your points for it. But ideally, I want to go to Emerson's nice, well-furnished apartment and then just vomit hot dogs all over it. The dogs would love it. It would be
just
a win-win.
make a mess of the place.
Yeah, exactly. Just
maybe call a sim from his bed. Who knows?
Although producer Madison saying that she would be a sleeper in any food eating competition, depending on what the food is. And now
what would the food be, Mads?
Yeah, now we need to know, because like for me, like Taco Bell soft tacos, like easily would be able to put up a good contest now. Hot dogs always. Like every time I go to Madison Mallards out here, it's all you can eat, all you can drink. I always try to do the Herman Cain challenge, the 9 innings. 9 beers, 9 dogs, and the dogs are never the problem, Carl. It's that they're 22-ounce cups. It's a lot of liquid, but I can put down a lot of hot dogs. The bun, a little bit trickier for me, is Ben takes a bad sack there. Max, 2 X's Crosby, coming up big, turns 3rd and 5 into 4th and 19, and this is an iffy field goal now from about 47 yards in the snow. We're gonna have to wait and see.
Matt says, I've done wings before. What does that mean, Mads? Like you have actually had a wing eating contest with friends or family, and I assume these are bone-in wings. That typically tends to be the way those things break down.
Yeah, it's a bit of a slowdown. You gotta have some decent hand-eye coordination. For
also, Robbie Noble just wrote, Madison crushes boneless wings. How does Robbie know this?
Ooh, we got ourselves a doink there.
Off the mark.
Yeah, the Boswell kick we thought was going to be a little bit difficult turned out to be too difficult. And it looks like it was going into that open end of Heinz Field, the end that faces the river on a swirling wind. Clearly a factor here is Steelers drive almost all the way to the red zone and then vomit all over themselves.
So Matt says 36 wings in one sitting once with a group of friends at home. So but that's not like, that's being able to house wings, no question. No disrespect intended for the 36 wings eaten in one sitting. You know, I've been down that road too. To do it though, and I've never partaken, to do it in a competition setting, where there's a clock and speed involved and competitors, I feel like that's a whole different animal.
See, now that's a good question. Would it be like a 10-minute time limit, or are we talking about like 60 minutes where you get to digest a little bit, come back to it? Is it like a wing eating power hour compared to a sprint? Or I kind of like Madison's idea. I can put down a whole bunch of wings, but I also feel like I would need a lot of blue chip. Like for me, at that point, it would be like fatigue, like taste fatigue. Like I love a good steak. I can put down like 24-ounce steak, no problem. But I get kind of sick of it towards the end. So, like I think I would need.
And the challenge there is all the sides and everything that get involved too.
Yeah. It's all like real starchy too. It's like a baked potato and like a dozen rolls. And some coleslaw. Coleslaw is delicious, no problems there. But like I agree with it. Jesse Simmons, 108 wings in high school in 1 hour, personal best. That is probably a lot. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to top 108. I used to be able to do like 30 during one shift at Spike's Junkyard Dogs in Cranston, Rhode Island. That was bad. The shift meals were never just shift meals. It was like shift 3 meals for me. It was awesome. See, Madison's saying that she'd do her best with something sweet. I think for me, that would be the real like taste of tea. Like I would get like, I don't know, I would be able to feel my teeth too much. Like, if you eat something sweet, you become acutely aware of the teeth in your mouth and how sensitive they are. That's exactly what would happen if we started like to throw down on like a dozen Krispy Kremes or whatever. Although if you are going to eat donuts in an eating contest, it's got to be Krispy Kreme. They're a lot lighter and airier than, say, a Dunkin' donut.
Also true. Which, remember, only goes by Dunkin' now.
Yes, sorry.
Important branding.
Yeah, and Jerm, not only do we see you, Banded Caterpie 53, I didn't forget. Happy birthday, my friend. I won't be singing it to you because it's a copyrighted song, and I don't want to get sued by Big Happy Birthday. They're out there. They got lawyers all over.
By Big Happy Birthday.
Exactly. But we are happy that you were here with us, and happy you're spending your birthday with us. Very cool.
Those are the people that you don't want to upset. Big Happy Birthday and Michael Buffer.
Yeah, Bruce is okay, but Michael.
No, Michael's next level.
Exactly. As Eckebler 09, man, 42 slices of pizza my senior year in high school. That I'm a little bit more skeptical on, because that is like 5 1/4 pizzas. I don't know if I would need documentation.
Were you a football player? And specifically a lineman?
Yeah, I think that would be key. But like also like get the skinny guys. Like I was eating a ton because I was running 40 miles a week in high school, you know? Like I had that hummingbird metabolism.
That sounds exhausting. 3rd and 6 from the 33. Waning seconds of a scoreless opening quarter in the snow after a missed field goal earlier, and good completion there for Hunter Renfrow.
Another one of those. This game was loaded up with viable punt plays in this one. Renfrow at 4,400. James Conner 3,400. Uncle Vance at 2K. Jalen Richard 3,200. Just kind of a tough game to really feel out your lineup in. On top of that, a wild weather Wednesday, which is part of why we have a scoreless first quarter. But both teams moving the ball pretty effectively for a weather game. A sign of things to come, maybe. Neither quarterback has thrown an incompletion. Granted, neither one has tried to throw anything more than like 15 yards downfield, but you got to like what you see so far, Koff.
So Carr's perfect, 3 out of 3. Both QBs actually are here in the snow. And let's see, on the ground, you got Jacobs with 14, Connor 22, Samuels just the 1 rush for 4. The receiving numbers, not a ton, obviously. Renfrow 1 for 17, Juju 1 for 13. And then single digits for Johnson, Waller, Aguilar, new Patriot, and Ebron as well. It's not a ton of receiving or rushing yards or offense in general here in this sim. So far, scoreless through 1 quarter in the snow. Monster says, Koff, who has the wrench last sim and then now? You know what I mean. I'm assuming, Monster, you mean who has the ability to, like, put people in timeout or ban people in the chat, and that would be the production crew. Always has the ability, whoever is on. As far as whether there's anyone else like a Bukes just lurking out there, I have no idea. But, I would assume it is the production crew if anything has gone awry or astray there in Simland in the DraftKings conference room.
I believe
another completion, 4 out of 4, just a 2-yard pickup that time.
Yeah, that makes Darren Waller, the murder hornet, our first multiple catch recipient today. And Waller went from a guy, like he and Tyrell Williams were both must-roster guys, and now you can kind of sort of fade him. He's had a handful of single-digit games, which is a little bit rare considering, A, the lack of talent around him in Las Vegas, especially in Madden 21 here. B, he's got those superstar traits, so you got to wonder if, and as not going to Waller there, Waller was in the vicinity instead of Tyrell Williams. Making it 1st and goal. Could be time for Josh Jacobs. Could be time for Jalen Richard. The 2-headed running back attack that makes it really difficult to trust either running back in this sim.
Jay Duncan says, "Oh, wild weather Wednesday, such a fickle beast."
Fickle.
It's true. An underused word, might I add. 1st and goal. It's a handoff. Jacobs, get in!
Ooh.
Touchdown! Las Vegas.
And look at that. Josh Jacobs, the RB1, should have been 2019's Offensive Rookie of the Year. Had a little bit of comeback to earth moment last season, but 6,200 in the flex. It only gave you about 7.5 points per game, so not super popular. I think a lot of people would have opted for Jalen Richard out of the backfield, given the fact that he was about half the price. But if you were bold, you threw double J into your lineup, you just got 6 points.
Like this guy right here.
Oh.
That's right. This guy right here. And I was skeptical. Jordan says, Koff, who was the mod last sim? I assume you mean moderator. Same deal. Production crew.
Yeah.
Why is this a focal point? That's
Yeah.
really what I'm wondering. It's always the production crew that has. I'll tell you what. This is where. I don't know. Am I selling the production crew or am I throwing them under the bus? I don't think I am because they're doing their job. But I can tell you it's never the commentators. Aside from when Mayo was on way back when, yes, Mayo had the ability in some YouTube control to actively ban people, as he did. And he thought it was hilarious. And, some people found it pretty funny as well. I do not have any sort of login ability to put any of you in timeout, although I do have the ability to, tell our production crew, hey, may want to keep an eye on this individual if I feel so inclined. But that's happened like twice ever. So not to worry. Christian also does not have the ability, and I'm fairly confident I can say for Christian and definitely for myself, we are aligned in not wanting that power.
That's correct, yes. And to be fair, most of the time you guys play nice and don't spam the chat or act like goons out there. So we do appreciate that. For the most part, it's typically pretty civil and not very weird at all. And every now and then we get an interloper who's like, oh, an open microphone where I can express my thoughts, and it just turns into a nightmare. So thank you for not being that. Thanks for being part of the DK Sin fan. Thanks for hanging out with us, and thanks for not being a jerk.
I mean, executive session sums it up well. They pretty much just let us say whatever we want, unless you say something super stupid or inappropriate, or off color, if you will. Occasionally that happens, but very rarely. I think you all do a great job in the DK Sim fam expressing yourselves the right way. James Washington with a catch, first down pickup for Pitt. Minute change gone by here in the second quarter.
That's my captain right there. And Washington, pretty consistent here in Simland. And for under $5K in salary, he's a guy who had 17 points in his last game, 10 before that. In fact, his low the last 5 games is still 6 points, which is a decent investment at 4,800. Especially when you consider he can get you 20 points in any given game. Real life Steelers still waiting for him to come along, and you know what? He might not actually do it. He's one of those guys where he's got the talent, but his best game at Heinz Field was in fact not as a Steeler, it was as an Oklahoma State Cowboy. Same with Mason Rudolph. They both went out and lit up the Pitt Panthers one game back in like 2017 and have yet to reach those dizzying heights. Mason Rudolph for obvious reasons, but James Washington because it is a stacked depth chart when it comes to wideouts in Pittsburgh. Not only they have Juju coming back next year on a pretty cheap 1-year, $8 million contract. In fact, he signed that deal over more lucrative contracts in Kansas City and Baltimore. We'll see if that works out for him. But you got Deontay Johnson, you got Chase Claypool. You have a bunch of young guys vying for snaps, and they're going to have to polish off their short routes for 2021 because Ben Roethlisberger is looking at a Drew Brees kind of finish to his career. Arm strength isn't there, checking down quite a bit, and you can make that work. The just question is for how long.
First and 10, almost 3 minutes into the second, 7-0 Vegas. Pitt looking for a tie, does get a first down. Roethlisberger out to the 34, racking up the yards. First down pickup for Eric Ebron. So we got into this just a little bit here, obviously, yesterday, and I think it was yesterday that we worked together, but honestly, all these days they blended. Maybe it wasn't. It was 2 days ago. I think it was 2 days ago. The 17-game season now in the NFL that is official, and it's happening, folks. People know their opponents out there, all that good stuff. Here's my question, though, for you. Might be tough to answer. I'm putting you on the spot. Is there a team that benefits more than others by a 17-game season? Or is it just another game for everybody else? And obviously, we already have the expanded playoff format, so it really doesn't change that much.
It's one of those things that I don't think we're really going to know about it until the season's going on. And there's some teams that do kind of keep things together with spackle and duct tape. I mean, if you take a look at the way the Steelers finished up last season, they absolutely would not have benefited from a 17-game season. They might not have won their division if they had to play an extra regular season game because they were falling apart. A team like the Raiders likely would have finished with a losing record after starting out 6-3. So right now, I think it's the teams it negatively affects are the ones that kind of come out of nowhere and surprise us either with how good they are or how good their record is. So yeah, for me, it's I don't necessarily see any one team right now where I'm like, oh, okay, they're going to have problems. If you want to bring up some teams that might struggle, I would pick anyone with an iffy quarterback because you can only game plan around that for so long. And I got to look back and see who the extra 8 games were added where. I mean, it's not like a typical season where the six guy, you're going to get 6 games against the rest of your division.
Right.
You play the whatever team corresponds with where you finish. So if you were the Jets, you get to play the 4th place teams in the AFC North, the AFC South, the AFC West. That's awesome. You get an idea where you're coming from. With the 17th rotating game, there's not that kind of stability necessarily. So it seems kind of equally bad for everyone. No, we'll figure it out as we go. I appreciate the Bears voting against the 17 game season. As a football fan, I like it, but as a football writer, I'm kind of like, oh man, there are a lot of good guys who might get hurt in this extra week, and for teams that are either 7th or 2nd in their conference, they're looking at 2 extra games per year now, not just the 17th game, but the extra wild card game. So. There's a lot to deal with there as we get a Connor touchdown, but it is not going to stand. JC into the end zone, but it looks like it's a Pouncey holding penalty. It's going to back this one all the way back to the 15-yard line. Oh, that's why he retired.
We got about 400 people watching here on the YouTube. Smash the like button. We're almost at 200, folks. Get us there. We appreciate you. 1st and goal from the 12. See if Roethlisberger can make one count this time. Completed left side and 6-yard pickup.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be fun to see where the Bears end up this season, a team that didn't vote for the 17-game schedule, because that kind of makes sense. They were kind of dangling by a thread, and they need an upgraded quarterback to even be competitive this year, because I think that defense is due for a slight decline as Connor gets the carry there. He can't make anything happen, but he does cut the yards needed to the end zone in half, going from the 6 down to the 3. The Bears are going to be a very interesting case, because if they hold together long enough, they can make it back to the playoffs. We saw that last year. Circumstances worked out in their favor. They started off 5-1. They limped to the finish line. And this year, they'll arguably get better or more consistent quarterback play out of Andy Dalton, but who the hell knows? Andy Dalton had a nice stretch per minute there in Dallas, but ended on a sour note, started on a sour note. Who knows? It's just going to be, that week 18 next year is going to be like half good, exciting games and half games where 2 teams have just absolutely given up because they know what their destiny holds. They're either going to the draft or their playoff spot is locked in. So I don't think this necessarily adds more good football. It just adds more football.
We got a 4th and goal from the 3. Let's see if they're so bold. They won't be. We'll get a field goal try. Shouldn't be a problem. Even in the snow from 20 yards. And make it 7-3. Vegas still leading. Just past the 2-minute warning. And we are nearing halftime, obviously. But another opportunity to tack on some points here for the Raiders. Is there for you? Just for you or for the NFL, I guess. And removing the obvious of wear and tear and injury risk that just comes along with an extra game. Is there any sort of downside for the league in doing this? Certainly any fans would take an extra regular season game over, a preseason game. Like, that's a no-brainer. You're getting your 20 games either way. What do you want the breakdown to be? Well, give us games that count. Give us games that, players that we know and care about are going to play in. Give us that extra week of fantasy. No question. Is there a downside, though, or is it just the injury component?
I mean, it's primarily the injury component. I don't really see a downside from the league standpoint, because the league is counting its money right now, and they know, listen, not only can we sell more football games, but we can sell an expanded playoff field, an expanded playoff race. They, in theory, are going to have fewer meaningless games, as I believe I am frozen. No.
Fumble. Recovered, though, by Vegas.
All right, back.
2nd and 24 on the way. You're here. We got you.
All right. Excellent, yeah. I see I missed nothing but the Las Vegas offensive line falling apart and a Derek Carr fumble, it looks like. It didn't go anywhere. So this 2-minute drill, not looking great for Vegas. This really does seem like the money they're going to be able to bring in, not only selling this latest round of TV deals where we knew the 17th game was coming, but it wasn't official yet. Obviously, that helped really expand the value of the league's television deals, which is going to in turn expand the salary cap. So you can go ahead and say, hey, that's good. We can give you more money to spend on your players. I think the biggest headache the league is going to have is what to do with roster sizes. Now that you're going to have more injuries, you're going to have more wear and tear on players. I think they're going to have to
expand that number.
Yeah, you're going to go beyond the 53-man limit, maybe larger practice squads as well. And yeah, maybe the league learned something from everything that happened with COVID and having to shuffle players in and out, but I kind of doubt it did, other than how to wring money out of a pandemic. So from the league standpoint, this is all a win. It's all good. They're going to make more money. They're going to exert more influence. It's fine.
Do you know off the top of your head, and I just don't, and I could look it up obviously, when the league moved to 16 games? How long ago that happened?
Yeah, I believe it was like 1989, I think. I'm
78, Drew
78.
says.
Oh, wow.
1978. Okay, so that was, let's just call it 40 years ago.
It's on me.
And what did it go, what was it, 14 to 16? Was that the move? 13
Yeah,
to 16?
14 to 16. So, yeah, that's...
So they tacked on
70,
2.
Yeah.
So we'll just call it 40 years, round numbers. Do you think we are 20, 30, 40 years away from having an 18th game? Do you think it's going to stay at 17 for a long time? Is it something that could happen sooner? How do you view the general progression? Because obviously, like, even 3 preseason games, most people will tell you, players included, like, well, drop it down to 2. Hell, drop it down to none. We don't want any part of it. Like, we don't, we don't care for preseason. I think we're a ways away from it not existing, though. Training camps, obviously, I'm just talking about the games themselves, which are effectively scrimmages that are generally meaningless for anyone who is not already guaranteed unless you're guaranteed a roster spot, it's just not necessary. It's the bubble guys that benefit, obviously, and coaches for those bubble guys that benefit from the experience of having preseason games. How far away are we, do you think, from any additional expansion?
I mean, it might be so far down the road that we're in an area where we're questioning maybe even the existence of the NFL in general, because I know a lot of people are thinking, well, with all the concussion news coming out, with all these concerns, very valid concerns about player safety, maybe there's a point in the future where the NFL loses that steam, where the NFL has to dial things back. And I mean, that is the biggest obstacle facing the league right now, what to do about player safety. And unless that blows over, unless they find a way to make a safer game, I don't think there's any way they can really get to 18, 19 games unless they can prove you can get through 17 okay. So it's going to be a while at the very least. I mean, I can't imagine that the NFLPA is going to jump at any kind of situation like that where they get an expansion beyond what they already have. But the interesting thing is this latest contract between the owners and the players doesn't say 17 games. It says no more than 18. So an expansion could be coming up in 2023, 2024 if the reviews are positive, if players say we can get through it, if the league can throw enough money to keep guys satisfied, we could see 18 games coming up. But an expansion beyond that, I don't see it happening for decades. And even then, you're getting to the point where it's like, well, what does the future of football look like? There's so many moving parts there that it's going to be very interesting to see how it turns out. I honestly don't think football is going anywhere, but I think you can find a lot of people who are like, listen, this sport is making a lot of lives worse, and maybe this gladiatorial contest is not where we want to be here in the 22nd century. No, it's still the 21st century. What year is it?
Yeah, for a little while longer.
Yeah, for a little while. So, yeah, it could be a situation where that's where we end up. I don't know. It's going to be a while before we get more than 18 games. 18 games could be soon.
7-3, Vegas in front through 2 quarters. We have gone at a faster pace in the snow than we did in the wind in the previous sim. And thank you all in the DK Sim fam for hanging out here with us. Christian DeAndrea, Adam Kaufman, producer Madison, Drew, our technical director, of course, Frangelico, rocking the, all the stats, all the manual scoring, getting the job done. That's right. Frangelico! You gotta love it. Gotta love it.
Yeah, Bass Pops. Yeah, I know, man. I got sidetracked in that one. was one of those improvisational sentences where I was trying to figure it out as I went. And I remember the whole thing about the 18th game. And yeah, it's all over the place, man. It's just a situation where American football is in a situation unlike any other major sport. And I don't think people are going to turn away from it. And I think we're going to have a reduction in top line talent the way we've kind of seen in boxing, because the money is good in the NFL. There is value to be had there that you don't necessarily have anywhere but the top ranks of boxing. But I think those concerns about CETE, about concussions, they're not going to go away. And if things do in fact get worse, if we can find a way to test for CTE before a player dies, I think that could be damning to the NFL. And that's going to lead to a very earnest discussion of how to play this game safely, if it can be played safely and still retain its charm. There's a lot of moving parts there. So I think projecting that far out is going to be tough.
Nick says, I'm sitting in third. No more points is good with me because I have no one left, LOL. Just checking in quick. Taking a look at the early classic slate, obviously, as we are early third quarter, and Derek Carr rifling one way.
He got him.
Henry Ruggs, Hank Ruggs, 31-yard pickup.
Dude, remember when Ruggs was like a $4,400 play? Now he's the most expensive skill player in the Raiders lineup. Those adjustments really paying off big. The latest update made Ruggs the monster that the real-life Raiders hope he can be. Made him the monster he was in college, as he's had a handful of 25-plus point performances. In fact, in his last 6 sims, he's had 2 different games with at least 33 points, so not a bad player roster. But we'll see if this play stands here or if Mike Tomlin just wasted a timeout. I don't know. It looks like it's 2 feet in. Help yourself from that angle.
So, if I may, I know we get accused, the two of us, or any combination of, people being together who happen to root for the Patriots, of turning these things into Patriot Sims. Well, if you may indulge me for a moment, there's relevant news, and that is Patriots owner Robert Kraft is speaking with the media right now. So just to highlight some of his comments, if you have any sorts of reactions, and I'm just trying to follow along here on Twitter to see if there's anything particularly interesting, but I'll read some of what has come out over the last 15 minutes or so. Really excited about the free agent spending this season. He said if there was ever a year to do it, this would be the year. We moved quickly. Instead of having 10 or 12 other teams competing against us, there were just 2 or 3, which I certainly would agree with. A good reading of the cap in general this year, but then just sort of, quite frankly, benefiting from the pandemic in the sense of the salary cap going down. So it wasn't just having all that money available. This is me saying this, not Kraft, but then other teams being hamstrung by it. There's no question about that. On, let's see, on Tom Brady going to the Buccaneers after 20 years. Where was it? Hang on, I'm going to have it. Oh, he says, in fairness to Cam Newton on last year, not sure he had the proper weapons around him, which,
sure.
I think
1,000%.
Yeah, there's just no debating that. Let me zero in on one Twitter follower or Twitter account as opposed to like 7 that are all putting up the same stuff. Mike Reese, ESPN. So on Brady, no regrets on allowing Tom Brady the opportunity to test free agency. We would make the same deal with any player who plays 20 years for the franchise and helps deliver 6 Super Bowl championships. On the drafting, I don't think we've done the greatest job the last few years. I hope and believe.
Correct.
I've seen a different approach this year. Notes it takes 2 years or so to judge a draft. Yeah. Draft adds, after my family, the Patriots are the most important thing in my life. The bottom line here is winning. That is what this business is. And when we don't, it's not a good feeling. So, I mean, there's not a lot new there, obviously. But one of the big talking points of late, because of the uncertainty at the quarterback position, just so much with pro days going on, and you had Alabama yesterday, and taking a look at Mac Jones and all those other guys, and obviously a bunch of the other QBs. It's the 5 QBs that are expected to go somewhere in the top 8, 9 picks, maybe even 1 through 5 or 5 out of the first 6, however it plays out, depending on future trades. You're talking Lawrence and Wilson and Fields and Lance and obviously Jones. A lot of mocks that I've been looking at still seem to think Mac Jones could fall to the Patriots. I just don't see it. I think that's a trade-up situation. I mean, heck, like he could go number 3 to the Niners. What do you think ultimately this we got a first down pick up there for Jalen Richard. Still 7-3, by the way.
Well,
what do you think are you like me in believing that there's just no anticipating what the Patriots are going to do in this upcoming draft, that it's just such a total wild card? Because, in your right mind, you might say, well, this is the time that you make a move and give up some capital and draft a quarterback. But, well, Bill Belichick doesn't think like the rest of us. So how do you think that he is surveying this landscape?
Yeah, no, everything about the Patriots the past few years has been kind of unprecedented. Last 12 months or so, in fact. Not only do you have a team that's going out there and spending, and I like the strategy. I think the execution was a little bit off. They very badly mismanaged the wide receiver market. When a guy like Nelson Aguilar gets more money than Juju Smith-Schuster, really doesn't suggest that it was money well spent. Hey, maybe Aguilar proves us all wrong, but I get the impression that he was the best he'll ever be last year as a Raider, and it's not going to end well in New England for him. So there were good and bad points about the Patriots' foray into free agency. I like some of it. I hated some of it. It's probably going to balance out and just be overall good. But that was so un-Bill Belichick. But he saw an opportunity and he took it. I don't think he's going to do the same thing at the draft. I think he's going to stay pat, probably, just because that's what he's always done. And the similar opportunity there isn't available to him. Unless someone kind of gets desperate in a trade back situation and he can look down at his draft value chart and say, oh, okay, this is a fair deal. I don't see the Patriots trading up, even if Mac Jones is their guy, even if they kind of get a shot at Justin Fields out of nowhere. I still am skeptical that Bill Belichick will throw away his shotgun approach of drafting in order to take a sniper rifle shot at a QB. It's a possible first down there from Richard. Very, very close. I'm sorry, Jacobs on that one. He did not get it, actually lost about half a yard. So big fourth down coming up. Are the Raiders going to go for it? Is Gruden going to roll the dice here? It's going to be very interesting. I think the other thing that you have to consider with the Patriots is, yes, they need a quarterback, but they are not a quarterback away. They made a lot of moves in free agency, but they still have a lot of holes that need to be filled. And there are a bunch of guys who will be there at 15 who could help, whether that's Micah Parsons or whether it's an interior lineman, or maybe if a guy like Rashawn Slater falls to them. I don't see a world in which Belichick looks at the top 8 picks or so and doesn't go, no, there's someone I like here that's going to fall. That makes a lot more sense for us than moving up and trading away draft capital. Because he's never had a perfect draft. He's never had a draft like Mickey Loomis had with the Saints, where he got Ryan Ramczyk and Marshawn Lattimore in the same draft. He hasn't even had an Indianapolis Colts-style draft. He's had good ones, but he's never had one single-handedly great draft. He has hits or misses. He just amasses so many picks that the hits often outweigh the misses, or the hits are big enough. We saw it last year with Harrod and Onwenu, who were late-round linemen who both looked very good. So yeah, I don't see the Patriots consolidating picks to go up and get their guy. I think they're going to follow the typical course, wait for some value to present itself, and then chase that all the way to whatever.
10-3 after the field goal by Dan Carlson. See if Pitt has the ability to even things up before the third quarter break. Still about 3 minutes left here. Again, CBA, AK, Mads, Drew, Frangelico, all hanging out here with you. It'll be really interesting. How would you, this is something that, many a front office are wondering right now. How would you personally rank those top 5 QBs currently, and or going into the draft? Because really, not a lot should change in the next month. It's not like they're going to play more games. It's just these pro days, which are glorified. It's like me holding a pro day with my kid out in the yard throwing a football to him. What are you really getting out of this? Obviously, interviews, things like that, sure, but just seeing a guy, in a t-shirt and shorts throwing a football, big deal. So how would you rank these 5 guys? And second to that, is there anyone that should be higher up on our radar? Someone that you think is going to be, a Dak kind of guy, that guy that slips. He's not in that upper tier right now, but he emerges, and we're talking about him a few years down the line as a good pro who maybe goes in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round.
Yeah, I'm with everyone on the Trevor Lawrence is going to be the best guy from this group. If you know someone that's out there saying Zach Wilson's going to be the guy, no, he's not. Zach Wilson is going to be fine. I think he's probably the 2nd best quarterback in this group, but he's like 2A to Justin Fields 2B. I know a lot of people are a little worried about the pass production of Ohio State quarterbacks and how Dwayne Haskins really did fall off, but I think Haskins was just mismanaged in Washington, and I think Fields is a better prospect overall. So I think Fields, and listen, they had very similar pro days, only Fields ran a 4.4 in his and Wilson didn't. So I think Fields is a little bit better equipped for 2020's NFL than a guy like Zach Wilson, but I think they're both going to be good. I think they're going to be, the Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, and not Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson in terms of, the way they play, but like the way they come out of the 2nd and 3rd. They aren't the top overall guy, but they both go on to have long careers and bring their teams to the playoffs. I think that's the kind of situation we're looking at there. And then 4 and 5 is really tough because, Mac Jones doesn't have the build, but he has the success. And Trey Lance, untested, didn't look good in his basically an exhibition FCS game last year. And I like Lance's raw tools a little bit better, but how do you discount the success of a guy like Mac Jones, especially when we've seen successful NCAA quarterbacks really turn that into solid careers recently, including your Oklahoma guys, Baker Mayfield and Kyler Murray, but also Deshaun Watson. Now, granted, Mac Jones isn't going to be running like any of those 3 guys, but he can give you some good value. So if you had me rank them 1 through 5, Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson / Justin Fields. You could flip-flop them. I don't care. I'm probably going to change the way I rank them multiple times before we get to draft time. And then I'll go Trey Lance and then Mac Jones. Mac Jones goes 3rd overall. The Niners have really screwed something up here. If they traded away 3 first-round picks to get Mac Jones, I feel like the season ticket holders in Santa Clara should be given a refund, no questions asked.
You're not giving John Lynch any sort of benefit of the doubt with the way that he has managed things over the last few years?
Hey, I think John Lynch is a great general manager. I just don't think you trade 3 first-round picks if you're really going after Mac Jones. I think it might be a smokescreen. You saw Kyle Shanahan there at Mac Jones' pro day. He did not look impressed. Jones, even in that underwear Olympics kind of situation, wasn't making the big throws that he made on the field for Alabama. Briefly, Mac Jones was the favorite to be the number 3 overall pick. I feel like that's crashed back down. I feel like we've regained our senses, and I think San Francisco will either go after a guy like Fields or Wilson if he somehow slips down to number 3.
Do you worry about Mac Jones at all? As you said, compared to all the others and in general, it's almost like he enters the league as a dinosaur. He's the old breed. He's a pocket guy. He's not going to run the ball. But then in addition to that, coming out of what's already an NFL offense, right? Just surrounded by so much talent, so many guys that are going to go in the first round of this draft, that you almost don't feel like you get the most accurate representation of him compared to some of the other guys that do better or as well working with less.
Yeah, very feasible. I think that's what a lot of people are betting on with a guy like Trey Lance, we saw that you can come right from FCS and have an immediate impact. Now, granted, Carson Wentz's last season didn't exactly bolster that case, but Wentz for a minute there was an MVP candidate. He was a big reason why the Eagles got to the playoffs in the first place before Nick Foles finished it off and won himself a Super Bowl MVP. So I think for a lot of teams out there, if you have the physical traits, you can make the argument the gap between FBS and FCS is closing. I think if you have the physical traits, you can make the case that the gap between D2 and D3 and D1 is closing a little bit, especially when you have guys like Ben Barch, Kyle Duggar being day 2 picks. So, I think there is a little bit more appreciation for guys that come from smaller backgrounds, guys that come from not as productive programs in the NCAA realm. And I think part of it too is that we've seen a giant upgrade when it comes to scouting. You don't have guys really fall the way they did before. I mean, it used to be, in the 2000s, you could draft a guy towards the tail end, 6th or 7th round, you could find yourself a 1,000-yard receiver. That doesn't happen anymore. There are no more Marquez Colstons. There are no more Julian Edelmans. Those guys get snapped up earlier. If you're drafting a guy after round 5, you're basically drafting a dud. Like, you might get a good special teamer, but that's it. So this is a situation where at the top, it's always going to be crowded, but the separation in those tiers is typically pretty dead on. Sure, you're going to get a Dak Prescott here and there, but for the most part, don't get too excited about your 4th round pick, especially if he's Jarrett Stidham.
Are you like me and just being generally skeptical of quarterbacks that come out of the SEC?
That's a good question. I think I would have been before, just because for a long time it did feel like it was a lot of defense-oriented teams and running game-oriented teams, and not quite Big Ten levels, but you got a lot of programs there where the team speed around them really lifted them up and made them not as successful. But there have been a lot of very solid SEC quarterbacks to make their way from the conference to the pros. Peyton Manning, Matthew Stafford, the sex cannon himself, Rex Grossman. No, not Rex Grossman. But you got a lot of guys who went on to the league and played at a high level. Cam Newton, I'm sure if we thought a little bit more about it, we'd find a ton of those guys. Ryan Tannehill. So there are enough solid performers. I don't think that if you're getting a guy out of the SEC, he's any more likely to fail than getting a guy out of the Pac-12 or getting a guy out of the Big Ten. I think it's just kind of a crapshoot no matter where you go. And sometimes, you just need to be able to identify the guy who has that combination of athleticism, of those upper-tier passing skills. We get oh, wow. He got in. So James Conner, the punt play of the day, very inexpensive running back for this Steelers team. It cost you $3,400 in the flex, crashes through to the end zone, and he's having himself a pretty solid day today.
I had him, and I took him out, and I put in. I think it was James Washington. I think that was the flip that I made. What a shame.
Yeah, at least you didn't captain Washington.
No, my captain though has done Bupkis. 1 for 9, Tyrell Williams right now. Quarter number 4, thanks for being with us. About to be 10-10. Obviously, the Raiders, we'll see if they have an answer. DeMac Line is leading our early bird special, the There's Never Bad Weather at postroute.substack.com free roll that we've got going on here for anyone that is unaware. We encourage that you subscribe, obviously. That should goes without saying. Robert Kraft, by the way, adding, we don't need to go down this road because we've had this conversation 1,000 times, but we haven't heard it from him. Saying, I really do believe Cam getting COVID and what it did to the team, it changed a lot, and now we'll get a chance to see.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll find out. Find out, Robert. So, second part of my question that I asked before, obviously we fixated on the top 5, rightfully so, but as DeMac Line says, Goff, time for me to screenshot this first place. Hopefully it holds for you, man.
Nice.
Rooting for you. What about those day 2, day 3 guys? People like to talk about Kellen Mond among some others, or anyone that's in that next crop that you think is going to ultimately not only be a good pro, but maybe be a better pro than someone in that top 5 that we just talked about.
That's the thing. It's really tough to identify those guys. You never really know who they're going to be. I know there's been a lot of love for the quarterback out of Stanford right now, Davis. Oh crap, what is his name? See, now I got to look it up because I was going to break him down and do a nice draft piece on him, but my guy QB class, Derek Klassen, already went through and did and basically said, woof, this guy stinks. So it's a tough situation. Davis Mills, that's the guy. Not a 5-star recruit, just didn't have a ton of tape at Stanford. Looking like he'll be a day 2, maybe day 3 kind of guy with a high upside, but impossible to tell right now if he'd be able to turn to anything good. Same with like a Kyle Trask or a Kellen Mond. I don't necessarily see that from those guys, but you have a Dak Prescott who was, solid college quarterback. It looked like that was all he was going to ever be because he was kind of a dual threat guy without great tools. And what did he do? Well, he came out of the 4th round and was an immediate starter after Tony Romo's injury, and he's played great football ever since. So, I don't know, it's a tough situation. And listen, I see you guys trying to dunk on my SEC take, but the fact of the matter is, like, 8 current starting quarterbacks right now, 7 of them are from SEC schools. So, I mean, that's more than ample representation among the NFL. The SEC produces decent quarterbacks at a rate similar to other conferences out there.
I generally agree with you. I just think that, and you mentioned some of the names, I just think that for every good SEC quarterback, turned or SEC quarterback turned good NFL player, I think for every one of those you have like 10 or 15 that don't. You know what I mean? Now I get though the logic that like how many guys really hit in an NFL draft in general. Like it's
right.
A lot of these guys are in and out of the league pretty quickly, no matter what position they play. It's a crapshoot. It's very difficult at the next level. If it were easy, then nobody would ever have redrafts and that sort of thing that we spend time looking back on. It's like there isn't an exact science to any of this, but
only 32 quarterbacks out there in a given year mean anything. So
exactly,
it's a scant position.
A very scant position.
Anyway, Winter Bold would like you to ask you a question. Who's closer to a title call, Boston College or the Boston Celtics? He'll hang up and listen.
Definitely the Boston Celtics, without question. And it doesn't even, unless you're talking about Boston College hockey.
Go Eagles.
Then yeah, absolutely. Who actually just got knocked out before
the Frozen Four?
Yeah, before the Frozen Four, unfortunately.
Well, at least they didn't lose as a 1 seed like Wisconsin did. At least they didn't lose in incredibly heartbreaking fashion like North Dakota did, which was, one hell of a game, man. Not only do you get overtime elimination game hockey, but it went longest men's hockey tournament game ever. And eventually St. Cloud State escaped with the win. No, Minnesota Duluth. I get all. Man,
start over.
There are too many damn Minnesota teams out there. There were like 5 of the remaining 8.
So many.
Yeah. Anyway, this drive could not have gone much worse for the Raiders. Punted away on 3rd and 33. And don't even flip the field all that much as that one bounces through the end zone for a touchback. So the Steelers will have about 5 minutes left here. They're going to have the chance to really grind some clock. And the way Connor's been running might not be a terrible idea for them.
Drew was wondering if you have a cool David Blah fact.
David Blau? I do not.
Blah. Kind of.
Yeah, other than the Purdue connection that already got thrown in there. He didn't suck on a Thanksgiving Day game, which was admirable of him. When Matthew Stafford was injured in 2019, he came in and produced better than expected value. He still wasn't very good, but for a guy named David Blau, he did better than you would have thought. The Lions, I believe, were in that game longer than we expected. As Mr. Hawk, abolish Wild Weather Wednesday. Yeah. Listen, if Emerson Latsia had his way, we would see nothing but bright skies and sunshine on Wild Weather Wednesday.
I'm telling you right now, guys, it is not a coincidence you don't see him on Wednesdays anymore.
He flexes his muscle. He's like, you know what? I'm taking the day off. I'm gonna go Instagram my dogs instead. Maybe they'll do something adorable, or even if they don't, I'm just gonna post pictures of them either way because that's how my brain works. I'm Emerson Latsia, and right after I'm done with this broadcast, I'm gonna hop on the Peloton. Ooh, is that Uncle Vance right there? of Vance Refrigeration. It is indeed. So Vance McDonald, another punt play coming alive here. He's got about 5 points in the flex right now and only cost you $2K to roster. Remains a useful addition when you're out of cash, but a whole bunch of those guys today. That was my problem building this lineup, Colin. It just, there were a bunch of guys I wanted to get in there for like $4K each, and then I just had so much money left over that it broke my brain to try and submit a lineup like that. You get that? Do you get that? Like when you
in the showdown, you can do that though.
It just kills me. It slays me. It's like, oh man, I got $2,300 left over. Like, nah, don't do it. Don't do it.
No, I'm with you. If I ever have more than $1,000 left over, I'm rebuilding, which is not. I would not advise that approach. It's not the way you build. But I do it. I just don't like to see all that leftover money.
Fair, reasonable.
I also don't really care if I win, so there's that. I'd like to, but these are free rolls after all.
Again with a solid pickup, so up over 50 yards. He's got you double digits in the flex, which is a great sign for a guy who, again, dirt cheap. Typically this one might push his value up over like 5K in the flex. I can't imagine a lot of people are going to be super psyched about paying that, but Connor having one of those good shut you up type games. This Steelers team would really benefit if he could get back to his old self. That rookie year James Conner, or that year 2 Pro Bowl James Conner, where he ran for 973 yards and 12 touchdowns and only 13 games. But he hasn't really been that guy. He's been solid. You want him in your platoon, and he's a bigger dude. He weighs about 235, so he can push a pile for you. You just want to have someone else back there to help ease the burden from that passing game and poor Ben Roethlisberger's tired shoulder. As this drive continues to churn along, and we might be looking at a Derek Carr 2-minute drill to tie this game back up, which is probably not what you want to hear if you're a Raider fan. It's Connor again. So another nice little pickup there. That should take us down to the 2-minute warning. And then the Raiders are going to have to start thinking about their timeouts in order to keep this game from getting out of hand.
Saw this from Choker. Hey, Vance, this is not Madden 20. It's true. We don't hear from him a lot in Madden 21. We've hit the 2-minute warning, 10-10 game. Could overtime be in our future? Closing in on the hour mark here of this sim. The early bird special. Another one on the way after this, obviously.
I will be back. It'll be Rossi and I.
That's right. Rossi coming on back.
Yeah, the congeniality crew, the CC.
I got to think that Rossi's, he's probably going to be a little more relaxed with you than he was with Kenny earlier. Just a hunch.
Yeah, to be fair, Kenny's whole shtick is raising your blood pressure by association, so I get it. I understand it. There it is. The Raiders take their first time out there, so saving themselves what should be plenty of time after this Boswell chip shot here. It'll be a 26-yarder. It's up and it is good.
I can't think of, there may be 2 times that I've ever actually gotten in the 600 plus of these that I've done, that I've ever gotten actually aggravated in the midst of calling a sim based on a conversation I was having with who I was working with. I'm not going to name names. Wouldn't do that. But my point in bringing that up is that neither instance was Kenny. Kenny and I have never. Kenny and I, we've battled, we've argued, but we've never. I probably upset. I know I've upset him, but it's never gotten to the point where he's upset me before.
Yeah, it can. Yeah, the nice thing is, if you can set him, if you can wind him up enough, he's like a music box. You keep twisting, and then for the next 4 or 5 minutes, it'll just play on. The music will keep going and keep going. It's great if you need to take a break, go to the bathroom, make yourself a sandwich. You can do all those things once Kenny starts on a rant. And trust me, coming from me, a man who rants constantly, I know what I'm talking about. I can appreciate a great rant when I hear one, and Kenny is a source of said rants. As Jason Witten in the game, we might get a little tight end 2 action here from the Raiders, or maybe Derek Carr won't even look his way. No, that's him. That's old man Witten on the board. Somehow fleeced this Raiders team out of $5 million to come back and play last year, despite not looking even remotely useful the year before with the Cowboys. And he rewarded that faith with 13 catches in 16 games. Jason Witten, you still got it.
Got that. Darren Waller for a first down. Again, the Raiders down by 3 with 2 timeouts available, 2 for Pitt as well. Minute and change left, basically midfield, 44-yard line. Obi-Wan says only 2. That's hard to believe. I mean, I don't have an exact number, but I could count them on one hand. That much I know. And obviously, one of them was not Christian either, or I wouldn't even bring it up. I'm not sure everyone's had a fight with anyone has ever had a fight with Christian. It would be very difficult to take you seriously in an argument.
No, Kenny's found a way. Don't worry.
2nd and inches on the way.
Yeah, time is ticking down here. The Raiders may be content to play for a field goal, but they're going into that open end of the stadium where everything's a lot tougher. And this is the sim version of Daniel Carlson, who is notably worse than the real-life version. Real-life Daniel Carlson had himself a pretty solid year. He developed into one of the top guys in the AFC. 33 of 35 with his field goals last year. 4 of 4 from 50-plus. I got to say that, when we see him try from 40 or 50-plus here in Simland, it's like a 30% chance that he's going to make it. So, big strike there. That's going to make it a lot easier. Waller down inside the 30. Be about 43 yards from here. We saw Boswell miss from about 47 going to this side. Looks like the Raiders are going to be content to let this one tick all the way down before trying the field goal here. 11 seconds. I can't imagine they're going to run a play here and not kick the field goal.
First and 10 from the 26. 11 ticks left to go, 4th quarter.
There's the icing time. This is going to make it a little bit tougher.
Obi-Wan says, Ducey gets paid to rant. Well, no. I mean, he gets paid to be here. The ranting just comes along with it.
Yeah, we just kind of let it happen so we can, escape for a minute, go see our families, go tweet about what Kenny's saying online. All right, Carlson now game-tying field goal attempt from 43 in the snow on a wild weather Wednesday to the tough heart of the stadium. That ball kicked to the damn moon, and it's good.
Kicked to the moon.
Yeah. Everything escaped the upper limit of the stream, and we are a few seconds away from overtime here. Steelers have 8 seconds and 1 timeout, but unless they get one hell of a kick return, none of that's going to matter. We are going to go to bonus football here in the lovely city of Pittsburgh.
Who doesn't want a little free football, folks? We remind you after this sim, NBA pre-lock will be on the way. Get you set for tonight's slate. What do we got, 10 games in the association tonight? It's going to be busy, folks. If anyone wants to play, you know where to find me. DK-A Kaufman. Bring that heat. Drew, we playing tonight? 13 all. Final seconds of the 4th quarter. Bucky says, Koff, what was your career before DK came around? Oh, it's a long, winding road, Bucky. That is a conversation best saved for a time that is not overtime.
You might be able to tell that this man works in radio, though.
Yeah, right.
Maybe you get a hint of that. I was actually...
Is it rude to just direct somebody to your LinkedIn page? I feel like that would be easier.
Assuming someone wants to read LinkedIn is a very rude thing.
I feel like that. Yes, a lot of radio, TV, stuff like that. Digital media, multimedia platforms, and a lot of that still continues. It's not solely DK right now, but love being here and doing what we do, obviously. So let's see what we get in terms of who is going to start off with the ball after this coin toss. All right, so it's going to be the Steelers' ball after the Raiders' kick. Remember, if you are new, or I guess I should say remember, or if you are new, since you can't remember something if you haven't heard it before. If the Steelers score a touchdown here, game over. If it's a field goal, the Raiders will have an opportunity to tie or obviously win. If we remain tied, be it 13-all or 16-all after each team has had a possession, then sudden death. There are no ties in Simland.
Steelers were moving the ball pretty well the drive before they stalled out in the red zone. Obviously, don't want to end there again. Raiders moved the ball very effectively to tie this game up, and they got a little bit of momentum now, even though they're in front of that hostile environment at Heinz Field. Heinz, a nice stadium, but it is in the shadow of a great one, PNC Park, where I spent many a $5 bill watching terrible, terrible Pirates teams. Good memories. Saw a lot of great teams come in and just beat the ever-loving crap out of the Pirates. Saw a lot of Jack Wilson highlights. Jack Wilson, all-time favorite. I gotta give it the. See, I got a few. Like, I've been collecting the signed jerseys from places I've been, and I have a solid Jason Kendall.
Nice.
Like, I might have to go on eBay and figure out. Like, I can imagine you can get a replica Jack Wilson jersey signed by Jack Wilson for under $30.
What do you do with these? Do these hang in your closet? Do you frame them, put them on the wall? What's the plan here?
Ideally, they're going to get framed or shadow boxed and put up on the wall. Currently, they are just in a Tupperware container in the basement, slowly gathering. Well, I guess not gathering dust, but avoiding the dust. So they're like, it's a random mix too. It's like Larry Sanders, Milwaukee Bucks, and Eddie George, Tennessee Titans. And, I think we talked about this before. My Celtics one is James Posey of all people. Like, some of it's just like guys I could get, and some of it was like guys who were cheap. I'm like, all right, I can get a signed James Posey jersey for $14. Like, all right, I feel like someone's taking a loss on this one.
Now, Call Me Fig is copying and posting my LinkedIn page into the chat. Second and 10. For anyone wondering, follow Call Me Fig, apparently. Third and 10 on the way. Again, NBA pre-lock on the way with Shirag Hira. Full-time Felix will join along as well. Julian Edlow, to those unaware.
Yeah, and Monster, I had been to Three Rivers. I'd never been to a Steelers game there, but I'd been to various Pirates games, and that place sucked. That was, like, any of those cookie-cutter stadiums from the 70s, like, you felt bad for the players who were playing out, whether it was Riverfront Stadium or the old Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia. Not only, like, were the fans subjected to weird sight lines and, like, and terrible seating, but, like, those stadium floors were just concrete and a thin layer of AstroTurf. And, like, that AstroTurf, there is no comfortable way to land on AstroTurf. There was no comfortable way to be tackled. It was always just pain. Like, at Carnegie Mellon, that's what we had for our lacrosse games. And after every game, you'd go to the shower and you'd figure out exactly where and how much turf burn you had. It was absolutely nightmarish. Just, you could figure out exactly how much skin you'd lost, and then you would wait for it to get infected, because that's what AstroTurf does. We made professional athletes play on that for years and years and years. It's amazing we didn't have more catastrophic injuries way back when. Nice strike there from Derek Carr.
Finding 14.
Yeah. So about, let's say, 30 more yards before we start feeling good about a game-winning field goal from Daniel Carlson, although he did just ice it with a 43-yard kick to send to overtime.
It just finally jumped ahead of you in the free roll, too. Not doing well, neither are you. We're both, sitting right around the 100 out of the 175, but I just finally passed you.
Oof. Yeah, it would be nice if we get some Tyrell Williams action to maybe break me into that top 100, but I I'm holding out no hope whatsoever. This has been the terrible game I deserve for forgetting it was Wild Weather Wednesday.
13 all. Again, 1st and 10, midfield, right on the nose, right on the logo. Raiders with the ball. See if they can get ahead. Next points win here in this one. Carr, very quick release and a quick completion for 12. Another 1st and 10 on the way as we are inching toward field goal range. Ruggs with the catch. We're not quite there yet. At least not comfortably so.
Yeah, I think technically they might attempt it with Carlson from here, but 55 yards in this kind of weather is far from a safe bet. So we'll see if the good news is the game isn't going to play it safe and just run it 3 times before kicking. We might see a few more aggressive tactics, and that helps right there. Is that Witten again? It is the old Galoof, the lovable oaf, Jason Witten, getting his 2nd catch of the day. Witten, not rosterable most days, only 2.7 points per game. He's up above that today. So if you shelled out the 2,200 for him, well, 1, why? But 2, congrats.
Good for you.
Oof.
That didn't help.
Wide
Keep these
receiver.
things south of 50 still, but that did not help.
Oof. All right, 3rd and short coming up here. And
Noah calling for
Again.
Waller to end this game.
yeah, I'd be okay with it. A little Waller, a little Tyrell. Who do you need? Let's speak it into existence. I see it. Oh, all right. Noah Moon saying that he wants Waller. That means I cannot possibly abide.
I can't wait to hear who Jules and Chirag are rolling with tonight, who their top plays are. NBA pre-lock coming up after this. It'll be right around a half hour, maybe 40 minutes, depending on how long this particular sim takes, obviously. But they're waiting patiently to deliver you all the great news. You got James Harden and Giannis and Towns, Luka, obviously, Fred VanVleet, Pascal Siakam, a number of others.
Shard there picks up a huge first down. This drive continues. Yeah, I might have to tune in just to see the rest of Mr. Edlow's shirt right there. See if he is in fact another Rhode Island dirtbag like myself.
Oh, you bet he is.
Oh, the Rams. Kingston. What's up? I am technically a former URI student. I had to take a summer class there because I failed physics so badly at Carnegie Mellon. I had to retake it over the summer.
Yeah,
It's not easy at URI.
I'm technically a former Cape Cod Community College student just because I signed up for a summer class just because I wanted to say that I went to Four Seas by the Sea. And then I dropped the class and I never even took it. I said, what am I doing? It's summer and I don't need to do this.
Yeah, that's a lunatic behavior.
This is a dumb reason to be motivated by something.
Yeah, that is a bizarre choice that you made there. Did you pay them money just to drop a class?
I think I got it refunded.
Okay.
After I I really did. I went bought the books and everything. Like, why am I doing this?
Yeah. Yeah.
And Drew says, "Who is that for, other than you?" Yeah. I mean, exactly. Have you guys not come to learn me or get to know me well enough?
Was that like a line you'd use on the ladies earlier in your life? Like, what's up, girl? You know I went to Four Seas by the Sea? And they go, what? I'm sorry, who are you?
What?
Also, how did you end up in this yoga class? You were clearly not dressed for it. And also, put some pants on, you lunatic. And also, I'm sorry, what? Things like that. That's my experience with women anyway.
All right, we have a chance to end this thing with a 42-yard field goal as Drew sends along the Barney Stinson self-5. Yeah, pretty much. Hater says, Koff, when you watch NBA pre-lock, do you just sit on the couch and laugh at their suggestions? I do not, although I will say this, maybe tonight's the night. I've never, I've played LaMarca and some of these guys. Actually, LaMarca and I play every night at this point. I've never had a head-to-head with Jules or Chirag. Maybe we should do that tonight with a 10-gamer, and then we can find out. Maybe tonight's the night. The Mac line says, Koff, only chance I have to win this is for Connor to get another chance. Well, it could happen. He'll go in the snow. Let's find out.
42, game on the line, kicks up, and it is
to the moon. To the moon, Daniel.
Never a doubt. Daniel Carlson looking like real life Daniel Carlson, delivering the win. And hey, in a day where the Raiders didn't get a lot of much done, I think the crusty cough's going to have to go to the kicker, the savior. Game-tying points at the end of regulation, the game-winning points in overtime. Daniel Carlson, let's go ahead and spout it out right now. You are the crusty cough player of the game for the Madden matinee.
I like that. Like that a lot.
Early bird special. Sorry. And now we got a babysitter Billy someone. Well, it's not going to be super easy, but Carl, I believe there's a man you and I both have on the roster. Came in averaging a robust 13.4 points per game and finished with 1.9. That is Mr. Tyrell Williams.
Oh, you mean my captain? Yeah.
Your captain? I'm sorry. 2.75 in the captain spot, though. So that maybe changed.
2.85, how dare you?
Sorry, I didn't mean to short you a tenth of a point. That's on me. But you know what? Let's go ahead and give him the babysitter Billy, not my kid honors today. Mm-hmm. And you want to hit these stats, or just want to duck out and let the NBA?
Yeah, let's rifle through them very quickly. Roethlisberger 235 passing, 205 for Carr. Neither completed a touchdown. Smash the like, by the way, to get you set up for NBA pre-lock in a moment. We'll look at the rushing and receiving. Just the notable numbers. Connor 12 for 65, a touchdown. Jacobs 16 for 53. He had a score. The receiving numbers, please. And we'll tell you who stood out there as well, obviously, as 2008 Filament is the projected winner, just barely eking out a victory over DeMackline by a half point, barring stat adjustments by our guy, Frangelico. As far as the receiving numbers go, Juju Smith-Schuster, 8 for 75, Ruggs, 6 for 86, and not a whole lot else to tell you about, quite frankly. Waller, sub 50, Washington, Johnson, Witten, same story. I don't think anybody, Ebron as well. Anyone down there at the bottom? Nope. Yeah, it was just a lousy game if you like offense, which a lot of you do, so we apologize. But we also have no control over it, so it is what it is. Make sure you subscribe to postroute.substack.com and get a whole lot of great information about football and other walks of life. Wild Weather Wednesday, obviously, will be continuing on with the late classic, which begins in about 45 minutes, and you will have a rain game, a couple of snow games as well. Rest of the way, it is Christian DeAndrea coming back with Jason Rossi at 6, Niners, Bucks, Chiefs, Browns, Brendan Glasheen, and Geoff Ulrich together for prime time at 8. That's Eastern, of course, and at 10, Madden After Dark, it will be Phonics and Moose together again, Broncos and Bears. But now we got to get some NBA information. We got to find out if Jules and Chirag and I are getting after it later as well. Let's get some insights. NBA Pre-Lock Live. Our thanks to Mads, to Drew, to Frangelico. We turn things over to the Wolfman and full-time Felix. Take it away, fellas.
Thanks, Kaufman.
How'd Wolfman start?
It's the vegan werewolf, man. So we at. Welcome, everybody. Wednesday edition of Pre-Lock Live. It's about to go down. I got Julian in the Wednesday seat for the last time of this season. I know he's at. I know.
You know that's not actually going to happen. For the last scheduled time this season, until you slack me next week, so and so can't do it. Come on.
Hey. Matt's always been around. He filled in nicely. So we're going to be switching the schedule up a little bit. Want to tell you guys about our new feature programming that's going to be filling in the Friday slot. And that's going to be our boys, Steve Buchanan and Matt LaMarca, doing some Pre-Lock Live baseball edition. Opening day is just around the corner. So we have those two studs jumping in. Now let's jump into tonight's slate. We have some entertaining games. Brooklyn playing Houston. James Harden playing against the Rockets. It's a big projected spread here with the high total. And then we have Sacramento and San Antonio as the other games with the extremely high total. A little bit higher than this Brooklyn game. Julian, what's standing out to you on this slate so far?
I mean, what's standing out is that these big slates just generally are going to give us so much news that things are going to change. Like, we already have Jaylen Brown ruled in, which is probably good because it doesn't force you to feel like you have to use some value in kind of a clustered Celtics situation. Evan Fournier certainly did not work on Monday, but nobody saw 0 for 10 coming with no assists. Like the OKC value, the way that they're trending, and now your guy Poku, I'm not going to try and say his name, he's out. So that opens up a little more. I would say Makailu is the better option there. Kenrich Williams, maybe another guy. It's again, there's so much like $3,000-$4,000 stuff that you can do in that range. That you can do whatever you want with a Giannis, with a Harden. Hopefully you stayed away kind of from our advice on Monday, because we said use Westbrook or Harden and use those middle plays. Hopefully you played Westbrook and Harden and used all those values, because they both went off. If you want to do that again on this slate, there's the value to do it. If you just want to play one stud, you can.
Well, before we get into all the news and notes from the slate, want to remind everybody, have DraftKings Sportsbook open, ready to go. There's already news coming out right now. Jeremy Lamb, game time decision. Doug McDermott expected to play. Frank Kaminsky ruled out. Yeah, these are not big pieces of news, but they were unexpected. I didn't expect Frank Kaminsky to be in the health protocols right now. So you want to be prepared. Get DraftKings Sportsbook open so we can make these moves as we jump into it. And another guy that you didn't mention, Donovan Mitchell. He is out due to personal reasons, and I like Jordan Clarkson playing against the Memphis Grizzlies. 5,500. You could even talk me into Conley there as well.
Right. So Mitchell, we got that news late on Tuesday night. So what it did is there's not really a betting edge. The line readjusted. Player props weren't even released, so they have time to come out appropriately. But the slate had already been created, so salaries were in. So Clarkson is an edge. Conley, like you said, potentially an edge. There's the Mitchell news definitely gives us more of an edge on the DFS side than the sportsbook side of things.
Yep. And another guy that the news came out after salaries were released, but a little bit earlier, we had Kyle Lowry. He's going to be out due to a foot infection now. So with the foot infection, that really sets up. We've seen Fred VanVleet, his minutes have been trending down lately, but if they want to press the gas right now, they can play FVV 42 minutes and not even hesitate whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, he had 8 assists when Lowry sat that game on Sunday against Portland. That definitely helps. The ball is going to be in VanVleet's hands rather than sharing time with Lowry. So I think that's the number one guy. It helps. Trickle-down effect to Siakam, OG Anunoby. Kind of surprised Malachi Flynn wasn't more involved, but they have bigger bodies they can play. VanVleet, though, definitely the guy that benefits most.
Yeah. I mean, Anunoby's been playing really well. At this salary, he seems like a safe-ish, single entry play with the projected fantasy line of like 35 to 38 fantasy points. He showed 41 against the Nuggets, so you have a little bit of upside at 6,300 there too.
Yeah, I think that OKC is in such a weird place right now that Toronto can still blow this game out without Lowry, and it's all young players. So defensively, I don't know if they're quite there. So yeah, I think that if you do want to go that route, I think OG is a cheaper way to save off of the studs, but he gives you that 40 DK point potential that you kind of want with VanVleet and Siakam.
Yep, definitely. We have a question coming in from the chat. Actually, a few of them. If you have any of your questions, make sure producer Mads will grab it and bring it to us. Drop your question in so then you can get in on the show. First question, can I talk you into some Joe Ingles? Yes, Jingling Joe is always a good play on this show. We love it. 5,600 though. I mean, the thing that scares me a little bit is that, Connolly is in. Usually when Jingles starts, it's because Connolly is out. So having Connolly in the lineup makes it so that the assist totals kind of is a little bit lower here. In his last start, he had 7 assists. You have to look at that as kind of the upside. Yes, the 3-point shooting and the scoring is there, but that's really where he comes in as a facilitator. And having Connolly in the lineup, you don't need him to be as much of a facilitator. So if Connolly breaks down the defense, kicks it out for 3, that makes sense. But I think, in this game, I I'm leaning towards Clarkson just due to the fact that Clarkson's coming off that abysmal performance. Yeah, he might be a little bit cold, and that could keep people off of him. People are going to gravitate towards Ingles just because he's done really well the last bunch of times that Utah had a starter, and Clarkson's coming off a bad game. So I think Ingles might be like maybe more of the cash play, and look at Clarkson maybe more of the turn play. What do you think, Julian?
Yeah, the one thing that I will say is I'm not that concerned about Conley being in, because if Ingles is taking over for Conley, he's still playing with the go-to guy and Mitchell on the floor. So either way, Mitchell is the guy and he's now off the floor. Conley's going to defer more, and I do think that helps Clarkson more. Clarkson's going to be a go-getter in this spot and do the most heavy lifting. But playing alongside Conley is probably going to yield more fantasy success for Ingles or more shots at least, than playing alongside Mitchell. So I think this helps. I just think this helps everybody more with Mitchell being out versus Conley. I don't think there's downside in it.
Makes sense. And it's one of the higher totals on tonight's slate. So I really like that from that perspective where, the Memphis Grizzlies have not been an elite defensive team. You could see that, they are up-tempo paced game and they struggle against small forwards. So that could set up here where Ingles, he's listed as a small forward, shooting guard, small forward eligibility, and that's their biggest weakness right now from a defense versus position.
Yeah, the defense versus position thing has become it becomes a little less important to me each year with just how positionless basketball is developing and with how injury news is developing. It's just all about the injuries and who's going to get the minutes. That's the biggest thing. But sprinkling that on top doesn't help. And if that's a position where, the opposition is weaker, it certainly doesn't hurt the argument for one play over another. It just, it used to be when I was doing the NBA cheat sheet, 5 days a week, that used to be a bigger factor 2 or 3 years ago. Whereas this year, it wasn't even listed next to the player's name. It's just so-and-so versus this team, and it's about the opportunity that player is going to have. But again, it's still something to look at and something that can't hurt.
Yep. More questions coming in from the chat. Will Vooch see more usage if LaVine is out? If so, will it be enough to make him viable? I'm a little bit concerned about that game. Phoenix is a really strong defensive team. They've been strong the entire year. They slow it down a little bit with Chris Paul. He's not trying to run and gun. You're not have those old Steve Nash sons that are running out here. This game has the lowest total on the slate. So I'm leaning a little bit away from Vooch because at 9,100, yes, he will have to carry with LaVine out, but does that really make it set up where you want to spend 9,100 for somebody like that? You could even talk yourself into De'Aaron Fox, who's going to be playing in the top projected total of this slate. Why spend up for Vooch when you have a little bit more safety with De'Aaron Fox? Maybe even, you have Fred VanVleet, 7,700. We mentioned him because we have Kyle Lowry out. So I don't think that going to Vooch is the play on such a big slate, personally.
Yeah, it's not the best spot. Really, with Kobe White questionable too. What if both of those guys are out? There's got to be a guard. Is it Satoransky? Does Patrick Williams take on a larger role as a scorer? He had 30 DK points last game in 33 minutes when Kobe White was out.
Yep.
Denzel Valentine, does he get a bigger boost? There's got to be a guard that we can use on the Bulls if LaVine winds up ruled out.
I mean, I'd probably lean Satoransky just because he's shown the ability to play 30 minutes regardless of score and get there at 4,500.
Yeah, there's not really other options, and he's playing well right now, and we know the minutes are going to be there. The ball's going to be in his hands. That probably is the safest play of the bunch.
Yep, exactly. More questions coming in. Do you like Svi or Diallo better?
I like Mikhailov better because I think that I think that he's going to just see more of the minutes given the injury situation or the health and protocol situation on top of the guys already out. Like there's basically like 4 starters out for OKC, and now one of those young players taking a lot of those minutes. Pokasevsky, however you say his name, has he's averaging 28 DraftKings points and 31.5 minutes per game over his last 5 games. So that's going to fall to perimeter players like Mikhailov, like Kenrich Williams. I think either of those guys are very strong plays.
Yep. And when you're looking at Diallo too, you want to keep in mind that his previous performance, yes, he dropped 43 fantasy points in 27 minutes, but he was able to do that because of 10 rebounds. And the chance of getting 10 rebounds, not very high. The last couple times he played against Portland, he secured 2 rebounds. And Nurkic is back in for the Blazers, and Cantor's an elite rebounder as well. I don't see Diallo coming in, dropping a double-double here and getting those rebounds that will really push you over. Yeah, 4,600, he doesn't have to do much for a Detroit team, and he can surely play 28, 30 minutes and get there. But keep in mind, you're probably not going to get that 43 fantasy point performance again because it's unlikely that he'll pick up a double-double.
Yeah, I totally agree there. Don't want to go chasing something that's not necessarily.
What do you think about Flynn, though? We have a question. In his last game, he played 18 minutes, scored 12 fantasy points. Maybe the upside's not there, but what if he gets 25 minutes? What if he gets 28 minutes?
It's a good question. I just don't know why he would, right? Because he hasn't. So, like, we saw Lowry out unexpected a couple of days ago.
Yep.
And Flynn did what? Let's look at that game against Portland. 10 minutes, 0 for 2 from the field. 2 assists, 1 rebound, 4.25 fantasy points. Like, played 18 minutes last game, which is fine. 12 DraftKings points. I just don't know why. We haven't seen anything that tells me this game is going to be different. So maybe he gets 15 fantasy points and has a good game by his standards, but is that even worth it? Probably not.
Yeah. And we just did receive some news. Sekou Doumbouya is going to be out, and Wayne Ellington is also listed as out for the Pistons. So this does set up a little bit where it could make Diallo a little bit better of a play. And keep in mind, we had Doumbouya play in their last game. He played 5 minutes, so it's not like he's getting a ton of run. And then Wayne Ellington played 21 minutes. So it's not these guys are taking a lot of minutes away. So Diallo is viable still because at 4,600 with these 2 guys out, the opportunity is more open now with that news.
Yeah, and we're chasing a monster game here. The 43 DraftKings points and everything before that was, his team debut before that was 8.5 DraftKings points. So he's probably going to regress, but the injury news is setting up to help him. I would still go Mikhailov, but getting closer.
But I mean, you could also potentially use both on this slate and go with kind of 4,500, bunch of 4,500 guys that we've been mentioning that are viable in this slate. We haven't really dug down. Only Flynn was the real cheaper guy that was at 3,000.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Flynn's super cheap, but I really think he's there for a reason. Like, I haven't seen anything that tells me that even with Lowry out, you got to roster him.
Cool. Another question. Do you like Porzingis over Luka tonight?
So I'm looking into this one right now.
Porzingis coming off that, he's been playing really well lately, and Doncic has kind of been struggling, working his way back from an illness. I think it was out for the other weekend.
Yeah, it's tough because they're different positions. They're almost $3,000 apart in price. I would say that they're similar enough plays where if you want to play one of those guys, you want a Maverick star against the Celtics.
Yeah.
Use what you feel is the strongest build for the rest of your lineup. Like, use the players you want to use, and then as you have some of those pieces in place, say like, oh, this build looks like it's going to have 10-7 left over for Doncic as a point guard, small forward to fit him in.
Yep.
Or I'm spending a little bit more than I thought. This looks more like a power forward center spot can be left over for 7,900 and play Porzingis. I don't think you have to target one of those guys specifically. I don't think the matchup favors one specifically. Maybe the Celtics' lack of size is better for Porzingis, although more minutes for Robert Williams defensively. I don't know. I think that either's fine, and you should focus on the rest of your lineup first and then come back to it. I don't think either of those guys are like elite plays that you have to go out of your way for either. But if you want to play one, I would get to them at the back end of your build.
We're going to come back to this Boston game with another question. But before we jump into it, Milwaukee Lakers, big trade payday tonight. Right now, all you have to do is go to the DraftKings Sportsbook and go to the promos tab, scroll down. There's a big trade payday, opt in right there, and you'll be ready to go for it. If there's a 3 that's hit in the final minute of the Lakers and Bucks game, you get a free entry to a 100K contest.
Sounds
Easy
good
peasy.
to me. It is
After
easy.
this Boston-Dallas game, is Tatum worth the play with Brown back? I'm leaning against it personally. What are you feeling?
No reason to go there. Not only is Brown back, but Fournier just went over 10 from the field. I'm sure they would like to get him going with some easy buckets so that this doesn't turn into a storyline of Evan Fournier being a bust if he goes like 0 for 8 tonight. So, yeah, it's the first game with Brown and Fournier, so I probably lay off Tatum. Nothing special about the matchup either.
Continuing on, back to this Lakers and Bucks game. We have a question about how are you feeling about Andre Drummond tonight? 7,800. I could see them getting him going, really attacking, but he's going to need 40 fantasy points. Lakers almost double-digit dogs here at home. I don't know. I think there's other center plays that could be more potentially with more upside than going and playing Andre Drummond. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm a no here. No reason to go there. We got plenty of spots, plenty of plays that you can play in good spots on this slate. So, first game, let's not forget, dude hasn't played in an NBA game in 6 weeks. Conditioning is going to be something no matter how much you're working out. Milwaukee has big bodies to throw on him. Let me see. Not that this is a huge part of factoring this in, but let's see how he's played against Milwaukee this year. If he's faced them three times, he is averaging 50 DraftKings points against them in 33 minutes. So he's played well against Milwaukee. That's not gonna push me over the edge there, though. I want to wait and see what Drummond is. The Lakers could get blown out.
Yeah, I see that potentially as well. So I'm staying away from that. I don't feel that you have to force there. Even Siakam, he's center eligible if you want to go down that direction with Lowry out. He sets up really nicely for this slate as a value center per se. Even Anunoby, we mentioned him earlier, 6,300. He's sitting there as a center eligible. And then Chris Boucher, he's kind of all over the place. But if you look at the Raptors, they're going to have somebody scoring the basketball. And then we haven't even gotten into any of the studs. And, Karl-Anthony Towns coming off a monster game. He scored over 60 fantasy points in 2 of his last 3 contests, 56 in the one that he didn't. His minutes are up. Yeah, they're losing. And they're going to play for the worst record in the league. But he's getting his shots up. He had a bunch of time off due to the COVID issues. He had a wrist injury. And now he's just coming out there and shooting. And if Randall ends up not playing, or Randall's going to play for the Knicks, but they're missing Mitchell Robinson in the middle now. And that sets up for Karl-Anthony Towns to really go to town. 9,800. What do you think about that, Jules?
Yeah, I don't mind the play. I think the matchup is there more, like you said, with Mitchell Robinson out. The Knicks already ranked 24th in DraftKings points allowed to center. Towns has been playing well lately. Only lost to Brooklyn by 5. Got blown out by Houston. That was a weird one. I I'm trying to figure out if Towns is playing well enough where I'm scared of backing the Knicks, because I kind of like the Knicks -3.5 here. It feels like a good spot for them. I want to see the injury report. I want to see if Derrick Rose is playing, but I'm thinking about backing the Knicks here.
That makes sense. I have no issue with that. I think the Knicks are a good play with Randall in the lineup. I think that now that they're just kind of attacking, they have to make the playoffs. They can't really lose any more games.
And I will say really quick, I'm just flipping through player props. I'm going to be on Jordan Clarkson over 27.5 points, rebounds, assists.
Interesting.
He got there against Memphis the last time. These two teams just played twice.
Yep.
In Utah. The second game he got there, 29 minutes, he had 28 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists. The first game he didn't get there, 14 points, 5 rebounds, 1 assist. So this one without Mitchell scored 35 points in each of those games. I just think there's going to be too much there to be had for Clarkson.
Makes sense. Sweet. So we got this 5:30 injury news kind of flowing in. We have the injury report coming up on the slate. Kendrick Nunn, he was just ruled out as we were online. He's not going to play. Victor Oladipo is expected to be available tomorrow. So he's not going to be ready for tonight's game. He should be ready to go against the Warriors. Really interesting that he's not playing against the Pacers, but hey, maybe they just need another day of practice or whatever with him. And then continuing with that Pacers game, Doug McDermott, we mentioned him, expected to play. Houston has John Wall, questionable. Christian Wood, probable. Boston has Jaylen Brown. He's in tonight. We mentioned Kyle Lowry already. And then OKC, Vukovic, not going to play. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has been out. He's probably going to miss the rest of the season. Utah, without Donovan Mitchell. So he is going to be out for tonight's game. We mentioned why we like Clarkson, because of Donovan Mitchell being out. Memphis, Grayson Allen, he is questionable. While he's not a big, fantasy performer, he still was getting there at 25 fantasy points and 4,300. He was kind of making some noise. But now with him out of the lineup, you could see DeAnthony Melton really step up as their main sixth man. I would expect Desmond Bane to likely start as well. He's 3,700, so Desmond Bane starts in place of Grayson Allen. You could see Desmond Bane take off, but I really like DeAnthony Melton there. And I think if the Jazz end up pressing away, this game could stay close, but if the Jazz pull away, like, you're going to have a chance here with Melton. He's going to play a lot of minutes. Then with the Spurs, Lonnie Walker ruled out for tonight's game. And then lastly, Zach Williams, we mentioned him. He's questionable. And also Kobe White, questionable. So if both those guys don't play, I'm not really feeling that game to stay close. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, you could. I mean, then you start looking at a Suns spread. Suns money line is a parlay piece. Yeah, that could be something late that you want to keep in mind.
We have a note here from the chat saying that Big Trade Payday is not live. I'm seeing it live right now in the promos page. So
yeah, I see.
I'll make sure to message somebody in ops and see what we can do to take care of that for you guys. But just be on the lookout for that. That is going to happen tonight. So rest assured, it will be taken care of. That game's a 10 o'clock lock, so we still have 4 hours to go. With about 4 minutes to go, want to get your final thoughts, Julian, on which stud are you looking to build around tonight? We touched on Towns. We touched on Doncic. I don't know how I feel about playing Giannis. They've been limiting his role a little bit. Yeah, he had a 39% usage rate in that game against the Clippers that they ended up losing. He scored 32 points, but those minutes are kind of scary to me right now. And with the rest of that team just kind of coasting, do you look in a different direction? Are you going maybe a Harden revenge game against his old team, or is that blowout potential too high for you?
Yeah, I mean, there aren't rather that many options to like really pay up. I think I would just go Harden for 10-9. He's played over 40 minutes 2 games in a row and has over 77 DraftKings points in both. Now, they have been close games, but they have been close against Detroit and Minnesota, bad teams. So maybe this is closer than we expect against Houston, who in his first time facing another 73 DraftKings points in 40 minutes. So probably not going to overthink it and just take Harden against a bad team and hope it maybe stays a little bit closer than we think.
Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like even though this is a big 10-game slate, it's setting up where you don't have to do like a stars and scrubs lineup, and you can do a bunch of mid-range options here. We've talked a lot about just a bunch of the mid-range guys, and even the values were up over 4K. So I think this slate really sets up where the thing you just want to look out for is that, that Bulls news. Maybe later tonight you have a little bit of swap equity if you need to make the move, but there's not like so many injuries that we really, really need to worry about from this slate. We've already covered a bunch of them. And
I mean, you say that, and then we don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be this crazy slate, and we have 75 guys getting ruled out after lineups lock. But the main one is the Bulls, so that's really what we're waiting for. We have most of all the news already. John Wall and the Bulls are basically what we're waiting for.
Yeah, the Bulls news at the end of the night is going to be pretty big.
Yeah. So before we jump off, last calls. Any questions you guys have? Make sure to get in before we jump off. But coming up next, Carolyn will be hosting the Dream Stream, and then Wild Wednesday continues with 49ers at Bucks in the rain. Rossi and Christian at 6 o'clock for that. Then Browns and Chiefs in the snow in virtual Cleveland. Flash and Geoff with that. And then closing out at our Bears also in the snow. Well, it's been fun. The last Wednesday show for Julian. Hopefully. We'll see.
For now.
For now. But you guys, make sure, keep it locked in for Friday. Our guys, Steve Buchanan, Matt LaMarca will be coming in with that baseball knowledge. Pre-Lock Live MLB is coming your way on Friday. I'll be back with Julian on Monday, and then Matt will be coming in next Wednesday. Outside of that, appreciate everyone hanging out. Good luck. Peace out.
everyone. Welcome into the DraftKings Dream Stream for the final day in March. Wow, I'm Carolyn Azak. While it is the last day of the month, it is also my favorite Wild Weather Wednesday. So to celebrate, we have a 3-game late slate of Madden simulations to keep you entertained all night long. Tonight's showdown featured in the Madden Stream 5K Wednesday night special. The classic contest is $10 to enter and features $5K in prizes, including $1,000 going right to first place. Here's what is on schedule for the night. All right, so coming up at 6 p.m., it's raining in Tampa as the reigning Super Bowl champs. They're taking on the 49ers. I got my rain jacket ready. Jason Rossi and Christian D'Andrea, they're preparing for the rain as well behind the scenes. They're going to brave the elements for you to bring you the action in that game. Then at 8 p.m., we got Glash and Moose. They're going to take over for the first game of a double header with that duo as the wild weather patterns. It's going to change to snow for the Chiefs and the Browns. Then at 10 p.m. Eastern, Glash and Jeff, they're going to make their way back for Madden After Dark. Snow is going to continue to fall in a showdown between the Broncos and Bears from virtual Chicago. That is all on the way for you guys. But first, here's what else you can find in the DK lobby and on the DraftKings Sportsbook. The NBA is wrapping up the month of March with a big 10-game slate. It's locking at 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can be a part of it with the NBA 400K Wednesday shoot-around contest. It's a classic contest with a top prize of $100K for an $18 entry fee. The NHL gives you a little bit more time to get your lineup in as the NHL 50K Sticks contest for a 6-game late slate doesn't lock until 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Take your shot at a top prize of $10K with just a $11 entry fee. Don't forget that the latest PGA Tour event, the Valero Texas Open, locks early tomorrow morning. Get those DFS lineups in for those contests, including the PGA Tour 700K flop shot. It's giving players an opportunity to win a top prize of $200K. You can also check out all of the odds lines for MLB opening day, the NCAA tournament, UFC, NASCAR, and more over on the DK Sportsbook. Check it out. We'll have plenty of content to help you get ready for your PGA Tour lineups later on, but right now it is time for Madden football. Duh. We start with the rain in Tampa as our Wild Weather Wednesday late slate begins with the 49ers and Bucks coming your way. Here with the call are my guys, Jason Rossi and Christian D'Andrea. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Tara Lynn. Yeah, get those lineups locked. It is the duo of the most handsome quarterbacks in the league, and why not team up the most handsome dudes that call the games? It's just happened to be that way, right?
Just a happy coincidence there, and a couple guys with New England roots, at least in the NFL, and a couple guys here with New England roots. And I'm sorry, I just can't get over it. Tara Lynn's favorite day of the week is Wild Weather Wednesday.
I like her. I like her.
Shocking.
Well, here's why. You don't know what to do with your lineups. It's not so obvious. I know you were on the last sim. I'm not going to lie, didn't check it out. I was in the first one. 13-3 was the final. 13-3.
It was 16-13 in overtime, and our MVP was kicker Daniel Carlson. That's
yes, kickers. Anyway, so we'll see what we get here. I still expect more offense just based on the team. So what did you do, Christian? We are going to get to the game in a moment. It is Bucks. It is 49ers. What'd you do with that snazzy looking lineup?
Listen, even in the rain on a Wild Weather Wednesday, you got to stack up the tight end. So for me, I meant Kittle in the captain spot because he was cheap. Although Gronk in the captain spot probably would have worked as well too. Gronk only $6,800 in the flex, but he's only $300 more. You can upgrade to George Kittle, which is like the old version of Gronk, the good old Gronk days. So I went with him in the captain spot. I got Gronk in my lineup as well. Mostert, Fournette, because you want to stack the running backs. It's Wild Weather Wednesday, and then I had enough cash left over for Deebo Samuel and Kendrick Bourne. We'll see if I regret that later on. I was thinking a little bit more heavily about stacking up the home team here in Tampa, but we just saw the Raiders go into Pittsburgh and escape the Three Rivers with a win. So maybe it's a road game kind of Wild Weather Wednesday. That's where I'm thinking right now. What are you, Rossi? What do you have in mind?
I know it's in the rain and chalk doesn't stay on your hands as easily, but I went chalk. Mostert in the captain, Brady, Godwin, Gronk, and O.J. Howard, because he's 2,000. I threw Kendrick Bourne in. So for the 49ers, Mostert and Kendrick Bourne, we'll see. And then Howard was just 2,000. I literally had 2,000 left. Thought he's the best one to throw maybe a potential Kaká out there with. So
you think?
It's Wild Weather Wednesday, crazy. This week, if Jordan's in the chat, he'll know it's been a lot of vultures when I've been on the calls recently. So we'll see if the trend continues. As we see you, DK Sim fam, smash that like on your way into the party here, the night squad with you. Christian was up with Cough earlier. I was with Kenny earlier today. So we're both back for our second last of the day. We'll end it empty. Brian C says, let's get that cash. Hell yeah. Tyler, everyone's all excited. Robbie Noble, what's up? Ross's Fat Cat, see you. We got J.E. Jordan Lindenbaum is in the house, so he knows. He knows what's about to go down. All of his players are going to stink. El Paso #1, red, white, and green. J.L. Mike, we got you. Christian DeAndre, follow him over at Train Island on Twitter. And do we even need to say, drop in some quarterback knowledge of one of the teams we're looking at here. I just read it before we came on. It is over at thepostroute.substack.com. Subscribe if you haven't already. It is that time of the year. It's time to start digging into what are the final moves. I like the Aaron Rodgers stuff, the Sage Rosenfeld drop. I didn't see that tweet, by the way. So if you're missing out on what we're talking about, go sign up.
You got to think that Rosenfeld knows something. He's pretty close with Mike Shanahan and Jones. Jones is an okay candidate. I just don't think you trade 3 overall first-round picks. Oh, no, is Tommy terrific, puts on the turf, and Donovan Smith winds up on top of it, but a big loss there on first down.
10 yards.
The defending Super Bowl champs back about 10 yards. Is that lack of elusiveness hurts the Buccaneers there. Yeah, I don't think you trade 3 first-round picks if Mac Jones is your target. You can go back to the line. He'll probably still be there, and you can get him for much less than what the Niners paid up to steal number 3 overall from the Dolphins. By steal, I mean way overpaid for, because the Dolphins got a ton of surplus value from that pick. The extra value from that pick was basically like getting an extra first-rounder back in return. So a great deal for Brian Flores in that Miami Brain Trust.
So are you in the vibe? I know Michael, our producer tonight, by the way, great production crew we have. Oh, Brady almost for a pick there. So that's going to be a quick 3 and out. Yeah, we got Daniel, our technical director. We have Jimbo. What's up, Jim? Over at Ops. Christian DeAndre, Jason Rossi with you. But so Michael has told me when the trade happened, he thinks it's all Trey Lance. Are you on the Trey Lance bandwagon for the Niners?
I like Lance more than Jones just because I like Lance's athletic profile a little bit more. He's got a lot more Josh Allen in him.
Yep.
In that big, he makes those throws. He can escape pressure. But we don't really know what he's capable of because he's played against bad competition or like FCS competition. I'm not going to call it bad competition. I love me some lesser competition for sure. But I mean, the way the Bills brought along Allen would give you hope that a team like the Niners could do the same with Trey Lance. But I just don't see how you pass up Justin Fields. I don't think the Dwayne Haskins experience should sour you that much on an Ohio State quarterback, especially one who was as good as Fields was. Now, granted, he did not finish 2020 the same way he finished 2019. He looked great at his pro day.
Yep.
He's got that extreme athleticism. Dude runs 4.40. He can launch a football off his back foot like 60 yards. And there's a lot. What he did at his pro day was very reminiscent of what Zach Wilson did at his pro day, and we were all like, "Oh my God, Zach Wilson!" I was one of them. So I think if you do send out all that value for the 3rd overall pick, I think it's got to be Justin Fields. But you know what? I'm not in the meetings with him. I'm not that kind of talent evaluator. I don't know how the offensive coordinators feel there. If it were me, I would go with the Ohio State.
See, I agree with you there. Pizza Man 7480 says, I'm not sure it was a good deal on the Miami trade. I think he means from Miami, I'm guessing. He says, we might miss out on an elite playmaker in Pitts or Chase now. Well,
I think
you didn't go too far back.
One of the 2 guys. Yeah, that trade back up really means that you're still getting someone who's...
You'll get one of those too if you want.
Yeah, you're at 6, so you're either going to get Chase, Pitts, or Sewell, which all 3 of those guys really fit in nicely with what Miami's trying to do around Tua Tagovailoa. You either get an elite left tackle who can upgrade your offensive line and keep a quarterback who was a bit iffy under pressure last season, keep him better protected, or you're getting either Chase or Pitts, or throw Jalen Waddle into the mix if you want, or Devontae Smith in the mix if you want. There's just a whole bunch of guys who would look good in teal and orange. So I am into it. Mike asking me, how would I rank the quarterbacks in this class? Listen, I'm not on board with the Mac Jones would be the 3rd overall pick because I don't think Mac Jones is that kind of guy. I don't think he's the kind of prospect to get that excited for. I think if he goes in the top 3, it'll be like Mitch going in the top 3. Not ideal, but my top 5 in this one. Number 1, I'm not going to overthink it. I'm going to go Trevor Lawrence, number 1. Do you have someone in your life, in your family that's going, Zach Wilson's going to be the top quarterback in this draft? You know what? Write it down, put it on a piece of paper, save it for later, because
you and Chris Sims agree then.
Yeah. Lawrence is a lot like an Andrew Luck type in terms of hype, in terms of physical specimen, meets the ability to read the field. So he's going to be my number 1 guy. Number 2 is a 2A, 2B situation. Right now it's Wilson Fields. Could flip-flop back and forth. I think, honestly, I would rather have Fields, but I agree. Wilson was my number 2 guy just last sim. So I'm going to be battling with those 2. Number 2 and 3 is some combination of those 2 in that order. Lance is my number 4 guy because I like the intangibles there. I love North Dakota State. We're about to get a 47-yarder from Robbie
we get it?
I think we will.
Looks good. No good. So.
Was that a doink off the crossbar there, or just bounced back really hard off the net?
No, right off the crossbar.
Yeah, so
Chicago fans, close your eyes.
That must be a driving rain in Tampa really affecting the flight of balls as the Niners get nothing out of that opening drive. We're still tied 0-0. Yeah, I would go Trey Lance and his FCS bona fides at 4, and then Mac Jones. I think after that, you're going a long way. There's a big drop-off. There's a big drop-off from 3 to 5, and then there's a big drop-off from 5 to 6 when you're looking at a guy like Kyle Trask or
Mond.
The guys who are going to be career backups, you kind of talk yourself into, but they wind up being more Jarrett Stidham than Dak Prescott.
Yeah, that's like an Ian Books that will be there in like the 6th, 7th round that people could take flyers on. I agree. I think it's hard for me to argue with that list. I'm on you. I agree with Fields. I think he's been undervalued all of a sudden where you're getting the overvalue of a Mac Jones, and I still think Trey Lance is getting a little overvalued. But at the end of the day, as we all know, it's what does that team believe in when they see these players? So Mac Jones, the comps can be whatever they want, but people say he doesn't get rattled in the pocket, does have that big stature. So if you believe you have a good offensive line, weapons around him, he can be successful. Where someone like Trevor Lawrence, although he had otherworldly talent, somebody said Lawrence will be a bust. Not saying I think that would be more on the coaching staff than his talent.
I would be shocked if you were.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're going to be a playoff team in the next 2 years necessarily, but for him to be a bust, he would have to play really bad, and that would probably mean more about Urban Meyer, in my opinion. But with that being said, I think he is just, I think at this point he's almost getting undervalued because we just know he's been this first overall pick for 2 years. So people are going to think, Zach Wilson shot up the, like we said, Christian, he threw a pass. I think I saw you throw with the vortex in your backyard and your tight short shorts. So just the headband too. It's unbelievable. You got to watch Christian's, the fans only website, but
you know what? The neighbors call the cops a lot, but that's because they want them to see how talented they are. It's more of getting the exposure than an I am overexposed type situation.
Absolutely. That's what it's all about. As Tommy Terrific here trying to get the Bucks moving here. Nice run. That's shady. Look at him.
Boy, carrying that ball like a loaf of bread, as he does, and getting the first down there. So this drive a lot more successful than the first one, which started with a Brady sack and then went nowhere from there. Here, about a 40-yard field goal. So this shouldn't be an issue for the Bucks. They're going to get points out of this drive unless Brady fumbles again and he doesn't have a nearby lineman to jump on.
No, look at blocks, throws it, nice pass, but not quite there. Very quickly, Michael drops a nice question. But first, 12 Steps on YouTube says, what happens to Gardner Minshew? My real opinion is I don't think they're going to make a move. If they don't make a move in the next 2 weeks, he's cheap. I think
they should make a move. There's no reason to make a move. You have a high value backup who knows the team, knows his wideouts. He's cheap as hell. Mm-hmm. And something happens to Lawrence. Minshew comes back in. All of a sudden, his value rises. Maybe you trade him. Then maybe maybe you get into the regular season and someone's number one quarterback goes down. They need a starting option, someone they can plug and play. Minshew could be that guy. It just doesn't make sense to me to trade him now, although Urban Meyer seems like he's way in over his head as an executive in the NFL. Didn't
Who they signed too?
He likes recruiting way better. So
yeah,
I don't know. There's a chance he could really botch it up. Oh, very nearly a Richard Sherman interception there. Instead, we're going to get a 40-yard field goal attempt here.
Yeah, and they also signed someone. They signed another quarterback. I know everyone thought it'd be Alex Smith, but it wasn't. Let me just. They signed a free, and it's somebody like not Colt McCoy, C.J. Beathard.
So, yeah, Beathard came over from.
That's a good pull.
Yeah, he's okay. He's a decent 49er. I don't see how he's a better or more reliable option than Minshew, and he's more expensive. So it's one of those things. Colt McCoy did sign today. I forget with who.
He went with. What'd you say?
Arizona. That's what
Arizona. Yes. So then a couple other questions, Michael. I'll get to yours because I'll remember that because it's in our channel. Minshew just a backup. We see that. And then Rick says, can Haskins improve enough to replace Big Ben next year, not this coming year, the following year? Was that us? Did we have this conversation? Were we the ones not arguing, but debating this? I think it was.
It might have been. Look, I am still a Dwayne Haskins fan. I still think he is capable of putting things together. He basically dragged Ohio State into the 21st century with his passing offense. And he's got the big arm. He's got the arm talent to make it happen. He looks like a quarterback. And there were a number of factors at play that really dulled his impact with Washington. A, it was Washington. The offensive line wasn't very good. The training room wasn't. It was just all a bit of a mess there. But B, he made a lot of stupid decisions. He was a big enough idiot that he got himself cut by the most dysfunctional franchise in the league. That's not easy to do. And now maybe he knows, like, okay, I got to get my act together. I got to fly right here, and I have a great opportunity with the Steelers, a storied franchise, a franchise that does a good job of keeping things in-house, reducing dysfunction unless Antonio Brown is involved, or Le'Veon Bell. You know what? Maybe scratch that. Maybe they do find a way to alienate their stars, but they do typically get good lunch pail production returns from guys that they try to develop in-house. So I think this is going to be a pretty solid year for Haskins, and if it doesn't work out, we're going to know right away. If the Steelers don't want him, they're going to cut him loose early and really turn to Mason Rudolph and see if he can be anything more than he's already been.
Yep.
If it doesn't happen, sorry. If it doesn't happen, it's he's going to be there for at least the year, and I think he can still be a viable starter. I think he can push the Steelers forward with that big arm of his. You wouldn't have to change the offense too much from the Ben Roethlisberger of 2-3 years ago if Haskins can make those throws in the pocket.
2-3 years ago, the guy was throwing a million times last year too. Don't forget, they got to work on that run game. But yeah, that's a good point. I think we were talking about this because Michael Tomlin should be gone. They should have moved on from Ben because that's where Haskins could have. I think that's the reason why. And I believe it was you who made that argument. He was saying like that's why you need Ben at least another year, because if you are going to maybe see what you get out of Haskins, if the change of scenery, if the fresh coat of paint, if the black and yellow kind of resparks his college days and he can get his head on straight, there's nobody better to learn from because Ben made the same mistakes at that age. So I do like the prospect.
The receivers he gets in Pittsburgh are way better than what he had in Washington. Obviously, Scary Terry is a big part of that football team passing offense, but very thin after that. In Pittsburgh, you got to re-sign Juju. You got Deontay Johnson. You've got Chase Claypool. You've got James Washington. You have all sorts of guys who can go out there and make you look better. That's what they did with Ben Roethlisberger last year. I think that's going to help quite a bit as well.
Yeah, so we're here at the half. That is at Train Island on Twitter. You can check them out at the postroute.substack.com. Look at the billboard. We have a 3-0 game, Tampa over San Francisco, who missed the field goal. They're driving now, though, at the 39. We'll see what they can do when we get back at a 3rd and 7. No numbers here. The ones that strike you the most is Mostert. -3 on the ground.
It's
not
terrible.
A good start for the captain.
I feel bad if you captain him. I have both RB1 stacked up between Mostert and Fournette. I currently have 0 points, 3 rush yards, -3 rush yards. Not a great day to have the running back stack going in this one. And the tight end stack, a little bit better thanks to George Kittle, but we have yet to see Gronk really get anything going. In fact, neither passing game has been entirely inspiring. It's been a very wild weather Wednesday start to this one, Rossi.
Sure has. Just so people know, I love one thing when we have a Michael as our producer, he throws the records out. So if you're ever curious, I don't know how much people look at the playbook or, the Madden Sims info page, but these two teams, very different records. Buccaneers have played a little bit more. They're 16-15 in Simland. And then the 49ers, 18-11. Here's Jimmy G on a third down, and it's more at the 11 than the 18.
And skips it ahead. So don't think they're going to try a 56-yarder with Gold after he crossbarred a 46-yarder earlier. You know what? Wait and see. We'll see. They are going to try. If he makes this, I'm going to
look at this. Come on.
The wind's going in a different direction. They're
on
the outside of the field.
Let's see it. Oh, he's not going to make the end zone. Oh, that was like me.
Oh, it didn't even get all the way to the back stands. That's Robbie.
The rain went further than the ball.
This game did you dirty.
It really
Better
did.
than that Robbie Gold.
Poor bye. How did that not get tipped? Good question, Daniel. He kicked it straight ahead. All right, so just so you guys know, if you haven't already heard, stuff to get excited for as we tip over to April. This is the end of March. Tomorrow's April Fool's Day, so me and Christian will be here with a bag of tricks tomorrow at 6 p.m. By a bag of tricks, probably just the same thing. We have the bracket tournament coming up. It starts a week from Monday, April 12th. Mark the calendars. It's going to run through the following Monday, April 19th. The tournament will be bracket style, so instead of 64 teams, there's 32, because that's how many there are in the NFL. We'll go head-to-head, single elimination, and the final game will have a major prize pool. So we'll get more info on that once everything is finalized. There could be some real good ways for you to collect that cash here in Madden Simland World. And as you heard Tara Lynn earlier, some stuff going on over on the DraftKings app.
Oh, no. That's got to be LaShawn McCoy. Look at the way he's carrying the ball and bang, bang into the end zone. So the extra speed afforded by carrying the football like a lunatic pays off for LaShawn. Is it really a vulture if it comes from 52 yards out?
No, he plays enough.
I guess you're right. 7.8 per game. Cost you $5,400 in the flex. So one of those guys who wasn't a great value, but also wasn't a mess. And right there, paying you off as the 4-net owners out there weak at the success of the RB2 in that Buccaneers scheme. Should have known we weren't getting playoff Lenny. This is, in fact, McCoy town. Although, in the real world, LaShawn McCoy, a non-factor for this Buccaneer team. 10 carries last season, 31 total rushing yards. A little bit more productive in the passing game, but he's going to be 33 this upcoming season. I wonder if we have seen the last of the Shady McCoy.
33? That's striking to me. He feels like if you told me he's 37, I believe you.
Yeah,
I feel like those Philadelphia days.
Yeah, it feels like he came up with Frank Gore, but McCoy is one of those guys who's probably going to be a Hall of Fame semifinalist, but he's not. I don't think he's going to make his way in, barring some major turnaround. This is a guy who has a couple of Super Bowl titles, so that's cool, and twice a first-team All-Pro, a 6-time Pro Bowler, has more than 11,000 rushing yards, but I just don't see him moving the needle for a lot of voters. He gets to the semis. He's one of the top 25 running backs in all time. He take in total yards. So it's one of the guys you need to consider. You need to have the brief debate about. But I think ultimately you go, Shady was cool, but not good enough. He's no Frank Gore.
He had some remarkable seasons, but it just felt like the last half of ever since that second half of his Buffalo run, it's kind of just been a guy. And that's no disrespect. He's been unbelievable. He really the way, and you said the way he carries the ball alone should put him in the Hall of Fame. How he doesn't have record fumbles as Jimmy G gets hit as he throws and can't complete.
Fortunately for him, no one really in the vicinity of that one, because that would have been an easy interception, like fielding a punt for a lot of those Buccaneers defensive backs, and they got some good ones.
So 2 questions from Michael he asked earlier, and I think they're going back to our quarterback conversation. First one is, how many quarterbacks in your mind go in the first round?
I would say it's going to be 5, just because I don't see anyone else really joining that list of the top 5 guys that ends at Mac Jones. I mean, Kyle Trask, Kellen Mond. I think maybe if a team gets desperate, they could be, but they seem more like 3rd or 2nd round kind of guys. Like maybe they get that unexpected boost like Jalen Hurts did when the Eagles took him in the 2nd round, when he was expected to be a 3rd round or 4th round kind of guy. I see everyone behind Mac Jones that's kind of in that realm. So I think we're going to have 5 quarterbacks taken in the first half of the first round, and then we're going to see a lot more. That's when the defense players are going to take over. We're not going to see a single defender in the top 10, Rossi. It might just be all off.
Yeah, maybe Surtain jumps in, maybe, but I agree with you. Depending on how, what trades are to come. The other question he had, and this was something I know the DK Sim fan ate me up a couple weeks ago when I said, the Buccaneers, I would not be surprised if one of those guys slips, or if they like, one of these other quarterbacks, that they could, at the end of the first, take a QB. Because everyone wants to trash and go, oh, you're crazy. The Green Bay Packers took Jordan Love last year.
Yeah.
And that was as nonsensical as a pick as you could think. And no, I get you always have to plan ahead. You do. They did with Rodgers when Favre was there. I get it. But it's still, with the team that went to the NFC title game, which, by the way, they did again this year, you needed a potential difference maker. They didn't bring that into the game, but we'll see 4 years from now if that does pay. But do you think the Buccaneers could be in play for one of the? Just say, let's play it out. Let's take, I don't know if it's Trey Lance, is he too much of a prospect that he just keeps dropping, or we'll go Mac Jones for fun. Do you see the Buccaneers potentially grabbing one of those guys if they're there at the end of the first round?
I think if Bruce Arians and Jason Licht think the value is there, they could make a move up. I wouldn't discount it, just because, it would be a prudent move if they see a guy kind of plummeting and they rate him highly. You can move up from 32nd to 20th and not have to give up the farm. But given the age of this team and how hard it's going to keep it together, going forward, based on the amount of highly salaried players on the team, you need young talent. You need a lot of draft picks going forward. So it's a situation where if we're talking the Buccaneers move up from 32nd to top 15, no, I don't think it's going to happen. But if we're talking 20th to 25th from 32nd, well, you can probably get that done maybe without even sacrificing a future first. That I can see a lot more likely than moving up to a spot where we think at the moment a guy like Mac Jones or Trey Lance is going to land it.
Interception
Tom Brady
here.
Back puts one.
It's going to be a house call.
I think it's going to be a touchdown here. Wow, no one even got a finger on him.
No.
That is a 76-yard interception return. Is that Jaquiski Tart?
Looked like him, 20.
Yeah.
So there you go. San Francisco gets their way on the board. They managed to finally score. It took an interception from one of the highest-ranked quarterbacks in the game, Tom Brady. I'm sure his ratings are only going to go up next year. But 10-7 now, midway through the second quarter. We see you all here, DK Sim fam. Look at that. Who would have thunk? Even 5.5%. The 49ers D. I almost feel like that's too much, just knowing the way this Buccaneers offense can score. But there it is. If you were one of the brave, you got paid off there.
Yeah, and Mike Bauer, we got to be clear here. No one here is disrespecting Alan Lazard. I might be the greatest Alan Lazard stan in the football universe. I loved him at Iowa State. I love what he brings to the Packers. I love his blocking downfield. He's got solid hands. He's a solid route runner. He's not going to win too many matchups one-on-one. He doesn't have that explosion, that burst. So I like him a lot more as a wide receiver 3, wide receiver 4 type. And I like MVS too. I can understand why the Packers didn't go out and sign Will Fuller, because he and MVS are a little bit redundant. MVS is dirt cheap. Will Fuller, they thought was going to be very expensive, even at this cheap salary the Dolphins got him. $10.6 million. That's not, the Packers didn't have that cap room. The thing with MVS is he is an immensely frustrating player to watch, just because that 11% drop rate. There are so many times where Aaron Rodgers will put one right in his breadbasket and the ball will hit the turf. It's just a lot. He did get better as the season wore on. He did get more reliable, but he's just not quite in the circle of trust like you want. So yeah, I can imagine a world where the Packers get themselves a Justin Jefferson, get themselves a Chase Claypool, get themselves someone towards the end of the first round or late second or early second or late second, wherever, that really does help them move the needle on offense. And, it's a little bit of a bummer to see the way that they went and to see, you know, them grooming a questionable, iffy quarterback for the future, because I'm not sold on the Jordan Love experience. He came to the NFL off a down year. He was playing lower level competition, and there is a lot of Josh Allen projectability to him, and not in no small part because they both came from Mountain West programs you don't typically think of. But I got to see more from him before I'm like, okay, this is a good move. I think it was a bad decision.
Yeah, I still think Fuller. I'm not as big on MVS as you are. I think he's fine. I think he is a player that inconsistency is too big, in my opinion. And but I still think, you know, what you wrote about today, going back to the post, right? Like they need to find somebody in this draft. There needs to be some players, whether it's one of these big receivers or it's, you know, somebody. They need to find help in that offense. I know Tunyon had himself a heck of a year, should have been a Pro Bowler, but still think even a tight end.
Absolutely.
Yeah, especially in a year where there wasn't replacements. Like, you almost feel bad for guys. For the first time ever, I felt bad for people with Pro Bowls. But also, I just want to mention, somebody said that Aguilar was more expensive than we just mentioned Fuller. That's not true. Not overall, it's 2 year, but Will Fuller gets 1 year, 10.6. So Will Fuller is technically more expensive for the season. I think cap hit for Aguilar somewhere like.
But even if you just go average salary and Aguilar doesn't fulfill all the incentives in his contract, I think his baseline is $11 million annually. So I think technically, if you're just comparing annual salary between those two, Fuller was a bit cheaper.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I was looking at the cap hit wise, but yeah, we'll see how it all plays out. And yes, and at the end of the day, you also, who's evaluating the talent. There was something weird about Will Fuller this offseason. People really didn't discuss it. I didn't see enough, but he was like this, you know, Kenny Golladay was kind of like the number one for the, you know, I guess Godwin would have been. He got snatched up. Golladay was like that guy because you just see the talent. When he's healthy, he is a, you know, arguable top 5 receiver in the league. And then there was Will Fuller. I think people may have overvalued him a little bit, or maybe he even overvalued himself. Like, the market didn't believe what his agent thought. Like, we thought Green Bay, oh sure, 15 million, like with the numbers they had, and I don't think they looked at him like that. Like, we're not going to commit. Like, that's the one thing I agree with you about MVS. They are too similar. And the cheap, you know, hey, listen, work with MVS, get him, you know, get the coaching staff, get him to, you know, put what the kid from the Little Giants put on his hands to catch the ball. It'll stick him. You know, whatever you got to do. I found that very fascinating when it came to Will Fuller's offseason, all like the hype coming in.
Yeah, and listen, Fuller is not super durable. He's not super reliable. His best season as a pro came in a year he was suspended for PED use, so a lot of question marks about him. And I get why he had to settle for a prove-it deal. I didn't like it when the Packers were trying to trade for him, but at the same time, it's like, that okay, if his value is plummeting, you know, and you wanted him. If you wanted him in November, why don't you want him now, Brian Gutekunst? If salary cap issues were a problem, you know, why couldn't you work things out? Why couldn't you give Aaron Rodgers that Tom Brady extension that clears up cap space in 2021 and pushes that money down to future caps down the line? It doesn't bode well for this Packers team. It does seem like they're going to squander the back half of Rodgers' career, and that is extremely frustrating as Tom Brady goes in the wrong direction there to lose about 11 yards on the sack, 30-17 coming up from the 19-yard line.
Yeah, someone asked who scored for San Francisco. That would be the defense. Exactly who you rostered. The defense, pick 6. Mike says, we can talk Packers anytime, LOL, or Brewers. Well, tomorrow we get opening day for baseball. Super exciting. You know, we mentioned all the stuff with hockey and basketball tonight on your DraftKings app. It's almost intercepted again. It was Brady. He's playing horrible.
He's having a rough one.
He is, but I would recommend checking it out. And you got some great pitching matchups. Now, I know you're not a huge baseball guy. I remember when we first started, but like, do you have allegiance anywhere, Christian, when it comes to baseball?
Yeah, I made a terrible mistake. I'm a Pittsburgh Pirates fan.
Oh no, listen, have you ever been to the stadium?
Oh yeah, dude. I used to live in Pittsburgh, so I would go.
That's right.
Yeah.
The best, best stadium I've been to. I know I haven't been to them all, but that is, if I could model every baseball stadium after that, we get the field goal there from Suckup. So it'll be 13-7 here with 1:01 left to go. I think PNC Park should be replicated in every state, every city across the world. Baseball stadium wise. It is beautiful, well spaced out. So if you're a little huskier, bigger guy, got a little meat on the bones, don't worry about it. You sit at Fenway Park or Wrigley with the benches that you know they sell enough space that you think would be enough. It's not. It's not. I've been there, and whatever you think of my size, there are people a lot bigger than me, and it's tough. It's tough on people, but PNC very well spaced out, very well done.
Yeah, and I mean, just that view, you got the Three Sisters bridges right there. You got downtown Pittsburgh across the river.
Unbelievable.
Good stadium food too. You get the Manny's in your own seat. You can bring your own sandwich with the fries on it. You always got to get the number 2 bestseller, the cheesesteak. You go from there. Oh man, I miss Manny. We had a knockoff from Manny's in Nashville after I moved down there, and like wasn't the same. It was close, but it was so close that it was like it just made me hate it more. Like it was just made me pine for the real thing. So every time I will go back to Pittsburgh now, I got to make sure I stop off at Manny's. I got to make sure I get my cheesesteak, I get my icy light, and I have a Pittsburgh dinner.
Love it. I love it. Listen, that sounds like a road trip to me when things are ready to rock here. We also get Jimmy Garoppolo trying to get some points on the board here before the first half is out. Unwinds deep. Nobody.
No one. Where's he going?
I don't know. The reins must be hitting the helmet, giving him a little shake up there. Decision's not so great from Jimmy G here. And
it looks like Kendrick Bourne was going to Forrest Gump his way right out of the stadium with that one. So not ideal. There's a chance the Niners just give the ball right back to Tom Brady with like 30 seconds and 3 timeouts to play.
Yeah, another bad throw. Tim the Man over on Twitch says Gronk, Evans, Godwin, any of them. And he also says Little Giants is a goated movie.
Yeah.
But is that a term now? Goated? Is that a thing?
I mean, I think we should bestow the term like a knighted, be knighted.
Oh, I see. Okay, I like that. Nice turn.
It's been done. Yeah. We did a 25th anniversary of Little Giants retrospective over at SB Nation a couple years back, and very well received. Turns out that everyone who watched Little Giants growing up remembers it fondly, and it holds up. It's does. Pretty good. As long as you don't try to scrutinize. First of all, Ed O'Neill, terrible Pee Wee football coach. Horrible. Like he did not deserve to coach the little Cowboy. Spike. Man, Spike grew up to be a murderer. That dude had it like. Spike.
Is he another one we could say he's like Jigsaw, like what they said from Macaulay Culkin's character in Home Alone? No, I agree with a lot, and I love those retrospectives. But I also I'm just wondering. I don't know the success that the Mighty Ducks will have. I know that just debuted on Disney Plus, which I'll probably check out. Dropped.
Wow.
Is that MVS?
Is that Scotty there? A little Scotty Miller action. A big sling over the middle. Would have been field goal range. But instead, ball hits the turf. Big third down coming up here.
I would not be surprised if you get a Little Giants or something like that if their success seen with movie, redos here like the Mighty Ducks. We'll see how it all plays out, but I wouldn't be surprised. And I think, again, you play to the crowd like who we have here in the DK Simpen. They're going to have fond memories. Same thing with like a Sandlot, some of these movies that were great kids, young sports movies that you can kind of probably bring back and try to bring one of the stars from the movie. Like maybe if Ed O'Neill, now that, Modern Family's done, imagine him reprising his role or getting Rick Moranis to do it. Are you kidding me? Let's go.
Rick Moranis coming out of the woodwork again and slowly taking
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids again, or whatever it's going to be called. There's a new movie coming out. Also, speaking about new movies, I don't know. Still got 60. No, you're good. I was going to just ask, just quickly, before we get to half, and then we'll focus back on the ball, because ball is life. Are you a King Kong Godzilla guy? Is this something that strikes your interest?
No, not really. I mean, I'll watch it if it's on, but Godzilla's got fire breath. How is he not just immediately immolating this giant gorilla? Like, Godzilla is basically an X-Man, only in lizard form. And King Kong is an ape. He's a gorilla. Like, nah, this would be over in a second. If you pit those two against each other, King Kong would die immediately. We'd all be eating gorilla burgers for the foreseeable future. We'd be giving them away for free.
Can you keep it that good, though? Yeah, will the meat stay good? No, I'm intrigued. Like, I loved Kong Skull Island. Did not really love the latest Godzilla adaptations. If I want a good Godzilla, I know it sounds ridiculous to people. I'm watching like those 30s and, when it looked like just a big plastic toy and just bounce around killing Mothra. That's for me. These new ones, I think Godzilla's just a tough, it's kind of like a Superman of the, Titans variety, where it's like, it's hard to watch because you're like, oh, he could, like what you just said, he could just annihilate everybody, it feels.
You should. That should be the whole thing. Just a world filled with corpses and then Godzilla. That's all it should be.
Whoa, Daniel drops in here from Deadline. Godzilla vs. Kong has monstered $123 million overseas debut, setting the record for during the Hollywood pandemic. Wow, yeah, it is out in theaters, say in the U.S. for those that are HBO Max, which I'll gladly watch. Ball's bounced up in the air. We're going to half here. But hey, that's a good sign of things to come, I think. I'm looking for all the positive. We've been talking about the positivity.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That was ugly. The only points the Niners have are from a pick six. And the Buccaneers have a long touchdown run from LaShawn McCoy. And this has been, if you faded this game, congrats, but also it's a wild weather Wednesday. So this might be the highest scoring game of the evening. There's
true. We're pacing. We are pacing in that direction. So again, he's Christian DeAndre at Train Island over on Twitter. You can check out the postroute.substack.com. Drop some knowledge in your inbox today. Another one coming out this Friday. I'm at Jason D. Rossi on Twitter. And also you can check out the Pop Culture Pile Driver, where this week, last week we did the top 11 female TV characters. This week we actually had a little delay in the action, but we also have our music bracket going on right now, as you can follow at Pop Culture PD. Yeah, we're in the Sweet 16.
What are the parameters for the music bracket? Just any music?
Good question. So it was 90s based. So we had the four regions. We had hip hop, rap was one section, one hit wonder, pop, and then rock alt. So you can get your votes in. I've retweeted a bunch of them if you want to check it out over at Jason D. Rossi. But we basically just kind of looked at all 90s music. You had to get 64, one representation from any group or artist. No, there wasn't 5 songs on there from, Nirvana or Metallica or Britney Spears or the like. So again, I know we got a couple hours left on some of the rounds. So right now, like you have like Eminem going up against the My Name Is versus Hypnotized by B.I.G. You have California Love versus Regulators. Those are your final.
Tough one, man.
Flagpole Sitta and Sex and Candy have kind of been dark horses. They were 15 and 14 seeds, making it to the Sweet 16. So, songs of that like.
Okay. So let's run down. I'm interested right now in only the one-hit wonder bracket.
Okay.
What were all right? You tell me what the matchups were, and I will tell you my choice for each of them in the first round. Because let's face it, this game has been anything but interesting. So let's talk about one-hit wonders from the 90s, because that's really my favorite.
116 matchup was Vanilla Ice, Ice Ice Baby versus the Verve Pipe, the Freshman.
All right, come on. Clearly, Vanilla Ice had to win that like 90-10.
Yeah, around that, about there. Number 8 seed, Four Non Blonde, What's Up versus Len, Steal My Sunshine.
I pass. I hate both those songs with a passion. They're both terrible earworms. Once they're in my brain, they can only be blown out with a bolt.
Nah, say, hey. All right, Len won that one. Number 5, fitting, Lou Bega, Mambo number 5 versus number 12, OMC, How Bizarre.
Oh, tough one there. I'm gonna go Mambo number 5 on that one, but How Bizarre.
That did.
You can't undersell How Bizarre.
No, great tune. 4 Chumbawamba Tump Thumping versus number 13 was Aqua Barbie Girl.
Oh, get the hell out of here, Tump Thumping. You drew a juggernaut 13 seed, Barbie Girl, every day, all day.
I don't think you understand how much, and not that obviously we have a small section of people voting right now, but Tump Thumping did crushed Crush. Barbie Girl all day says Daniel. That's like Daniel's ringtone. Tag team, whoop, there it is, number 6 versus New Radicals, You Get What You Give.
Oh, man, 2 songs that have had a comeback this year. New Radicals playing at the inauguration. Whoop, there it is. Tag team, part of the only good Geico commercial right now.
Oh, don't you dare. Oh, right now. Okay, I was going to say, Geico's had some greats. So what do you think? Who took it?
I'll go tag team on that one.
Tag team did win that. You then had the number 3 seed, Sir Mix-a-Lot, Baby Got Back, the one that you listen to in the shower daily, versus I kind of spoiled a little bit. Marcy Playground, Sex and Candy.
Dude, I'm baffled that I like Sex and Candy a lot. Like I had the Marcy Playground CD. It was a Columbia House gift.
Yeah, baby.
And who got the 30 CDs for a penny was like, I don't want this. And I liked it a lot, but man, it's no Baby Got Back.
Yeah, I don't know how that one, and that one had a decent amount of votes. Like some of these will be honest. Like I forget when to put them up, and they got like 30, 40 votes, and some others will spike some more interest. Then we had, again, the spoiler here, number 2, Los Del Rios, Macarena versus Harvey Danger, Flagpole City.
Macarena can get that right there.
Just a massive hit, but you really can't listen. It's not like you can listen to that song. Either you're dancing or you're not, as we get a completion for a first down. And then just to quickly, Harvey Danger, I can't spoil it. Oh, I forgot to say this one. D-Light, Groove is in the Heart versus Sneaker Pimps, 6 Underground.
Oh, man. I love 6 Underground. That is one, that's been on my, even before I had an iPod, back when I had, not even a Zune, the
Zunes,
2002 off-brand equivalent of the first generation iPod. That was one of the 100 songs I could fit on. It was 6 Underground, yeah.
First of all, I have to say, because we've had this before, Michael, you've been here with me. I think my cat just stunk it out down here.
No,
Get out of the chat. Get out of the chat, Ross's fat cat, and go. Oh, it's awful. I don't know what my cat does. Bad. It smells like human. Just poo.
What have you been feeding that cat, Rossi?
I just feed him the same crap every day. This Rachel Ray blend and some wet food, and that's it. And he drops, and it always happens when I'm on these later sims, or the 6 o'clock area. Oh, it stinks down here. I gotta open a window.
Should have been an outside cat.
Seriously, as Michael says, Rossi's fat cat strikes again. He should be an outside cat. I don't even know if they poop outside, though.
Yeah, I'm assuming they do. They gotta poop somewhere, right? Kittle, one broken tackle away there from turning that into a long touchdown. Instead, gonna have to settle with a reasonable reception. As Mostert still trying to drop himself into gear, everything fewer than 2 yards per carry. Still only a yard there as this Buccaneers front 7 really taking care of business. And big part of that is having the mountain-sized Vita Vea up front. That dude has his own
game changer. Bandit says, my cat's sound asleep next to me. I think Bandit, by the way, happy birthday again, dude.
Yeah, happy birthday. We brought it up yesterday. Jimmy G, what are you doing?
Huge sack there. 3rd and 21. Yikes. It's not good. You can say that. No touchdown offensively for the Niners. Yeah, but Bandit, we'll just look at the pause. Your birthday.
Happy birthday, Bandit. Rossi, if we don't get a conversion here, we're going to go into the alt-rock side of your bracket.
I'll see. It's a 3rd and 21. Jimmy G looking deep. Has him in. Almost intercepted.
Yeah, very nearly picked up. And then the ball hit the curve. So it's going to be Robbie Gould from 43. And I don't know what to believe about Robbie Gould anymore, Rossi.
Yeah, we'll see. Damon said.
But if he blanks this one, he's going to be on pace for the Golden Sombrero. And you know what? I kind of want to see him do an 0 for 4 kind of night.
Yeah, well, we'll see here. As we get some advice on some food, I'll get to that in a second. Here's the kick. It's up. It's got the distance. That's good. 10-13 now. Gould hits one in. Damon says, kibbles and bits ain't so rich. Less stink. I also mix in hair lambs once. I don't know. Hairball lamb. I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. Never seen a cat poop. They're too sneaky. Ames. Says Blood Robot. Yeah, I didn't see it. I could just smell it. I could hear him kicking around the breeze pellets. Ugh, it's just bad news there. Oof.
It's making me sad.
You know what it is? It's really not the end of the world. Yeah, Ed Zone Dance says Rossi, that's wrong, blaming the smell in the cat. If it was just me, I wouldn't even care. Like, why would I even tell you? But I'm telling you that what's going on down here. One time I remember Tara Lynn was on, and my cat actually didn't make it to the actual litter box. So that was the worst smell. But it kind of wavers after a few minutes, but I don't know. I got to teach my cat like Jinxie Cat to use the toilet. Oh. Yeah, thank you. I didn't know that. Ashy says, FYI, wet food poop smells worse than dry food poop. LOL. Well, he hasn't eaten in a long time. Yeah, B. Jones giving Flagpole Sit-Up a shout. Yeah, you can vote. I think things are still open. So you can check out, again, at Jason D. Ross. I'll just retweet all the ones that I can. Or you can check out Pop Culture PD, but you may potentially already follow me. And if you care, you can just take a look. So, yeah, my name is... retweet. I'm just going to retweet a bunch. So if you are interested, it takes 1 second to click on them while we're here in Simland. Appreciate all the support. They all have about 2 hours left to vote on.
So I'm going to go in and check those out now. I got to see. Let's go through the alt-rock bracket. Or would you rather go alt-rock bracket right now, or would you rather talk expensive corn dog right now? I'll throw it up to you. We'll probably have time to do both. Let's be honest.
Yeah, let's go with the corn dog first. We'll break the music, then we'll get back to it.
All right. So the Disney Blue Ribbon Corn Dogs restaurant stand. I don't know. I'm not a Disney guy. I've never been to Disneyland, but apparently they're selling.
Wait a second. You've never been to Disney?
I've been to Disney World in Orlando.
Oh, okay. Yeah, same. Gotcha. Because I was gonna say first the Peep Store yesterday, which still is rent free in my brain. I was gonna say now. I was telling everybody.
Yeah, it's a problem. It's a problem. But so it's a hot dog, and they cram it inside a hollowed out dill pickle. Then they
second.
Dip it in corn batter, and then they dust it with panko crumbs, fry it, and they serve it with peanut butter on the side. So I'm very intrigued. I want to try it.
What?
But how much do you think this corn dog costs? Corn dog inside a pickle. The cornmeal, fried, panko breadcrumbs, peanut butter on the side. How much would you pay for it?
Okay, can you one more time just give that to me? Give me that. So it's a hollowed out pickle.
Hot dog inside that.
Inside a pickle.
Cornmeal batter.
Yeah.
Panko breadcrumbs on the outside. Fry it.
Crunchy.
Serve it with peanut butter on the side.
What are we doing with the peanut butter? But okay, I'm
intrigued, but
me too.
I don't know. I would like dip it once, but then I'm pretty sure I'd be like, no, give me some spicy mustard.
Okay. Yeah, that's where I would go, especially with the pickle. Okay, so this is in California?
This is in California, in Anaheim.
Anaheim, okay. So I'm going to say this is $10.
$13 for a corn. And granted, it looks like a pretty solid corn dog, but like it's corn dog sized, Like I'm going to need 3 or 4 of those to get through.
Exactly.
Like, to satiate, Like,
yeah.
G takes another bad sack there.
Dude, that's a weird mix. M. Roach says $12 pickle dog. I just don't get the dog in the pickle. I can't. DFS Queenie says, yeah, it doesn't sound right. I'll just say that.
Honestly, I'm okay with it. I want to know.
No, I am too. But
like, what are they doing with all the pickle insides they're scooping out?
Intercepted.
Oppo intercepted. Sean Murphy Bunting, the rising star in that defensive backfield, takes care of business. The Buccaneers are field position demon.
Yeah. Oof. Well, we'll see here. Shove a hot dog in a pickle doesn't sound right. This great line. But yeah, I'm intrigued. I definitely am. I don't know if I'd be down for the peanut butter side because I don't get it. I just don't get a hot dog in the pickle, the peanut butter, the batter. Peanut butter. That's just like bread, but everything. Oh, now my cat wants to get out of here, dude. You stink.
Peanut butter does go on a lot of things. Like you can put if you do peanut butter on a burger, sometimes it's like hacky, but like
I've had
peanut butter jalapeno on a burger, solid. It works out pretty well. Is that McCoy again, or was that when it was playoff Lenny himself?
Lenny's back.
Yeah. And the Buccaneers are only up 3 right now, but Rossi really feels like they scored a touchdown in this drive. This game's over. I have no faith in Jimmy G in the rain whatsoever.
And I feel you there. And just to think, so far our only offensive touchdown has been LaShawn McCoy, low owned. So we'll see if Brady can get somebody in there. But going back to that, I think I'm more out on it. Like, I would try it. I don't know if I'd go out of my way to try it. There's Fournette again. Barreling his way.
Lenny?
Down to the 5. Lenny? I live next to City from Anaheim. I'm going to go try that this weekend, says Pellon. I think I'm saying that name, right? Yeah, you can try this now.
Listen, man, good for you. I'm gonna go out and plunk $13 down a lot. For me, it's just I need to know I'm getting that enough food for bang for my buck.
Into the end zone.
Is that OJ Howard with the?
There he is.
I'm
a vulture.
Vulture. Are you kidding me? OJ Howard, 6.1 fantasy points per game.
Yes.
But very rarely gets you more than a couple points at a time. And here he is, a very reasonable $1,800 in the flex and paying off in a big way there. We go into the fourth quarter here. Buccaneers 20.
All you need to know about my lineup right now is that OJ Howard is the highest scoring outside of my captain, Mostert, but that's because he gets the extra points. 6.5, holding it down. And yes, I have Tom Brady with his whopping 4.3. Ugly performance there. So we'll talk. This is BS. This is Danimal.
Yeah.
This game can blank off. Listen, dudes, this is what happened. This is the weather. Vulture season. Who scored? Nobody you got, Tyler. Nobody you got.
O.J. Howard. Out of the fullback position on a carry. O.J. Howard rushing touchdown.
That's it, babe. Oh, Mike, get out of here, dude. Sorry. Yeah. Now he's trying. Now he wants my attention.
Sometimes they're stupid. Yeah, but when Rossi and I are on the call, they're always stupid.
You know it. As I like to say, I got a great compliment earlier. I'm kind of a complete idiot. Kind of. A complete idiot. It's kind of nice. So we'll talk a little more music stuff if you guys are wondering. Don't forget to subscribe over at thepostroute.substack.com. There it is, in writing, in very fluorescent colors.
Oh, and hey, today what we're breaking down is what's going on with the Packers, how they need to satisfy Aaron Rodgers beyond a contract extension, but also what the 17th game means for the NFL and what the Niners should do with that third overall pick. Here's a spoiler. It should not be Mac Jones.
Stats are good. Thank you, Jimbo. Not be Mac Jones. What's up, bad boys? Welcome in. DFS Queenie. See Robbie, Sean, 12, Ricky, the fat cat, you stink tonight. Danimal Mike, Michael, B. Don, Tater Hater, our Twitch homies over there, P. Hooligan or Fooligan or whatever your name may be. Reed's T, Smash Lana. Smash Lana's sending out stuff. What is this? Sorry, he's sending me something. Uh-oh. Oh, another remix. I love it, Smash Lana. I appreciate what you do over there. I appreciate all you guys. Golf Rat. Yeah, we're having a tough day on the offensive side, but we'll see. But we'll look over if you guys want to vote on some of these matchups we're going to discuss. You can check out my Twitter at Jason D. Rossi, the Pop Culture Pile Driver. We're going to be giving away some free T-shirts if you can predict the Elite Eight once we get there, probably tomorrow. Oh, I love whenever we get Bird Brain from Daniel the Vulture. Power Rangers they're goated. I'm goated, the Power Rangers. As we get here first, let's see Jimmy G. Been bad. Makes a connection, though. Move over to the alt-rock side here.
There's Debo getting back on the board. Haven't seen him in a while, although I'm sure a lot of Jimmy G's passes have been intended for him. They've just sailed several yards over his head or just not even in his general vicinity. Jimmy G just absolute cat poop today.
Yeah, well, tell me about it. I even have the after smell. There's Jimmy G, right back to his weights.
This guy.
So back to the music. So this one we'll bang through quickly. 5.25 owned, by the way. Howard in the flex. Nirvana, number 1, Smells Like Teen Spirit versus Live and Lightning Crashes.
That's kind of a tough one. Lightning Crashes was kind of a banger, but it's going up against an absolute juggernaut here. So, yeah, you got to give it to Nirvana. Even though that might not, it's definitely not my favorite Nirvana song, but it is the biggest one, so okay.
Yeah, Nirvana handily won that one. Live gets credit from people who enjoyed like 90s alternative, but like doesn't ring true to this day, if that makes sense. People don't look back.
Yeah, that's true. They're kind of like an early Nickelback of the alt rocks. They're kind of like, okay, you guys
saying that as a compliment.
Proficient, and your lead singer is kind of a weirdo with long hair, at least kind of long hair around his baldness. Whatever. You guys are fine. We're not going to. Yeah.
Here's Jimmy G. Finds a man. Finally gets into positive territory. Breaks a tackle.
Wow. Andrew Bourne with a big gainer there.
Huge.
You minted Patriot.
Yeah. See what he can do. Next one was Third Eye Blind, Semi-Charmed Life versus Weezer, Say It Ain't So. I will just tell you this quickly. I'm a huge Weezer fan. Billy chose the Weezer song, so I couldn't argue with him. Definitely hated that song being there, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, terrible seating for Say It Ain't So. Not only a great song, but a perfect karaoke song if you don't care about karaoke, if you don't want to get into it, because everyone knows that people will sing along with it. It's Say It Ain't So, for sure.
Say It Ain't So, knocked out by Third Eye Blind, Semi-Charmed Life. Number 5, Green Day against number 12, Green Day Basket Case versus STP, Interstate Love Song.
Interstate Love Song. Basket Case is a great song, but Interstate Love Song is the one Stone Temple Pilots song I would put above it.
All right, there you go. And they got the win. I was actually surprised that Green Day would resonate more with the people that usually, in my Twitter world.
Like Time of Your Life, maybe, as we get a Dante Pettis segment.
Down to getting into inside the 5-yard line, at the 6-yard line. So we'll get a 1st and goal here. The next one was Oasis Wonderwall versus Offspring Come Out and Play, the 4-13 matchup.
I mean, tough matchup, but not even my favorite Oasis song versus
same.
An absolute, a very nearly perfect alt rock song and Come Out and Play between the guitar riff and the chorus. That's Offspring wins that one for me.
It was Wonderwall getting the votes there because everybody who has a guitar plays it. 6, Pearl Jam Better Man versus Red Hot Chili Peppers Under the Bridge, which I thought I did the seedings. That was a bad call on my part. Those are 2 top tier ones, but that was a 6-11.
Oh man, I would go Pearl Jam with that one, but tough one for me.
We get the play. I'll tell you the results. And Mostert, come on, baby, willing his way to the 3.
Out of the 3. And the clock is ticking here, Rossi. This drive needs to wrap up soon because the Niners are down by 10, and one sustained drive from Tampa here is going to be a problem.
Yeah, that one actually came out to be the victor, Red Hot Chili Peppers. Really? We get Jimmy G takes a snap in the gun. Mostert, goes the other way. He's got a touchdown. Kittle.
Ooh,
never mind. Debo.
A Debo sighting there. So after having only a couple catches in this game, makes himself a must roster if you were stacking up anyone from that San Francisco side of things. Him and the San Fran defense, the only 2 members of the red and gold to have touchdowns today in the sim.
Love it. Finally getting somebody who you may have. So let's see here as we get a 1-score game now. Those missed field goals playing out big time. 20th touchdown from Samuel. Thank you, Michael. Our crew, amazing tonight. Michael, Daniel, Jimbo, and Ops. Next one was Foo Fighters, Everlong versus Smashing Pumpkins, 1979.
I mean, 1979, great song, but Everlong, possibly the best song of the decade. So
arguable.
Everlong is going to take down the entire regional for me. I got to put it out there like that.
I believe they made it to the Sweet 16, but I'll double check in a second. But are they in right? Yeah. Then it was they won. Foo Fighters won that. Soundgarden, Black Hole Sun versus Beck, loser. 7-10.
Black Hole Sun is like the 8th best Soundgarden song.
Agreed.
It's a nightmare. It's a great video.
Scary.
But creepy video, but just the droning. I mean, it very much fits Soundgarden's whole theme, but it's not a great song. Beck's Loser was unique and interesting and kind of set the stage for what would be a very prolific career from him. So, Beck in a landslide for me.
Yeah, Beck lost that matchup, though. Soundgarden gets the vote. And then the final one here of this first round was Metallica, Enter Sandman versus Rage Against the Machine, Bulls on Parade.
Man, so you can hype songs versus hype songs, like walkout music versus walkout music. Bulls on Parade is a good song, gets you ready to go, but not quite like Enter Sandman does. So I'm going to go with the theme song for Brock Lesnar and Mariano Rivera and a whole bunch of high school football teams, I'd imagine.
And the actual Sandman from ECW. Yeah, Metallica dominated that one. So let me just see. Yeah, because that was all that first round. See, this was like, just like what you do with the brewery stuff. It's just fun. There's nothing better than the odd branding version of these, non-sports related brackets, I think. And it gets people talking. I've had more hate DMs in my inbox than I ever have. We created the Pop Culture Pile Driver earlier this year. Before it was just strictly Rossi on Wrestling was the name of the feed. So we did wrestling themes last year. And oh man, people reach out to me as if I like scorn their childhood by some of the matchups. I'm like, people take this stuff seriously. But if you can vote on our Sweet 16 right now, again, I retweet a bunch. I see some of you guys jumping in there at Jason D. Rossi. Appreciate any ideas, thoughts, things you like, things you don't like. Just say it. It's okay. Yeah, right now you have Enter Sandman versus Black Hole Sun in the second round. And Black Hole Sun's right behind Enter Sandman, actually, which is, I thought Enter Sandman would crush. Speaking about getting crushed, is that Lenny? No, LaShawn getting the carry there.
This drive continuing to churn along. Big third down here for the Buccaneers. So they pick it up. They're going to be able to blend the clock down to the 2-minute warning and possibly beyond. They need to pick up 5 yards here.
You have a couple upsets. I will just say one. Not that, again, I'm sorry to promote so much and I'll be done. I promise everybody who doesn't care. But right now, Tub Thumping beating Ice Ice Baby in the Sweet 16 surprises me. But, hey. All right, we'll see here. And here comes a punt. So will San Francisco be able to field goal their way back and they take the lead? See if we get some high drama here. Appreciate everybody joining us here tonight. Christian DeAndre, Jason Rossi, producer Michael, Daniel, Jimbo, and Ops.
Let's look at that. So Bradley Pinion does his job. The ball checks up the 5, and now this Niner team that had nothing going for the first 3 quarters now needs to go 95 yards to take the lead. Maybe they're not super psyched about the idea of putting it in Robbie Gould's hands now that he is 1 for 3 when it comes to field goals tonight.
Yeah. So, can he make it 2 for 4? Will he get there? See here, is they're gonna nice catch there from Kittle. 2:39 and counting at their own 11-yard line. 2nd and 3. It's dinner time after this game for most of us. Hope you're enjoying this. Ooh, stuffed. Going nowhere. Mostert's had a tough day.
Terrible game for him. Mostert in the flex so far. Maybe gets him up to 9 points. So not quite the day you expected if you paid up to roster him. Maybe Glash told you, you say your DM told him today it was going to be a Mostert kind of day. I thought it was because, rainy day. Keep the ball on the ground. You chug away. But no, this Buccaneers defensive front has been just brutal. It picks up the first there, but we're at the 2-minute warning now. 3 timeouts left for both teams. The Niners really do need a chunk play here. They went to Kendrick Bourne to get one before. Let's see if they don't try to target him again, or maybe they get the ball to Deebo Samuel.
Deebo! CDA and Rossi is badass together, says Dwayne. Appreciate the compliment, Dwayne. Appreciate you and glad you're enjoying it. Smash the like.
Our guy DT.
Yeah, if you feel like DT, smash that like as well. Appreciate each and every single one of you.
Speaking of Team Always Here members, CJ, talking about the corn dog, the now famous
I saw
corn
it.
dog.
I
would
saw
order
the picture.
that, hold the pickle and peanut butter, then give the hot dog to my son. So CJ, are you just eating the breading, like the cornmeal, the fried cornmeal? Because I need a clarification on that. I don't know how I feel about that.
Dude, gotta see it. I gotta see this thing in person. They gotta bring this thing to Massachusetts.
I'm gonna drop the link. So you
saw it. I saw it. P. Hooligan posted. But posted it again. Oh, look at it. Oh, you have a different image. Oh. The image is not as appealing. Oh, that one isn't as bad. The one that I saw a Twitter one that Hooligan shared, and it just looked gnarly.
Honestly, I would like it a little bit more. I think if you hauled out a jalapeno, or even just a pickled jalapeno, I think
that would make more sense. Spicy and meat, like the pickle, and like I don't put. Well, I guess I do sometimes put relish on my hot dog. As we have a big 4th and 4 here. Here's Jimmy G's been pretty rough all day. Can he make the big play?
Something, Jimmy.
Oh, baby, Super Bowl in it.
Not that guy. All right. Well, the Bucks take over at the San Francisco 24.
Should be. Well,
one first down. Well, it depends on when they get the first down, but one first down.
There's the first down.
There's Lenny. All right. So 2 timeouts left. Minute 16 to go. They get a stop, and then force a field goal. There's a chance they can get the ball back here, Rossi, with something like 30 seconds to go, down by 6 with no timeouts remaining. Doesn't seem good. Oh no, it's 2nd and inches. He didn't get the first down. That's even worse.
That's not good for San Fran. Here's the handoff.
There's the first down. That will do. Kneel down, timeout. Kneel down, timeout. Kneel down. End of game coming here as Buccaneers will escape in a game that no one would describe as good.
No.
But hey, we got to talk about your cat's poop and corn dog. So no.
How bad could the sim be? Yeah, I can't wait to not clean that later. So there's the knee from Brady. So I guess, Christian, we know this thing's inevitable. Who are you going to give? This is a tough one. You can look around. I'm just going to quickly look at our lineups as Brady. Well, we might get a rush here. We always see.
Yeah, we get the second down, kneel down rush. So we'll get that. And hey, that could change things. If McCoy gets a rushing touchdown here, would be a difference maker. No, not yet.
No, they're going to take the knees.
You know what? This game was a train wreck, so why not give it to a punt play who came up big?
Yes,
this is going to be an O.J. Howard, crusty cough player of the game.
Yeah,
Not the biggest scorer, but you know what? If you're a tight end too and you get a fullback dive and you score from 4 yards out, guess what? You're MVP. That's it. I'm giving it to you, especially on a day where everyone else is off. And we're gonna go ahead and babysitter Billy Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't care how bad Mostert is. Mostert, you know what? Not the problem here.
Could even go Brady. Yeah.
Garoppolo had a passing touchdown, good for him. But he had an interception. He missed so many open guys. He was just terrible. He was just awful. So you know what, Jimmy G, you gotta do it to him. You gotta be the babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner for tonight's happy hour sim, which is mercifully come to a close. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers 20, San Francisco 49ers 17. And if you're tuning back in, if you stuck with us through the entirety, thank you so much for joining us. Hopefully you get to throw in your 2 cents on music, on corn dogs, and cat poop. All right, so CJ, we'd eat the cornbread, and that's about it. Don't like pickles, not a fan of peanut butter. My son likes hot dogs more than me. Interesting.
I will just say, Tom Brady owners, I feel for you as well. What the heck? This cat is out of his mind. I don't know if you could hear that, but he just came meowing over. Yeah, Brady was bad. A lot of people were bad, but yeah, appreciate all the conversation. Don't forget to follow Christian at Train Island over on Twitter. Don't forget to subscribe. There it is. thepostroute.substack.com. Appreciate it. Support the DK Sim fam. We'll support you. Go eat a pickle. Enjoy them because they're delicious. Hot dog, equally delicious. Don't know if they should be put together. Who knows? We'll find out together. Also, again, appreciate all the support and everything that I do. You can check me out over at Jason D. Rossi. I'll be back tomorrow with Cough at 4. And me and this handsome son of a gun, we get to team up again tomorrow at 6.
Yes, and I gotta point it out, man. Our 119 person free roll, you know what it took to win that? 70.7 points.
I just was going to say, I noticed it. McCoy and the captain, Mostert, Evans, Gronk, Kittle, Debo. Not even 71 points. So, Jimbo, good job out there on ops. Michael, Daniel, and you can we have a couple more hours left in voting for those things we were talking about. You can check it out at Jason D. Ross. You can subscribe to the Pop Culture Pile Driver over on your favorite podcast website. Here, by the way, Christian, awesome job. Didn't even get to say you did awesome. And as always, before I leave you, Stay hydrated, say positive things on Twitter. Appreciate each and every single one of you together, individually, and as an entire family. Here is the lovely Taryn Azak.
Wow, thanks, Rossi. Always love lovely following my name because that just really spices things up. So thank you. Up next, Madden schedule, 8 p.m. Eastern. Glash is coming. Well, I guess I'll be happy for him. So Glash is coming in and Geoff Ulrich with the call for the matchup between the Chiefs and the Browns. The rain becomes snow. Yuck. In Sim Cleveland. That showdown is featured in the Madden Stream 1K Flea Flicker contest. $5 entry is going to get to a shot at a $150 top prize. And the free contest for that showdown has a $250 prize pool with $25 going to first. Earlier on, we mentioned the NHL 50K Sticks contest. It's locking in just a few minutes at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. So now here's Geoff Ulrich to help you get in those last minute lineups.
We got a 6-game slate in the NHL tonight. Here to talk about it, who else but our resident Canadian and also just a really smart guy when it comes to hockey betting talk and DFS. Geoff Ulrich, how are you, man?
Yeah, a gem. I'm a 10 out of 10, Koff, for sure.
I've always said that. We're going to have you graded. It'll be the best. Let's take a look at what we got tonight here. And on this 6-gamer, you have 4 skaters that are priced at $8K or above. Some of the names we're used to talking about, obviously. There's Austin Matthews, Nate McKinnon, Max Pacioretty. You can mix Mitch Marner in there as well. Who stands out to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's the usual suspects, especially for if you've been playing a lot of late slates. Obviously, we're familiar with Max Pacioretty. He's a high volume shots on goal guy. He's the cheapest of the bunch, and I wouldn't fault anyone for going up there, but I just think you look at this matchup for Austin Matthews going up against the Jets. They're a bottom 8 teams in terms of shots allowed. You look back, the last series that the Jets and the Leafs play, Matthews had 3 goals. He was busy all night with his shots there, hit the shots on goal bonus. I just feel like with Matthews, you have such a good shot of getting the 5 shots on goal, the DraftKings bonus, and potentially getting a goal as well. I just don't necessarily see the upside there, especially with McKinnon going up against Arizona. Colorado's been really hot, but Arizona a bit better defensive team than they've been facing lately. Pacioretty against the Kings, not a bad play again, decent value. But I think for me in this matchup, I just pay up for Matthews. Again, really good shot of a ceiling night here.
I'm not sure this is a question I've ever asked you before, and I'm excited. I like it. Is there an entire line that you are tempted to stack in just maybe a softer matchup?
Yeah, well, and again, there are quite a few studs on this 6-game slate here, right? I mean, it's not the biggest slate, but we have some people we really want to pay up for. I mean, you could even make a case for paying up for Matthews and Nathan McKinnon here. So if you want to do that, you got to target some second lines, like some guys who just bring a little bit better value. And look, the Flyers going up against the Sabres here. I mean, the Flyers aren't good either, but the Sabres are absolutely just horrendous, right? So I think their second line here, looking at the salaries, they're offering us pretty good value. Kevin Hayes, Claude Giroux, Joel Farabee. I mean, these guys aren't super expensive. All of them see power play time. Giroux especially still on the PP1 for them. So, obviously coming off a 4-3 overtime, kind of a thriller game against the Sabres where they almost blew it. They almost became the first win for the Sabres since, last Christmas. But I just think you're getting good value on this line. I mean, Kevin Hayes is a guy who gets a lot of shots on goal. He's only 5,500. Giroux's been playing good, 4 shots on goal against the Sabres. And the Sabres just do everything poor from a defensive perspective. So they're obviously great targets for your forwards. I think the top 2 lines for the Flyers obviously have a lot of upside. Let's just go with the cheaper option. That'll let you stack some of those studs. So Kevin Hayes and Claude Giroux especially, I want to target that line tonight.
Let's keep talking value. Maybe hit the bargain bin like I do when I'm DVD shopping for all these gems behind me here. Who is the really cheap play that stands out to you tonight?
Yeah, those are more like a 4, Kaufman, your DVD collection. But let's keep targeting this game and even going to the other side because, look, the Flyers really aren't that much better than the Sabres this year. Maybe they have more talent, but they certainly haven't played that way. A couple blowouts, a loss to New Jersey in their last 6 games. They allowed the Sabres to score 3 goals. I mean, that alone is just like an indictment, right? So Victor Olofsson at 3,800. I mean, this is a player who obviously he's stuck on a really bad offense, but he's got 21 points in 34 games. He's been pretty busy with his shot of late too. Hit the shots on goal bonus against Philly. Philly doesn't have good special teams at all. I mean, this is a pretty high volume shots on goal player for under 4K. In a typical matchup, if we were going up against say Washington or just a good team here for the Sabres, I probably wouldn't be recommending a Sabre, but it's Philly. Their defensive, stats and analytics and stuff really aren't that much better than the Sabres. I like Olsen at 3,800 here. I kind of like that second line they put together with him and Reinhart. So for me, he's a target. I think you could even go to the other side of that game, though. Jakub Voracek at 4K, getting power play exposure. It's just two soft defenses, and there are some decent min price, not min price, but value forwards you could target in this game. I definitely like Olsen, but Voracek is in play too.
Important detail to note is we chat right now, which is actually well before lock. We don't have any goalies that are locked in for their lineups right now for their respective teams. Is there a specific matchup you want to target, or maybe a projected goaltender that you expect that you like tonight?
I mean, I think you got to look kind of what Robin Lehner's been doing lately. Back from injury. He's had some games under his belt now. He's really just performing well. I mean, Robin Lehner gets in these kind of these zones, I mean, he can hold it for a bit. So, save percentages, 0.92 or better in each of his last 3 games, going up against, a Kings squad who I think they're a little bit underrated, but they don't really have a lot of great finishers. And they're really a good matchup for opposing goalies, especially good goalies, because they do get a few shots on goal every night. They're not like in the bottom 5. So they can get busy with their shots, but they're not really good finishers, which is really what you want when you're trying to pick a goalie on DraftKings. So Leonard's in a spot where he could see 30 plus shots, definitely has a little bit upside there, but realistically, he's just playing well. And Vegas are huge favorites here, minus 225 right now on the DraftKings Sportsbook. The Vegas Golden Knights are as home favorites on the money line. So it's a really good spot for Leonard to pick up that win. And he's just playing really well. He'd definitely be my top choice. If you want someone a little bit cheaper, should be a good bounce back spot for Thatcher Demko, assuming he gets a start. He's had a couple poor starts, but going up against the Flames offense just not playing well at all right now. So Demko for GPPs if you need a little bit of a cheaper option.
You mentioned the DK Sportsbook. Let's go there. Anyone on the puck line that you like tonight?
Yeah, the puck line is interesting. I mean, you could definitely make a case for, like the Avalanche are playing so well, going up against still a third string goalie, but I like going to the Minnesota Wild here. I mean, the Sharks obviously pulling out the first game of this series. Minnesota's been a little bit lax defensively, which is a little bit worrisome, but I'm just not sure that the Sharks have the guns here to take out two wins in a row. And realistically, like the Wild are still getting good goaltending. The Sharks are still the Sharks in terms of their goaltending. Martin Jones, Devin Dubnyk, whoever starts, they can be really hot and cold. And when they get cold here, the goals can just flow. So I don't really expect that the Wild are necessarily going to drop 2 in a row to the Sharks. And at plus 160 on the puck line, you're looking at them, obviously. They are on the road here, which is a little bit of a knock against them, but still, those are pretty big odds. I mean, these are pretty big discrepancy in terms of these teams, especially in things like expected goal rate, where Minnesota is, top 10, San Jose is pretty much bottom 10, and special teams and shots against and scoring chances. So I feel like Minnesota here, just from looking at the odds, they're going to be the best value out there if you're looking at the puck line tonight.
Is there a game total that stands out to you, be it over or under?
There's a couple, and there's a couple overs I actually like. The unders have been really hitting lately in the NHL, but I think this is a good spot maybe to target a couple overs. My favorite is going to be the Arizona-Colorado game. Colorado coming in, they've scored 5 or more goals in 7 of their last 8 games. This offense is finally taking flight. Those offensive, creative defensemen that they've got back there, Taves, Gerard, and Maker. I mean, those guys are just finally starting to connect, and it's really helping Nate McKinnon. So all things considered, Arizona's a pretty good defensive team, but they're starting Aiden Hill in net, most likely a third stringer, maybe even a fourth stringer. Colorado could hit this on their own tonight. And the other side of this is the Coyotes offense has actually been pretty good. You got Phil Kessel playing pretty good. So 5.5 to hit the over. Yeah, I think this total is taking a little bit too much history into account. I think this should be closer to a 6. So I like taking the over with Arizona, Colorado, but I also don't mind the over in that Philly Sabres game. Again, 2 bad defenses, can't stop anything. I'll rank them as second behind the Avs and the Avs and the Coyotes, but I like the overs in both those games.
Moose, the entire DK Sportsbook is your oyster for this 6-game slate in the NHL tonight. What is your favorite bet?
All right. Nobody beats the Buffalo Sabres however many times in a row now. Let's go with the Sabres on the money line. Plus 170. They should have won that last game against Philly. Like I said, Philly is not playing well at all right now. They've got horrendous goaltending too. I just feel like if the Sabres are ever going to grab a win, this is it. They're at home. You're still getting pretty good odds here at plus 170. So I like them. I like going to the money line with Buffalo here for a one night little, stop of the law, or, putting the tourniquet on the losses for one night. I also like Victor Olofsson if you're looking for a player prop. Let's go big or go home. Victor Olofsson to score a goal plus 210 on the DraftKings Sportsbook as well. Like I said, he's playing a little bit better. I like the way they've mixed those lines up, and he's got a great opponent. So let's just go big. Let's go with the Sabres to win and Olofsson to score a goal.
Go big or go home. Geoff Ulrich, thanks so much.
Okay, thanks.
Hey there, welcome to the Value Pick Preview presented by Dark Horse Wine's meticulously crafted portfolio of wines that outperform their price tag. He's Julian Edlow. I'm Adam Kaufman. We are here from DraftKings taking a look at a number 1 seed tournament semifinal, Baylor against a number 2 seed, Houston. So, Jules, tell me, what do you like about this matchup?
Yeah, well, we got some chalk on this side of the bracket, a 1 seed against a 2 seed. It should be a very good game. Baylor led by their 3 guards. Getting into the paint, shooting threes, that's what has got them to this point. That's what wins them games. And then they have some size on the interior. Good rebounding, good shot blockers, good finishers around the rim for those guards to get the ball to when they have so much attention on them. So Baylor should set the tone in this game, but Houston's a very scrappy team. They did not shoot well in their Elite 8 win, but they got here based on defense and pulling down 19 offensive rebounds in that Elite 8 game. So they're going to make it tough on Baylor for sure in this matchup.
Will the top seed prevail, or does Houston have the edge in this matchup?
I give the edge to Baylor. Outside of that COVID pause all season, they've been beating the teams put in front of them. They have the edge in the backcourt. They have the size edge, which isn't going to allow Houston to get 19 offensive rebounds. Houston's defense is good, not going to be good enough to shut down Baylor like they did in the last round. I like Baylor in this game.
All right, Julian, thank you very much. And thank you for watching the Value Pick Preview presented by Dark Horse Wines.
Ducks Takes.
Well, it's official, Ross. The NFL has added an extra game to the regular season, which means we're going to have 17 per season and 3 preseason games.
Right. And obviously, Bri, I mean, we knew this was coming for a while. Essentially, as soon as they signed that last CBA a little over a year ago, this was inevitable. And by the way, once they go to 17 games, which they are now, the players get more of the revenue. There's a kicker when it goes up to 17 games that the players get over 48%. So this was all prepared for, planned for. Feels like 20 times over the last year they've said, we're going to be 17 games. We're going to be 17. This week just means it's essentially official. I will say a couple things. Number one, I am glad that they're keeping 3 preseason games. I think that's important. And I know last year we had a season without it, and most people don't care. I get that. But a couple things. Number one, you want to try to find out what these young guys have. For me as a former player, I want all of these young men to feel like they really got their opportunity. Hard to do that with just training camp. This year, they should have a more full offseason. The offseason programs start April 19th, although there's still some debate, Bri, whether they'll have like on-field OTAs or whether it will be totally virtual again. But the net is these young guys this year are going to get much more of an opportunity than they got a year ago. I think those 3 preseason games are extremely helpful for them. I think we'll see even less starters in the preseason games. You might see, a few guys play a couple series of the second preseason game would be my guess. But I think it's really important. I mean, take those preseason games for what they are. I mean, they're for the young guys to show what they can do and try to make the team, and that's what they should be for. And then we'll have the 17 games. I think it's great. I know there are a lot of people that are concerned about it. Look, ultimately, it's a lot more money for the players. And for one more game, I truly believe the vast majority of the players, if you polled them, would say, hey, for one more game, you can make another $100,000 or $50,000 or whatever it is. Most guys would say yes. I know guys like Alvin Kamara and others say they're not interested. I get that. But the vast majority of the guys, they know how short their careers are. They know that they want to try to make as much money from their God-given ability during this time as they can. So I'm happy for those guys. I'm happy that's going to increase the revenue significantly. What's interesting, I guess, is they're still starting it a week after Labor Day. They don't ever want to have it Labor Day weekend because people travel so much. So the end of the regular season will be like January 9th, and then the Super Bowl will be Valentine's Day weekend. So everything gets pushed back a week in terms of the end of the regular season and the Super Bowl. And I think most of you probably already know this by now, but it's formulaic, right? So you're going to play the corresponding team in your division, from a different division, right? So like the Eagles, for example, they finished last in the NFC East. And this year, the NFC East will play the AFC East. So the Eagles will end up playing the New York Jets. I don't know how they determined whether it was a home. Oh, all the AFC teams are home this year, and then they flip it the next time or whatever. So it's all formulaic as usual. I'm excited about it. And I'm really excited that they kept 3 preseason games. I think 2 would have been too small. And I know people don't like it. Some people don't like it, but it was sort of inevitable, and I'm glad it came through.
Tuck's Takes.
Some other news includes a Giants signing D-tackle Danny Shelton, the Bills Stadium, now called Highmark Stadium. Colt Miller signs a big extension with the Raiders. Bruce Arians gets his Super Bowl championship tattoo. Chase Daniels signs with the Chargers. Gabe Jackson gets a new contract with the Seahawks. And Colt McCoy's with the Cardinals. Mike Daniels with the Bengals.
Yeah, a lot of interesting things there, Bri. I'll go right down the line. So Danny Shelton essentially signed by the Giants as security to try to fill the void left by Dalvin Tomlinson. Had to be painful for Dave Gettleman to let Dalvin Tomlinson, who's a very good, young, durable, tough, run-stuffing D-tackle, go. The Giants couldn't pay everybody, but those are the type of guys that Dave Gettleman loves. So instead it'll be Danny Shelton, who's not quite the player Tomlinson is, but can fill that role while they probably try to draft the next Dalvin Tomlinson.
Yo, knock, knock. I'm back. Welcome to the Dream Stream. If you haven't been paying attention, it's time for me to tell you about the play of the day. So I'm telling you, listen up. DraftKings is celebrating the return of baseball with the countdown to the 2021 MLB season promotion. It's running through opening day on Thursday. Enter an MLB lineup this week and earn different bonuses every day. Today's bonus: enter any paid Thursday MLB contest on Wednesday. If any Thursday MLB game goes into extra innings, you get 500 crowns. Check back tomorrow for a new bonus. Just click the promos tab in the DraftKings lobby for more details. The MLB season, it's starting up tomorrow, baby. And so does the Valero Texas Open at TPC San Antonio. So with some quick picks for that tournament, we got Pat Mayo.
What up, everyone? Pat Mayo here with your quick picks for the 2021 Valero Texas Open on DraftKings. First thing to know, Dustin Johnson, the highest priced player in the field, has withdrawn. So you do not use Dustin Johnson. Straight up, it's going to be my best pick of the year. Don't use him. That leaves 4 players above $11,000. Finau, Spieth, Scheffler, and Hideki Matsuyama. What is the common denominator between all of these 4 players? Well, none of them have a win since 2017. So your win equity is tied up in the very top with these names because they are the best players, but they've been having some problems closing out tournaments. So if you really wanted to avoid all of the 10K area, you can feel justified in doing so. And that way you give up a lot of ownership and then feel free to take the chalkier plays in the 9K region if you like. Me personally, I don't think anyone's going to own Hideki. I don't think that much separates this top end. So give me the lower ownership. Give me Hideki at $10,100. After that, let's just roll out the regulars. Abraham Answer. We're in Texas. It's going to be windy. Why don't you make some putts, Abe? That'd be nice for a change. But the ball striking, immaculate. So I'm going to start my teams with him or have him as the second man in on Hideki teams at $9,700. Also in the 9Ks, I love Tringali a lot here, and Ryan Palmer a little bit less. They're $93 and $9,400. Into the 8s, Cam Davis, Chris Kirk, and Keegan Bradley. Ball striking extraordinaires who have all had pretty good form recently, all pretty good in the wind as well. I think they're a bit undervalued based on what their odds are currently at on DraftKings Sportsbook. And we think about this course, TPC San Antonio, the Oaks course, there's a bunch of different ways that you can tackle this. It's a longer course. It's almost 7,500 yards. But a lot of that is baked into long par 3s and long par 5s. 3 of these par 5s are not really gettable in 2 shots. So you're going to see some players give an attempt. So those bombers, you need to have good around the green game to get it up and down to make your birdie. If you're one of the shorter hitters, you want to lean accuracy and wedge play from 100 to 125, 150 yards because they're going to be laying up on these holes and then trying to make birdie from like 111 out. That's why you see the Ryan Moores and see Kims of the world end up playing well at this course year over year. So I think that these guys really fall into the sort of the either going for it good around the green or they're going to lay up and great with their wedges. That is the Chris Kirk specialty. It's also the Corey Connors specialty, who I didn't take as a selection, who's won here. He was the last champion at this event, but he's going to be super highly owned. I'm just going to fade him and have to live with the results of that. In the 7K area, at the very top, you have 3 guys I really like in reverse order here. So you have Ryan Moore, 7,900, constantly plays well at this course. Harold Varner III, sneaky underrated so far this season. Not the notoriety he normally gets, but he is 6th in this field tee to green over the last 50 rounds. He's 79, but I like Brendan Grace the best of that troika at $7,800. The game is shifting back around. He has top 10s in his last 2 starts at this course. He won in Puerto Rico just over a month ago, and he's still kind of off the radar for a lot of people. And if it gets gusty, Brendan Grace, one of the best wind players in the world. So Brendan Grace, let's hope for some wind. And at $7,800, maybe a win. That would be fantastic news. From the lower end, if you're looking to back end your squads, I think Cameron Champ is a high upside GPP play. Stay away from him in cash or single entry because he's highly volatile, but he does have the sort of upside. The biggest crossover course is the Safeway where he has won, and we know that his distance can really make a factor here. Other than him, Gim at 73, Bernd Wiesberger at 72, Harry Higgs at $7,100. Beware with Harry Higgs. He's going to be exceptionally popular this week on DraftKings. Into the 6s, Will Gordon, another bomber with a short game at $6,800. And then you can just go to Akshay Bhatia, $6,400, another Safeway crossover. We know that the game is good. We know he can putt. We know the long irons are really good. Can he stay in contention? Well, he doesn't need to stay in contention. He just needs to make the cut at $6,400. He can be the anchor to help you jam in as many high-priced players as possible. If you're looking for the cheat sheet, it is up on dkplaybook.com. Plus, you can check out my full-length shows breaking down the entire field in depth over on the Mayo Media Network YouTube channel. I'll see you next time.
Hey there, welcome to the Value Pick Preview presented by Dark Horse Wines, meticulously crafted portfolio of wines that outperform their price tag. Speaking of outperforming, Julian Edlow, he always outperforms himself. I'm Adam Kaufman. We're here from DraftKings and taking a look at a tournament semifinal between the number 1 overall seed Gonzaga and a team that has reached this point all the way from the play-in game at UCLA. What do you like about this matchup here, Jules?
What I like about this matchup is that none of us saw it coming. Like you just said, UCLA should have been gone before the tournament even started in the first 4 rounds. They've won 5 games, an extra game to get to this stage. So they've obviously been running hot. They've put something together. They've found something that they were unable to find in the regular season in conference tournament play. And they're kind of just seeing some stars flourish, right before themselves in this tournament.
So safe to assume that program has the edge in this matchup?
This is where it ends for UCLA. It has been fun. You won 5 games. Nobody thought you had any chance to get to the Final Four. You got to be happy with that. Gonzaga is a completely different animal. They have weapons all over the floor. They're clicking offensively. They get their hands on steals defensively to turn you over and get out onto the fast break. This is one of the most dominant teams we've seen in college basketball in a while. And UCLA has just been getting a little lucky. Like Alabama's a very good free throw shooting team. Michigan's a very good free throw shooting team. Both of those teams missed all their free throws for UCLA to advance. Gonzaga's not going to do that.
Gonzaga's chase for an unbeaten season continues against UCLA. Thank you, Jules, and thank you for watching the Value Pick Preview presented by Dark Horse Wines.
next Madden Sim on this Wild Weather Wednesday is just minutes away. But first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. There's a 3-game turbo slate in the NBA. It's locking at 8 p.m. Eastern. You can play in the NBA 20K pull-up jumper contest, which has a 5K top prize with a $10 entry fee. You have a little bit more time to get in your NHL lineups in place as the NHL 15K 6 contest. It's not locking until 9:30 p.m. Eastern. That's a classic contest for a 4-game late slate. It's going to pay the winner $5K. Don't forget that the latest PGA Tour event, the Valero Texas Open, locks early tomorrow morning. Get those DFS lineups in for those contests, including the PGA Tour 700K flop shot. It's going to give players an opportunity to win a top prize of $200K. You heard that right. You can also go check out the odds and lines for MLB opening day, the NCAA tournament, UFC, NASCAR, and so much more on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Speaking of the Valero Texas Open, we still have sports betting tips for that tournament from the No Laying Up podcast right on the way for you, plus DFS Writer of the Year, Len Hochberg. He's going to give his DFS picks for this week's PGA Tour event. But hey, let's get back to some football, shall we? The snow is starting to fall in Cleveland as the Browns get ready to host the Chiefs. Here for all of the action on that one is our special little Brendan Glass Sheen. And of course, Moose Ulrich. Take it away, guys.
Well, thank you, Tara Lynn. I'll just, shrunk my shoulders down and shrink myself for that grand intro. Thank you. And may I also plug that the golf cheat sheet is out from the Fantasy Grind over on DK Nation. Yep, that's you.
No, I wish I could just squeeze through the camera and just grab your little cheat glass sheet. My special little guy, buddy.
Thank you. Well, it's a divisional round rematch here, and lineups have locked. I'll tell you what I did. I put Jarvis Landry in the captain spot and then went all Chiefs. All Chiefs. So I got all the big dudes in there.
It's a creative little build. I like it. If Jarvis could see some serious volume here, if the old Chiefs get out in front. I went traditional. I just stacked the Chiefs. I went Tyreek, Mahomes, Edwards, Eclair, Eclairs, Demarcus Robinson, and then I went with a couple Chiefs, Kareem Hunt, hoping maybe a little bit more involved in the pass game, and then Jarvis Landry. Every time I play Nick Chubb, he busts, so he's probably going to have 4 touchdowns today, but anyways.
Agreed. So I got Landry captained, the big 3, Mahomes, Hill, Kelsey, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and Ricky Seals-Jones, the punt play, because he always ends up with a catch or 2. So, and it's a snow game, so I guess, I maybe should have considered that a little bit more. Then again, Jarvis is a slot guy, so that might work out okay. That might work out.
It just might.
Well, it's great to be with you all here on a Wednesday, Wild Weather Wednesday. Let's get the good vibes flowing. We're together for the next 2 Madden Sims. This matchup's great. The next one kind of stinks, but who knows? Denver, Chicago in the snow. Maybe we'll get some wacky score. I mean, that's why they call it Wild Weather Wednesday. So happy to be here with all of you. We have producer Michael with us, Daniel on the 1s and 2s. Which means running the stream, making sure everything's working technically well, and then Jim from the Game Ops team.
Jim!
Yeah, I bought myself a notepad earlier at CVS, because I guess I got to start keeping track how many times I say Jim over the course of a week, because somebody earlier was just very critical of how often I do the Jim thing.
The Jim thing is fantastic. Who's critical of it?
I guess I overdo it, but that's me.
It's ridiculous. You can't overdo Jim, just like you can't overdo Batman. That's possible.
The reason why Jim's great is because Romo does overdo it, but I will follow the rules because there was someone on here earlier. I won't name names. Very, very, very critical. So, I'll try and please. I can't please everybody, but I'll try.
You know what you need to do, Flash? You need to ignore them, and you need to light it up.
That's right. You've always been a good influence.
Was it Ducey? Was it Ducey? Kenny wouldn't have done that, would you? Have you guys made up yet? Are you guys buddies again?
Not quite.
Okay, wow. Had to have been. It was Kaufman, wasn't it?
No. Your first guess was correct.
Oh, really? Wow. Oh, okay. This feud is running deep, folks. Deep. We might need to get you know, I might need to rent like a UFC ring or something here coming up. This is, you know, Ducey venturing into territories unknown here, telling Glash which voices he does and doesn't do too much. That's bold, folks. Tell ya.
The great Marty Glickman once said, "For broadcasting excellence, you must consider your audience." So that is what we will do. We will not make this about us. We will talk about the game and whatever it is you guys want to talk about. Travis Kelce with a catch, just shy of the first down. Third and short coming up.
Obi-Wan's got a great one. Ducey touched your drum set. Great Step Brothers reference. It's completely a great reference. That's awesome. All right, hope everyone's having a good Wednesday. God, I hate Wednesdays. Wednesdays are worse than Monday.
I'm with you on that. Really?
They're terrible. There's nothing to like. Okay, I still got 2 days left in the week.
Yeah.
Not really like where are we? We're not at the beginning of the week. We can't start fresh. We can't get excited for things to end. Like we're right in the middle. We're in no man's land.
Especially in Simland when we're here, when you do 2 a day and you're like, oh, all right. Like, especially last summer, we were doing that big 10K Thursday night free roll at 8 o'clock.
Right.
Just a nice little, you know, checkpoint in the week. So.
Oh, and Thursdays, you got Thursday night football in the fall and stuff.
Oh, true. And then real football. Exactly.
Thursdays used to be the big night for TV, too. Like when I was growing up. You know, that's when like Seinfeld was on. And I think Friends. You know, so Thursdays were like an event. But Wednesdays, like what has Wednesday ever given us? Terrible day.
Terrible weather.
Yeah. And look, it gives us wild weather. That's all it does. It will split us apart. Wednesdays does, too. Anyways, whatever. I hope everyone's doing good. We'll try and be nice to Wednesday. I'm actually having a pretty good Wednesday, although I was in Costco for like 3 hours today, which is terrible.
Michael Dunn, appreciate you. Barry Walling. Lewis Daniel won the free roll last night that we constructed. Sorry we didn't shout you out. Good stuff. Will either of these QBs win another Super Bowl? So the one that I made but accidentally made. Cool. Good stuff, man. Good to have you here. Joe Humphrey needs Tyreek Hill to go off. Barry faded Hill. Barry faded Kelce. Barry, who did you play?
Yeah. You just you got like Mecole Hardman in there or something. What's going on, Barry?
Our buddy J-Dub from Twitch. That was his call back on Super Bowl weekend. Jerm says, I'd like to talk about your feud with Kenneth Marie Ducey. That one slipped in. Danimal says, thanks to Brady's performance, my classic stands 0 chance tonight, but maybe I can get a W in this game. All right. Cool. Here goes Mahomes.
He goes.
First down. Wait a second. Did we just miss a Shermanator fake for a first down? Like we didn't even call it.
Yeah, what was that?
I saw the punting unit, so I went to look at the Twitch chat, and I look away, and I'm like, wait a second. How are the Chiefs still on the field?
Wow, we are really...
See, it's the Wednesday thing. It's a fake punt. We totally didn't call the fake punt.
Complete fake punt.
I'm not joking. Again, I've got 2 monitors up. I see the punting unit. I look to my right to read the chat, and then I look. I'm like, wait a minute.
I know that's exactly because when the punt comes out, that's exactly what I did. And as soon as the punt comes out, you're like, okay, I don't need to pay attention for like 30 seconds. All right, well, typical Jeff and Brendan broadcast, getting off to your usual start. No one paying attention to anything.
Bion says, no mention?
Just no mention, yeah.
No mention? Just what happened?
Ooh, Edwards Leclerc. Almost getting in there.
What the heck?
The Shermanator.
Oh, man. Well, talk about Wild Weather Wednesday. Still the first drive of the sim. Now, they better go for it on 4th down again and not settle for a 3.
They're paying attention. Oh, could we get the Shermanator touchdown to cap things off? Oh, I thought he was going to get it. Oh, Leclerc got Stuffed. I really thought he was about to snap it to Sherman there. That would have been crazy.
Derek says halfback pass to the Shermanator. Halfback pass flip. So it was a pitch from the punter to the Shermanator. That's amazing.
Wild stuff on Wild Weather Wednesday.
I'd like to go back and voice over a call for that. And there's CEH.
CEH. I stuffed him in my lineup, I'm not going to lie, so that's good for me.
Wow. Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Let's see. Owned in 34% of lineups, just shy of 8% captained. It was a bullet, says the bad boys of pop, not a pitch. So the pitch had some zip on it.
Smash Lana already has a clip up of us.
How do you miss this, Clash? We just casual conversation.
I like that you get all the blame because you're in the play-by-play seat, but I completely whiffed on it too. Like I wasn't even close to paying attention to that. As soon as the pun unit came on, I just like.
Oh yeah, it's like the cue
out.
to like, all right, check the chat. How's everyone doing? Banded Caterpie, can you and Moose sing Happy Birthday to me in Elmo and Cookie Monster voices? I don't think we're allowed to sing the Happy Birthday song, so.
Happy birthday. We're not?
I don't think so.
Okay. Trademark, all right. The Happy Birthday Company.
It's on the list of things that I've done wrong over the last year and a half.
I like how you're like the canary in the coal mine for all of us. You can be like DraftKings compliance officer basically at this point. No, don't do that.
Dave Grenzinski, it was a shovel pass. You all could have done play-by-play for it.
Yeah.
Good. Hey, they scored 7. If you got CEH, you like it.
That's the important part of that drive. It was a long drive, too, with the fake punt mixed in. There is Chubb. Nice run. I haven't rostered him, so he'll probably have a monster game. It does make sense that the running backs would go off in a Wednesday.
Looking at the free public showdown 10K plus entries in the contest. Love it. For the primetime sim, 10,072. Thanks for playing, guys. Sarah's in the chat. It's a year and a few days, not a year and a half. Well, it might as well be a year and a half. Might as well be. I'm rounding up. Well, I guess if I had... Yeah, I rounded up. How's that? Rossi's fat cat, please refrain from trying to get people fired from Subaru. He didn't get fired. I don't think he did. But he hasn't been back for a while.
Oh, yeah, the Subaru guy.
Joseph Odom. Nice guy.
Oh. What's that?
Hooper.
Hoop-a-loop. Hoop-a-loop.
Hey, I meant to bring this up to you. You did a great job yesterday with the golf show with Reed. I tuned in.
Appreciate it, buddy. Appreciate it. Like doing those golf shows. Like going on with Reed. Nice little quick 30, 40 minutes in between sims for you guys. Going to be a fun one next week, too, with the Masters. We got the Sweat coming back starting tomorrow. Great timing. Oh, did he get it? Oh, he did.
Oh, he had 1 foot up.
Oh, was he out of bounds? I guess so.
Looked like 1 foot scraped the back of the end zone.
I thought he got those feet down, but it's just too hard to tell, especially with the snow. So. Oh, wait a sec.
Ooh.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Ooh.
Cleveland challenge.
Give it to us. Oh, it's close. OBJ.
That was really close. Okay, the first one's in.
1. Ooh, that toe at the end.
Oh, yeah, I think he got it.
I don't know, Jim.
Okay, Tony. What's the call?
Give it to him. Give it to him. Give it to him.
Where is it? He's going to get
Where's the trigger? Wish we could hear this guy.
They haven't put the points up. It still says 2nd and 10.
Boo!
Boo? You party pooper. All right, I guess not. Man, I really thought that was going to get overturned. Oh, well. Okay, fine.
That would have been cool.
Deflate the sim, ref.
Hooper again for a first down to the 22. Under a minute left in the first. Smash that like button if you have not already today. OBJ in this contest owned in. We'll get that ownership in just a second. That would have been huge.
Yep. Louis, good luck this week. Hopefully that works out. Actually kind of feeling pretty confident this week. I don't know why.
Baker.
Got my lineups. Got the Jeff's golf bet of the day. We went with the Sabres on the money line. The Sabres are up 2-0. I probably shouldn't be celebrating yet, and I'm definitely not because it's the Sabres, but it's a nice start. They've lost 18 games in a row, Glash. Can you believe it?
18?
18 in a row. That's just ridiculous. Ridiculous, man.
What about did the Houston Rockets have a streak going like that?
Yeah, didn't they lose 20? I can't remember. You're the basketball guy. You should be telling me. What's wrong with you? I swear that Houston lost like 20, though.
Oh, pretty close.
The chat will tell us either way.
Chat knows everything.
Chat knows all. The chat is like our Wikipedia. You guys all work at Wikipedia. You know everything. What's going on here? Texts. I don't know. All right. Some running yards. Hoopaloop had a couple tight ends and running backs. That's what you needed. And Sherman with the 16-yard catch.
Daniel, can we go back and look at the quarterback, or not the quarterback, the punter, to see who got credit for the passing yards? I mean, you can't roster the punter anyway, so.
Townsend.
16-yard pass. Or pitch. Bullet.
He's got a great smile, that Tommy Townsend.
He really does. He kind of looks like Coughlin Ducey mutated.
Coughlin and Ducey had a child.
Ooh, that's
scary to think about.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire has the touchdown. If you're just joining us, we're going to the second quarter. It's Wild Weather Wednesday. Thanks for being here, everybody. Love you, mean it. You might not love Wild Weather Wednesday, but if we got that reversal, if that challenge worked, the energy in this sim would have really skyrocketed.
It really picked up. It's a grand shame.
Retease, did you know? What's up? Good to have you. Tim the Man. Hooligan. Sergio. I guess Mostert was not good last game. Who'd the Niners play last sim? Anyone want to throw it out in the chat? Oh, he's got a man! Nice catch! Touchdown!
Touchdown!
There we go, OBJ!
Yep. Can you give it to me on that side? Fine. I'll get it on this side.
Nice pass, Baker. 24-yard touchdown.
Baker really sort of picked up his play last year. I like the way he played.
Watch this.
Whoop. Boing. Is that a one-hander? He plucked out of the air with one hand.
No, I think he had two. Oh, wait a minute. You might be right. Yeah, that left hand. Nicely done. Clanata says, I was eating pizza rolls. Just in time for OBJ. Scored a touchdown. Nice play. Domino Joe, how are ya? What's up? Now, I feel good saying this now. There's a good energy in the sim. OBJ's another one, Jeff, for me. When I play OBJ, I'm like, he never does much. He's my chub to you.
But he can be a little hit or miss. Every Brown broadcast I've done just lately, like over the last month, and I've done a few Browns, he seems to have gone off, but maybe I'm just catching the good games. I will say this: it feels like the last 3 times I've seen the Chiefs, they've been terrible. So, I haven't seen a big Tyreek Hill game or anything for a while. I want to say the Chiefs were bad in the big 1-year anniversary contest too that day, but I can't remember.
Domino Joe says, "Gotta be here for a Brown sim." Any hot takes from you lately about, I know we talked last Friday when that Jimmy G, or rather the Niners, we did talk Jimmy G, but the Niners traded to get a number 3 pick.
Yep.
Traded away a couple firsts.
No, I mean, just as far as movement goes, yeah, look, we've had, it feels like now people are kind of like, we had the big move before the draft. Like somewhat, San Francisco, you can say they blanked or they drew first blood. They made the move. And now it really feels like it's up to Atlanta. It's up to Atlanta, and also who's San Francisco going to pick. So I think we're waiting on those two teams. I just, it is starting to feel like San Francisco is actually going to take Mac Jones. I don't know. It just seems weird, but I at this point I wouldn't be shocked if they do. If Justin Fields goes to 4, 2 things. There will be many teams literally falling over themselves to get Justin Fields, and Atlanta might just take him too. So again, we're waiting on 2 things. We're waiting on San Francisco and waiting on Atlanta. I'm very intrigued to see what happens because I'm of the opinion Justin Fields might be the best quarterback in the draft, and I don't say that facetiously at all. I do think it's really, really close between the top 3 guys. I'm not discounting the other 2, but I do think Fields could be the best. So if you could get him as the 4th quarterback out of this draft, there could be Carolina could turn their fortunes around here. It is a big deal if San Francisco decides to pass on him. So I'm looking at all kind of stuff like that. It's going to be really interesting over the next month. And we won't really know until we get to the draft. So.
Right. Yeah, Atlanta does control a lot of what's going on. Wait a second. Punt here. Okay. They're punting. There's no Townsend, Shermanator. We got a little return here by Jarvis Landry.
Yeah, we don't see that very often. Holy cow.
14-yard return. I called the return. We didn't miss the return.
Lord
Clip
knows.
that up, Smash Lanta.
Lord knows we missed before, but I'm going to miss that.
So the ball now at the 37. 5 FD. Some more numbers and letters. How do I get in the free contest to play against you guys? Well, watch Nick Chubb go to the 42 of Kansas City. Just drop your DK DraftKings username and we can add you to the DK SimFam Friends League, which is the best thing Adam Coffin's ever done with his life. that comes first, then parenting, and then everything else. But we do leagues because some of us can't play in those public free rolls. Jeff can, I can't. It's just a friendly competition. Fill up to 200 people, bragging rights, shout it out in the chat. It's kind of a cool way to, dissect who's in the chat watching the sim, and it's just fun. Yeah, we have fun with it. So tonight we ended up with 150 entries, 150 on the dot. And Rim is in first place. There you go. Ghost Machine. I'll copy and paste it. Throw it in there for you. Welcome to the family. You're in the band. Yeah, you mentioned Justin Fields last week. You're into him.
I am.
You're Atlanta. If you're Atlanta and you end up getting Fields, you're putting a lot of pressure on, say the Falcons start 0-2 or something, and knowing Fields is kind of from that area in Atlanta, and it doesn't get off to a good start.
Yeah.
Atlanta might be better suited, hopefully in their case, to get Trey Lance, a guy who can learn, sit behind Ryan for a year, coming from the FCS. We haven't seen, there's not a big sample size of games for Trey Lance.
Yeah. From a personnel perspective, I guess that's true. I mean, Trey Lance will be easier to sell to your fan base as, we're going to sit him because he doesn't have that much experience. If you get Justin Fields, yeah, your fan base wants to see him. At the same time, Justin Fields is just a better prospect. So if you're there, you kind of have to take him. But you're right. If that team starts bad, by game 10, Atlanta's going to be thinking about just sitting Matt Ryan, right? So maybe even getting rid of him at the trade deadline. So Atlanta, it's a weird spot. Like they've kind of said like we're just it feels like they're just gonna bring back the band, so to speak, with Julio and Matt Ryan again. But like they also haven't discounted like taking a quarterback there. So hey, I don't know what they're gonna do.
They've been quiet, huh?
Yeah,
like Julio
quiet.
was in trade rumors last year, at the beginning of the season, like into the season. They've been very quiet.
I mean, it's hard to get rid of Matt Ryan. I almost just feel like Atlanta is just, like they're just rolling with Matt Ryan. They're just, they've accepted their fate kind of thing. Like they have Matt Ryan. He's got a massive contract. He's impossible to move. He's done okay for them. And I don't think Matt Ryan is like what's all that's wrong with Atlanta, but he definitely didn't look that great last year. He's getting up there in age. I don't think they're going to take a quarterback. Even if Fields is there, I don't think they're going to take him. I really think that they've kind of accepted their fate, that they're just rolling with Ryan for at least one more year. I don't think it's the right move, but my gut tells me that's what they're going to do. So they might end up trading back. They might even just end up like being stubborn and just taking like Kyle Pitts if they're in love with Kyle Pitts or something. So
sure.
That's my feeling with Atlanta. I don't think they're going to take a quarterback. I could be absolutely dead wrong because it's just my gut. I'm just talking about. I think they'll trade back. I think that if I had to go draft right now, Lawrence, Wilson, San Francisco's going to take Mac Jones incorrectly, but they're going to take him. And I think Carolina will be the ones to sell out and move up from 8 and grab Fields. Then it's wide open. Since he's not taking a QB, does anyone want to trade up for Trey Lance there? Who knows? And then it's Miami. Someone could trade up, but even if Atlanta goes back to 8, they can get Trey Lance. So.
All right. Well, maybe, hey, like you just said, maybe they'll go all in on one more year with Matt Ryan. So you trade the pick. Maybe you get a couple of firsts or get a second or something for next year, so 2022, and get some draft capital for the following years. Not apples to apples, but kind of like what Philadelphia did by moving down, because they're like, all right, well, we're going to give Hurts a shot this year, but we have insurance first rounders to take a guy next year if it doesn't work.
Just want to say that there was a punt and it wasn't a fake.
Something like that.
People in the chat saying they need to blow it up. I agree, they should blow it up, but like, I just feel like
there's a difference between what we think they should do and what they will do.
I think they're resigned to just having Julio and Matt Ryan for like one more year as their backbone. So I don't know. Maybe they can rebuild on the fly. It's
Arthur Smith.
They were better in the second half of last year. I don't know.
Yeah, they fired Quinn. They started 0-5, right? 0-5, is that right?
Might have even been worse. Maybe like 0-6. I can't remember. It was bad. Yeah, new coach. So I don't know. Maybe could happen. Here's Jarvis.
Mike Bauer says Matt Ryan is serviceable. Oh, yeah, there's no denying. I think a lot of folks were like, oh, San Francisco should go get him. But San Francisco has paid so many guys. They just paid the left tackle, Trent Williams, Kittle, Juszczyk. They need to, going up to 3, they want a quarterback so they have the rookie contract on the books so they can build around the quarterback, kind of like what Seattle did with Russell Wilson, Jared Goff and the Rams, Jimmy Garoppolo and the Niners before they got their contracts.
Yep.
Just those few situations come to mind. That's like the new model now, I think. And San Francisco is trying to do a transition on the fly, and they might end up moving Garoppolo before week 1 in September.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of funny too. Like the news on Garoppolo seems to be changing a bit. Like Kyle Shanahan is like, well, yeah, no, if he's here, he's going to be like the starter and stuff. And it's like, oh, if he's here, like it's like, oh, really? So kind of interesting there. I don't know. I mean, yeah, and then you throw New England into that. I mean, are they just going to sit and do nothing? Maybe they're the team that like moves up. I don't know. I will say this, the more this plays out, it does kind of feel like New England is just going to go in with Cam Newton next year. So
yep. Don't rule out the Saints too. I guess the Saints have come up for Garoppolo. That's fascinating.
That could be interesting.
The Saints, Chicago, because he's from there, but they committed a pretty good amount of dough to Andy Dalton.
Yeah, it was a weird contract.
He's getting $10 million guaranteed of the 13 he got in the 1-year contract. It's not like Cam Newton's deal, where it's like $3 million guaranteed out of the whatever he can earn, like 14. Very incentive laden.
I do think those spots are potentially landing spots for Garoppolo, especially Chicago. I wonder if the Broncos would be interested in him either. The Broncos apparently passed on Mitch Trubisky, so
yeah, that's right.
Super in on Garoppolo just because of his contract. Like, if you're not willing to give like Mitch Trubisky a shot for like $5 million, do you really want Garoppolo like 25? This just all gets back to the point of the Bears are just like the Bears have moved from Mitch Trubisky to giving Andy Dalton $10 million, and potentially if they brought in Garoppolo, they'd be committing like $30 million to Garoppolo and Dalton versus just giving like Mitch like 1 year. Like,
yep, on a prove-it contract.
Sure. Like, what is the? Oh, it's so weird. Oh, Hooper!
Look at that. Mike Bauer says we got this whole punt thing figured out, and I was just about to say this sim has slowed down here in the second quarter. Hooper scores a touchdown. He's been a busy man. He's been targeted quite a bit by Baker Mayfield. All right. Austin Hooper delivering for your lineups. 2% in the captain spot, 27% in the flex. JL is pumped. Rossi's fat cat. Nice. Ricky Robbie. Hooper on fire. Smash that like button if you have Austin Hooper in your lineup. And if you just like being here.
Yeah, absolutely. Hanging out. Hopefully everyone's having a good day. If you got any last-minute golf questions, you can get them in. Like we said, it's Wednesday. We can talk about whatever we want. We're not gonna limit stuff,
Hey, though, like, I don't know. We haven't talked about this, you and I, the Week 17, or I should say the 17th game, and now there will be 18 weeks in the regular season. But thank goodness that trade between San Francisco and who they trade with. Remind me again who they trade with. I'm drawing a blank.
About Miami.
Miami. Okay, and then Miami traded with Philly. Right. Okay.
Yep.
Thank goodness that came in, because still with a month to go, I'm ready for this draft. I'm ready. Let's go. I want to have it now.
Yeah, it was getting a little like we didn't see any of the big free agents, like wide receivers really move. People thought Godwin or Robinson, are they going to go somewhere? That never really happened. So it was getting like a little, we're like, oh man, nothing happened. And then, wow, literally just flicked that with his wrist, like 40 yards downfield across his body. Tyreek, 35-yard reception. It was getting stale, like the news kind of like there wasn't, there were some big free agent moves for sure, guys like Corey Davis signed, Aaron Jones, but Aaron Jones re-signed too, so there wasn't as much movement as people thought. And then Deshaun Watson, obviously, that stalled out. Russell Wilson news stalled out. Doesn't look like he's going anywhere, although anything could still happen. But then we got that move. I mean, I think that's going to be the really interesting part of the offseason now, these rookie QBs, because Lawrence is going to start, Wilson's going to start, and we got at least two other guys here in Fields and Mac Jones who look like they could potentially be in the mix for starting. So lots of intrigue around the draft. Still some stuff going on. I mean, see how the Deshaun Watson stuff plays out.
Well,
I just can't see him playing another snap for Houston. I just can't. I cannot see it. So
yeah, but with what's going on, and we're not going to get into that, but with what's going on, he very well might be staying there, and that might be why we had like a 2-week lull, like right after the major moves of free agency, that week and a half in, and then before that Niners trade. I'm starting to wonder, like, maybe the Niners were like, all right, we're not getting Watson, or we're not touching that whole thing. Maybe we have to pivot and make a move here to have some clarity with what we're going to do. Like, we all said this the minute the offseason started. I think we were all pretty much in agreement. Watson is the first domino to fall in terms of, okay, he goes here. How does that impact what everyone else is going to do? And
of course, kind of got taken off the board. Obviously got taken off the board. So yeah. I think if Watson gets moved, it's legitimately going to be like a preseason kind of deal, like in August. Like it's not going to be ideal, Whoever gets him is going to be bringing him in on the fly, I think. So maybe even potentially like an in-season move. Because again, and we had the field goal there, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think, regardless of what happens with the off-field stuff, I just don't think he's playing for Houston again. So could be wrong on that. Maybe he just goes back and, plays until they move him or something. I don't know. But just doesn't feel like that to me.
There was some news earlier today on Tyler Lockett. He got an extension, which relates to 4-year extension for Lockett. I'm not sure where it puts him in terms of highest paid receivers. I mean, Lockett's a damn good player. I mean, that's another example of trying to keep Russell Wilson happy since the public comments.
Yeah. At the same time, he was happy they brought back Carson, and now he's happy they got Lockett. But it's the same team they had last year. If he wasn't happy with those guys, what does re-signing them really do? I don't know, man. I feel like Seattle's in a really tough spot next year. That division is just looking absurd. I know it was absurd last year too, but Arizona's just going to keep improving, in my opinion. Young head coach, young quarterback, improving on defense every year. It feels like the defense was pretty good last year. The Rams adding. And now San Francisco making this big move, and some other moves and stuff in free agency. If they get a healthy year out of Kittle and Deebo Samuel finally, it's a tough team to beat, man. So,
yeah, 4 years, just about $70 million on the extension for Lockett.
It's a big contract too. Yeah,
it puts him overpaid, says JL.
I would agree.
Yeah, that's 16. No, maybe a little more than that. 17 AAV.
He's good. He's very good, but that is up there. That's almost Galladay money. That basically is Galladay money.
Well, and then you're gonna have Metcalf come up pretty soon.
Yeah.
This goes back to the Rams. I use the Rams as an example. It's in their division. They've made a choice, right? They paid Robert Woods just around last year, last off season or right before the regular season started.
Even before Woods, they paid Brandon Cooks. That's why they had to trade him. Remember?
Yeah. True. So you got to be really careful, though, right? That Rams O-line was getting old. They made choices. We're gonna lock up Kupp, lock up Woods. We're gonna bring in and then, of course, they gave Jared Goff the money. Oh, I'm sorry, they gave Donald the money. They gave Ramsey the money. You got to be really careful. And we're seeing that with the Chiefs and what they've been doing in terms of, picking and choosing which guys to give the contracts to. You got to get those right and then hope that you maximize the window with a quarterback that's not making top of the market money.
Yep.
So here we go. AAV.
Yeah, it's weird. But they had to move on from Cooks just because of his contract. I don't even think they wanted to. It's just someone's got to get out of here, right? So.
Yep.
And you bring up a good point. If Tyler Lockett's making $17 million a year, what in the heck is DK Metcalf going to get? Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. So.
So I think with the contract, Lockett, based on what I'm reading here on this article from earlier today, thanks producer Michael for passing along, that puts Lockett top 10 in the NFL, just around Allen Robinson in terms of AAV.
I tell you something. I think
the next guys after him would be Galladay, Hill, Beckham, Michael Thomas, Amari, Keenan Allen, and then Julio Jones, and then Hopkins.
Yeah. Again, it makes the Galladay signing look better to me. It's Landry.
Yeah, it's
So,
good call.
I don't know.
Yeah, what is Seattle doing? Seahawks are trying to keep up, make splashes. Is Russ actually getting a say like he wants now? Hey, let's bring Lockett. Lock him up. Who knows?
I mean, look, I think Lockett is like an underrated player. I mean, I like him, but
do you like him that much?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Definitely felt like they had to do it though. Him and Russ have a really good connection, and I do like him, but I think the reason he goes away for so many games isn't really because he's not good. It's just because of the way Seattle calls their offense, right? So. But if you're going to be a run first team, nice little, we dropped it. If you're going to be a run first team, why are you spending that much on a wide receiver who you like don't give targets to like half the games? So I don't really know what Seattle's trying to do. Okay, we're not a pass first team, but by the way, we're giving Tyler Lockett. We're going to make Tyler Lockett a top 10 paid receiver.
Right.
We want to be a run first team, but Chris Carson, who runs like a 4.59, is our lead running back. Yeah.
Producer Mike sending over a tweet from Russell Wilson, the homie, at TD Lockett 12. Let's go. You deserve it all. Love you, bro.
They got a good connection, Russ and Lockett. I mean, their efficiency ratings, you look at them, like passer rating when they're targeting each other, it's absurd. So, but oh man, it's a lot of money. I missed it.
Must be. Glash, do you even know what Russ is mad about? He wants to be protected. He's done getting smushed and having to be relied upon to do everything.
I think he's also mad about the change in philosophy mid-season last year.
That too.
I think that's the bigger underlying issue. So, pitch, we'll run, the first down action for CEH. That was a nice run. What is he up to? 70 yards?
29. I mean, I think that was a good guess. Hey, El Paso #1. There's a good energy in the sim. We're talking football. We're talking about Lockett's contract, the draft. There's just a lot of juicy stuff coming up here, guys. And, this is a good reminder. We will have, I know the March Madness is continuing and the tournament and whatnot, but don't forget that we do have a special Madden bracket we're doing starting on Monday, April 12th. It runs through the final being on April 19th. So a week-long tournament, Madden bracket, 32 teams instead of 64 because 32 teams in the NFL. Single game elimination. Final will have a major prize pool. We'll have a handful of those $15 entry contests that we were doing for the Madden anniversary. Some free-to-play pools on the sports book. So all good stuff coming up here with Madden as we get ready for the draft.
There you go. Little bracket action, little Madden bracket action. The Chiefs going to be the 1 seed? I assume. A 1 seed.
B. Jones, he's mad because Pete Carroll didn't run the ball.
He's bad because he did run the ball. Anyways. Yeah, that news seems to just have petered out. I mean, it was looking like, seriously, we were going to get some trade action, but I don't know. Now Russ is tweeting at his teammates again. So weird stuff going on. Weird stuff that, he had people from his entourage tweet out trade targets and now he's back to being the good team.
Let's go. Yeah.
It's a weird situation.
First time in his career he spoke out like that with a negative tone. Boy, a punt. All right, a punt. And that wasn't actually a spot where they could have faked it.
It was right around midfield. I don't know. I still feel like Russ is maybe not this year, but I think they're gonna suffer through a bad year, and I think Russ will get moved in the offseason next year. That's my prediction for Seattle. Ooh, that one did go out of bounds. I wasn't sure there if that. right down. We're in safety territory, especially in the snow. Snow safety. Oh, no, Nick Chubb getting him a little breathing room.
Jordan Lindenbaum, I think B. Jones is referring to the Super Bowl when they decided to pass and not run. I think that was the joke, the Super Bowl joke that we hear time and time again with Pete Carroll.
Gotcha.
No, and Mike Bauer, you're right. You got to look out for your guys. He's been a good teammate. Russ has always been a good teammate.
That's the thing. I mean, I think that's just Russ's personality. Like, regardless of even if he is like about to get traded, like he'd still make those. So I don't know.
DeMac Lyon earlier said, Glash, with that last couple of crazy wide receiver deals going on, Adams is up after this year, so he will get paid. Well, who recently got paid? So we know Galladay got locked up with a deal. Lockett extension. Woods got an extension. Who else has been significantly paid at the position?
Oh, at wide receiver?
I mean, Hopkins, Jones, yes. I'm thinking like
recently. I mean, Corey Davis got a pretty big contract from the Jets. I can't remember what it was, but actually, let's look up Corey Davis' contract because
Adams is going to. You're right. I get his point. We're talking about Lockett getting 17. What's? I'm just looking at AAV real quick again.
I mean, Corey Davis got $37.5 million for 3 years, 27 guaranteed.
Amari Cooper comes to mind, right? He got 5 and 100.
Right.
What's DeAndre Hopkins getting? I mean, I'm sorry. What's Devontae Adams getting?
Yeah. Amari got 5 and 100. That's correct, isn't it? Yeah, it's crazy. Corey Davis. So that's 12.5-ish per year. 12.5 per year for Corey Davis. You know, when now that you look at the Lockett signing, I guess it's not that crazy. I'd probably rather have Corey Davis.
Someone said this in the chat about the fact they're playing an extra game, but that was already in the current collective bargaining agreement. So do you think that had any impact at all on the idea of giving Lockett more? Like,
I don't think so.
Is that factored into giving him an extension? Like, is his agent saying, "Hey, hold on, they're playing 17 games this year"?
No, because like that was everybody knew this was coming, right?
Right.
Like, it's not like the agents are out to lunch and be like, "Oh my God, 17 games, we got to change everything." Like, everybody knew that was happening. So no, I don't think that played any factor. Maybe it's played a little bit of a factor just in like inflating the contracts over the past year, though. I don't know. I will say this. Now that we're talking about all these wide receiver contracts, the Galladay signing by New York actually kind of looks better to me. Like, I actually don't even hate that contract. I think just because I put Galladay up there, you know, I would put him ahead of guys like Lockett and Davis quite a bit. So,
yeah, you and Reed were in agreement. You think he's like a top 12 wideout.
Absolutely. He's got to stay on the field.
For DFS. Yeah.
That's been his one drawback. He's got like one full season of work. But, you saw when he did get the season of work. I mean, it's really good. So he can kind of do it all. He's kind of a guy who can do it all.
Solomon says the Seahawks gave Lockett the extension to get cap space this year. It saves them $7 million. So are they going to go out and do something else? The cap can be maneuvered.
Oh, absolutely. No, and I love that people look into this deep. I mean, I don't have time to look into every signing, but
yeah, the cap
can be so maneuvered. It's ridiculous. I'm actually reading some stuff up just on how the cap management works. So I'm diving deep into more of it, by the day kind of stuff. But it doesn't surprise me that was actually, that happened. So interesting. Maybe
push it off. Bonus here. Boom. You get a bonus there. It doesn't count against the cap. It's real money. Bam. All set.
Yeah. Yep. So that'll be interesting to see, like, if they maybe do anything with that money. I don't know. Maybe they're just freeing it up for like future re-signings or something.
Austin Hooper's the leading man in this sim, 4 for 79 and a touchdown.
21 away from the bonus. bonus.
Beckham and Landry have both hit 50 yards. Beckham has a touchdown as well. CEH has the lone Chiefs. The Chiefs had a touchdown on the first drive, and they've been bad since. A lot of punting. Some fake punting and a lot of punting. And we've called A lot of punts. We have not missed the punts since the
A lot of punts. One fake punt, but a lot of other punts too.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Let's look at the leaderboard. CEH, what's up? CEH 1300, first place right now.
Good for you.
Nice. So CEH captained. Well, what do you know? CEH leading the free roll with CEH captained. Baker, OBJ, Hooper, Landry, Higgins. So a Brown stack with Clyde Edwards-Helaire in the captain spot. Very good. And a three-way tie for first place in the free public showdown. All right. Hit that like button if you've not already. We're almost at 300. We're around 260. 400 of you watching. Thanks for being here. And about 50 on Twitch. All right, Baker. Simon Slay, I'm reading your comment. Hey, man, I hear you. That's something that's out of my control. You want to go to Twitter, and the best person, there's two people you can contact on Twitter about this. You can go at Kenny Ducey, and then you can also go to Twitter and go to Adam M. Kaufman. Direct all of your long questions, and then they'll just be answered with questions or a long rant.
What's his grievance?
No, it's nothing angry. Just talking about free rolls versus real money contests and based on location.
Gotcha.
You know. Boston Joe, I always said that Glash and Moose were the best broadcast team for covering punts.
It's our specialty. It's where we excel.
Yeah, we made a turning point after missing the fake. Yeah, if there's ever something wrong in your life and you're really frustrated, I would go to those two Twitter handles. They are very good at responding and just they'll talk your ear off, as we've come to find out. You know, they'll talk your ear off. They have a lot to say here in the Dream Stream, so I think the least they can do is type away and clog your inbox with a very kind, candid response. Jack says, Brendan. May I call you Brendan?
Brendan.
Good banter tonight with you and Jeff. Well, thank you. Part of our show notes.
Make sure to banter. This Sammy Watkins, the new Baltimore Raven. I absolutely hate that signing. Absolutely hate it.
Hate it? Why?
What has Sammy Watkins done? When has Sammy Watkins ever been a number one wide receiver? He's not going to help. He's not going to help.
I hate it, but like...
I hate it.
Okay, I know why you hate it. You hate it for the Ravens. It's like, oh, hey, Ravens, good to see you. Like, This is your guy?
Yeah.
1 year, $6 million, $5 million guaranteed. That's your solution to add depth. He's not Stephon Diggs. This isn't Stephon Diggs to the Bills, and it demotes John Brown, demotes Cole Beasley, and it makes a bunch of sense. No. You really needed a guy. Maybe, what if, I bet you're right now, if we were sitting here right here now, if you're telling me that you don't mind the Golladay signing anymore, if the Ravens went out and did it, you'd probably be like, it's actually a pretty good signing. Right?
We've seen Watkins in the role before, like in the Rams. He was on the Rams. Everyone's like, oh yeah, the Sam Watkins is gonna be the guy there. He's big, he bounced back. He did nothing. He did nothing in Kansas City except just like feed off little secondary coverage and make like one good play every 8 games and have 1 3-touchdown game at the beginning of the season. And then he didn't score a touchdown for 12 games.
That was 2019. I remember that.
The only 1-year deal, good thing is it's a 1-year deal. That's about it. It's not going to hurt you long term or anything, but I just it doesn't. I don't see how it makes the Ravens better in any way. I mean, so
you're not. And folks, just close your eyes for a second. You're doing your season-long draft. It's late August. You're in the 12th round, and you're like, oh. do I take this young guy that might have some flash here from Alabama? Sammy Watkins. You'll be dropping him by the second week of the season.
It feels like that. There's a little run by Mahomes. He got the first. Lamar, and the other thing is, like, Lamar, obviously they don't pass a ton. He couldn't even support Marquise Brown as a wide receiver last year. So, from a fantasy perspective, this doesn't help anyone really, right? Like, Watkins now, like, in a low volume passing offense, he's like a older version of Marquise Brown, maybe you call him. I don't know. It feels like more of the same. Like, you've already got a fast guy who, like, can kind of disappear a little bit. You need that sort of dude who can be a bit of an alpha and just, like, go out and beat coverage like a Kenny Golladay. I don't know why they don't want to get someone like that. Like, I get that you're a run first team and whatever, Lamar and RPO, but you've also stalled out in the playoffs twice. You've got a pretty good team. You've got a young quarterback who's still on his rookie deal. Like, why don't you strike while the iron's hot? I don't know. Baltimore's like the Packers. They seem to refuse to just want to go all in, which it's kind of frustrating to watch because it's like, your window's only open for so long. So
before you have to pay Lamar.
Yeah, until you have to pay Lamar, exactly. Until Lamar starts getting a little bit banged up too because he's a run first guy. That day will come too. He's not going to be 23 forever. So I don't know.
Well, and it's kind of like what the Chiefs have done, like what the Chiefs did last year. And I know Mahomes, well, they're going to go for this, right? They should go for it. Yeah, go for it. All right, watch.
Game on the line.
They're not punting.
Gunslinger from the 8. Needs 6. He did not get it. Someone drop it?
That was batted down.
Oh, batted down. Okay, yeah. I was like, Demarcus Robinson wide open. Didn't happen, folks. Baker, a couple first downs here. Baker and the Browns going to pull off the upset they couldn't pull off in the AFC Championship.
Yeah, I was batted down by the Browns. I'm just looking at the replay here on YouTube.
Like, it's an interesting conversation here because we have Baker Mayfield playing. Like, who's set up for longer-term success? Lamar Jackson or Baker Mayfield right now?
Baker Mayfield.
Baker Mayfield is, right?
Yeah, I got it right.
Yay. Yay, Jeff likes me again.
Hey, good job, buddy. You got a gold star.
Team's building a good defense. They're clearly, they're not afraid to go and grab people in when they need to. They re-signed Rashard Higgins. They've proven that, they can move the ball with or without Odell Beckham in the lineup. Who is going to be back? I mean, you get the Ravens. I mean, they don't seem to really want to, they brought in like J.K. Dobbins and stuff, and the running games are pretty similar, but I'll take Baker long term. I'll take Baker right now. To have the better chance of going really putting together a winning team. I'm not saying that he's going to put up
right. So I was just going to clarify. You mean based on his situation and what he has around him, take out who runs the organization, but you just compared the Ravens to the Packers, and they don't even have an owner. You might be onto something there, though. I know what you mean. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying Baker.
Generational talent. He's a more talented, appeasing player, but Baker's situation? You take Baker's situation right now over Lamar Jackson.
Yeah. Yeah. Like to go ahead and win a championship. I don't think Baker's going to win MVP anytime soon. It could happen, though, I guess. Certainly better last year.
Well, your overall point is, and I know, folks, if you had Lamar Jackson in fantasy, right? He's awesome. But you know what happens when you keep playing in the NFL? People figure you out. You got to be multi-dimensional.
Yeah. No, and I mean, part of that problem, right, is the Ravens refusing to kind of add a dimension. Like the Bills and Josh Allen had that problem, where it was like, okay, they're just, we don't have to worry about Josh Allen. He's not going to throw that much. When he throws downfield, he's going to suck. They don't have a number one receiver. And, if we can limit his runs a bit, not a big deal. Then they come in 2020. They throw the ball 10%, 15% more per game. They bring in Steph Diggs, and they improve his Josh Allen's accuracy. Like, all of a sudden, they're a completely different team. They've added a different element, and then they're catching teams off guard. So the Ravens just don't look like they're anywhere near doing anything like that. They look like they're just going to throw out the same old thing. And like you said, that'll get figured out. So still a good team, solid. It's when you have an athlete like Lamar down there, he can solve a ton of problems, and I think he has been. But
yeah, Noah Moon, I said generational, didn't I? That's probably not the right word. He's a unique talent.
He's pretty generational from a perspective of how unique he is as generational. Much like Tyreek Hill is kind of generational. Like I would put Lamar in there. There's just not many QBs who run sub 4.4s. There's really none. There's really never been that kind of an athlete. Let's put Mike Vick in there. I think Lamar Jackson, Mike Vick, the two most insanely athletic guys playing quarterback. But again, Mike Vick never won a Super Bowl. Now part of that might have been obviously his off-field stuff, but again, teams just haven't really figured out necessarily the best way to go about it with these guys. So I don't necessarily put it all on the players, but definitely, and I think generational is still an okay word to use to describe them.
All right, Chiefs have the ball back. 1 timeout remaining, 1:15 to go. That is incomplete. Out of bounds. It's close. Might have been Robinson there. Real quick, Jack is asking anything coming up on Masters. I know you touched on this a little bit in the first half.
So Masters, yeah, will be next week for sure. I'm gonna have some stuff out. I'm working on a new thing, so you can follow me at the Fantasy Grind. I'm going to be getting out a little bit of new content there just on my own channel and stuff. So hopefully going to start that with the Masters. I'll tweet it out. So you can hopefully look for that, maybe Sunday or something rolling around, depending on how motivated I get here. But I'm definitely going to have something out for, the spring, summer. But, with as far as the golf shows and the stream, Reed and I will be on Tuesday. Might be something on Monday as well. I don't know. I am like the last guy to find things out. Oh, down goes Mahomes. Oh, they can tie it here. I realized. Jeff not paying attention again. But yeah, Masters, Tuesday golf show again. There should be lots. We'll have the Sweat next week too, guys, so that'll be replaying. So there'll be lots of Masters stuff. Obviously, check out dknation.com for the Masters cheat sheet. You can read Fowler's stuff up there too. Obviously.
Oh, wide open!
Damn!
Oh, man! CEH!
You can't do that. You can't leave the running back wide open. Man, now I got to delay dinner. Dinner's going to get cold. Thanks, Cleveland. That was just ridiculous.
Wow!
Straight down the field. All right. Well, good comeback by KC.
That helps I was just about to say buddy, but that helps our man, CEH 1300, who leads the free roll. He now has a commanding 7-point lead because Clyde Edwards-Helaire is his captain.
Yeah, and even better news, the Ulrich bet of the day in the NHL, 4-1 Buffalo. They're about to snap it, folks. They might be about on the verge. 3 minutes left in the second, 3-goal lead. Can they hold on tonight? I'll tell you.
Good job, Buffalo. Shout out to Meg, Emerson's wife. She would appreciate it. Good question from Matt. I don't know your last name. I'm just going to skip it. CEH has 95 receiving yards, and I also don't know if it's inappropriate because I might, me, I'll just fall into a trap. Did Chubb hit the bonus? I don't know.
Chubb?
I didn't play him. Let me see if I can find him.
Let's see. CEH in first.
There he is. 93 yards. 93 rushing yards.
Okay, and CEH has 95 receiving yards now. So CEH 1300 in first, playing CEH, the player, in his captain spot, who has 95 receiving yards, 36 rush yards, 7 receptions. Yeah, he's just been getting those dump-offs. And 1 receiving touchdown and a rushing touchdown. So monster game for Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Just like a tasty pastry, really paying off. Great investment, those pastries. Ooh. Nick Chubb, 10.7 points, but yeah, 93 yards.
Did that get... Oh, he's 1 yard off.
Who is Chubb?
Yep. He just ran that one for 6. He was at 93. 93 plus 6, 99.
I mean, I'm going to double check that, but... Okay, right. Cleveland could get like a 50-yarder here. They only have 6 seconds, probably.
With Seibert? Yeah, right.
Seibert! Go! Oh, Baker's going to try.
Oh! I intercepted!
Oh, okay. Let's get to overtime.
All right, we're going straight to overtime. Shout out to Jim. Hey, Jim. That is his name. It's like if we had Buddy Hield here as a guest. We have to call him by his name. Jim updating the scores. So hit the like button for Jim from the Game Ops team. Shout out to CEH. Good stuff, man. Still pacing the free roll.
Yeah.
5-way tie for first in the free public showdown.
Can I
build
ask?
a CEH. If CEH is in this free contest in the 5-way tie, you had to have CEH, and then it's a brown stack.
What is this thing on your Twitter? This air fryer? What is this?
Oh, I said to Sarah, like 7:40, mowing down a burger and some French fries. I said, Might have to leave the sim with this. French fries cooked in an air fryer?
What is an air fryer, though? I've never even heard of that. What do you cook in there?
You can cook anything in there, pretty much. You never heard of an air fryer?
No. Like, what do you normally use it for? Fries, obviously.
Fries, vegetables. Yeah, I mean, like brownies, anything. I'm like thrown off by the question, or thrown off that you don't know.
I mean, I'm clearly not a culinary whiz. Oh, okay. Let's see. Well, I'm just going to do a little online shopping here. You can take control of the sim while I look up air fryers.
All right. You're just going to buy one now? I don't even know what that is. Nice pickup here. Sammy Watkins. We've been bashing him. His third catch.
So it's like a little mini oven.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's a form of an oven. Yes.
Okay. Interesting.
You can use it in air fryer on Moose Air.
How long does it take to cook your French fries in it?
It's like 10 minutes.
Really?
Crazy. Pizza. You can make pizza in there.
Gonna have to make an investment here, I think.
If you like pizza. Some people don't.
Yeah.
Nice catch. CEH. Is that the bonus for him? Oh, it's close. Air fryer bird. Obi-Wan. But he spelled it like Demir Bird. M. Roach has the George Foreman air fryer. Best invention ever. Makes the food so good. Kareem says, I'm done. What is it, air fryer? JL, is this guy serious?
I have an oven. I live in a house.
You're missing out.
Sorry for being an adult with an actual oven and like a big stove.
Tater tots, Joseph Clark, good call. Yep. Jordan Lindenbaum is just not happy that Travis Kelce has made zero impact on this sim.
Fine, I'll get an air fryer. Calm down, chat.
Well, Kelce has 3 for 21. It's not great. You've been convinced. TK, what rock have you been under, Moose?
Jeez, a big one.
Ed Zone Dance. The way the French fries come out, it tastes like I got them at McDonald's.
All right, I'm getting one. I promise. I'm sorry.
Tyreek, yeah. Nice job by the Chiefs here. Chiefs
I mean,
were down 7, tie the game, win the toss. They're going to come right down here and score.
The one to blame in this is my wife, who is in charge of stuff like this. How she doesn't know or hasn't bought one of these yet is
beyond you.
Is ridiculous, man. What is she doing? This moves is trouble.
Ooh, go ahead. CEH, do it again. Oh.
CEH. I thought he was going to get in there for sure. I thought that was like a done deal.
Typically, when the quarterback is angled that way in Madden, we've seen they just kind of dump it off and it's a meaningless one step out of bounds. That was actually a nice little setup screenplay there. Like, it almost actually worked.
It did.
We're going to let Mahomes throw again. 2nd and goal. Halfback handoff. Never mind. He's in. Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
A lot of symmetry going on here because CEH 1300 going to win the sim free roll playing sim CEH in his captain spot.
Wow.
19% owned, Clyde Edwards-Helaire. A tasty little pastry game. 2 rushing touchdowns, 1 receiving touchdown, 68.85 yards. Folks, we don't even need the drama. He is the Krusty Kaufman player of the game. He's not crusty, though. He's fresh eclair.
Yep. Robbie Noble came in 2nd.
Yeah, I saw that. Congrats.
What a sim. What a sim. Hit the receiving bonus, had 2 rushing touchdowns, had a receiving touchdown.
A lot of fun.
68.85 points in the captain. Just shy of 46 in the flex. That's got to be a sim high, right? That's got to be a career best.
Probably, hey?
Looking at the game logs right now, he hasn't touched 30.
I don't even, I mean, I've maybe seen...
Oh, he's touched 30 once. He had 31.9.
Yeah, that's it, though.
Wow.
So big game, monster game from Clyde Edwards-Helaire. His biggest ever in Simville. A little bit of sim history tonight.
Who's our Not My Kid award?
Oh, good question.
No problem.
There were some bad games. Like Tyreek didn't do much. 3 receptions. I guess that's okay. Demarcus Robinson. Let's just give it to Demarcus Robinson. 1.9 points. What did Kelsey do, actually?
3 for 21. It's not awful, but it's awful.
Oh, that's pretty bad. I mean, whatever. We'll give it to Demarcus Robinson, but, you know, Hill, Kelsey, and Robinson were all bad.
Kelsey was 66% owned, 19% captain. Tight ends, snow, shorter passes. That's why folks played him. All right. Well, hope you guys enjoyed it. That wasn't too bad, I think, in terms of we got overtime. Chiefs make a comeback. A Brown stack won the free roll.
And I found out what an air fryer is. So this is good times.
You know, and we kind of picked apart what's been going on this offseason with receivers. I was really proud of how we did. And we're going to have to come up with something else to talk about because we got the Bears and the Broncos coming up, and that could just get really bad.
Wow.
Really ugly. So we'll do moose calls. I will write down to get my device, my little device for a little Glash.
Brendan Glasheen. His little moose call.
Okay. I think we're good here. See you guys at 10. Thanks for being here. Don't forget, we've got that bracket coming up. We'll have contests available very soon. That starts April 12th. We'll be talking about that as the date gets closer, especially when the current basketball tournaments are wrapping up. Thanks, Twitch fam. Thank you, DK Sim fam on YouTube. Folks that watch in the Game Center as well. So a 5-way tie. CEH was in the 5-way tie for the public contest. The winning build, Jim from Ops, doing his thing. CEH, Jim. CEH captained. Baker, OBJ, Hooper, Landry, Higgins in the flex. CEH in first, Robbie Noble in second, and everyone else, you didn't do good enough to get mentioned. So, okay. Well, thanks to producer Michael, Daniel on the 1s and 2s. Daniel, great work. And Jim as well. So The band gets back together in 40 minutes. Moose needs to go eat and order 40 minutes. Moose needs to go eat and order his air fryer. Yep. So let's send it over to our best gal pal of the world, Terrell and Asak.
Wow, thanks, Glash. And Moose, I'm kind of in shock that you've never heard of an air fryer. So maybe we'll have to get over, that hump. I'll get over that in my head. I kind of can't believe. Are you under a rock? What's going on, Moose? All right. So if you haven't gotten enough of Glash and Geoff, don't worry. We're going to come back for Madden After Dark as Wild Weather Wednesday wraps up with more snow in the matchup between the Broncos. We got the Bears. That game is featured in the Madden Stream 3K Flea Flicker contest. It's a $5 entry for a shot at $1,000 top prize. Also, the free contest for that sim, it features a $250 prize pool, $25 going right to the winner. We are under 12 hours away from tee-off of the first round of the Valero Texas Open. It's going to leave you a lot of time to check out the odds in the DK Sportsbook. Here are the guys from the No Laying Up podcast with some of their favorite plays from this week's event.
40 nuggy play. Feel confident in this one. Arnold Palmer's son, Ryan Palmer.
Oh,
Mr.
gosh.
Palmer. Plus 250 for a top 10. Not great value, but it seems like he's always in the mix here. Iron Players course, as I'm told. No, it's just such a random group of winners. And watching this tournament every year, I seem to like it more and more every year. It's not always a great leaderboard, but I think it's an interesting golf course. Next, we're going with Chris Kirk, plus 850 for a top 5. We go 10 nuggies there. Again, Iron Players golf course. I feel like he's trending, and I feel like he always plays well under the gun. He's trying to get into Augusta. He needs to win to get into Augusta. Next, we're going Sam Burns, top 10 plus 500 for 10 nuggies. Next, we're going Harry Higgs, plus 900, top 10.
I saw that one.
20 nuggies. And, oh, wait.
Are we getting word?
We're getting word. We're getting a change.
He doesn't even have his headset on.
Whoa. I was going to go Adam Long plus 9,500 to win for 10 nuggies. No, we're going LPGA.
Oh, my goodness.
We're going LPGA. We're going Yalimi No plus 900 for a top 10 for 10 nuggies.
God.
I was on her last week. She plays so well in the Pacific time zone. I love that play, TC.
Sneaky little play here. All right, I'm going to get my picks in, then we're going to check in with the boys that are traveling. Can't believe neither of you went with this, especially I thought you were going to go with this one, Randy.
Honest Abe?
Big play, 40 nuggets, plus 150 for Nelly Korda for a top 10.
Oh, for a top 10.
That's going to hit. She's going to be in the top 10. She's had been in great form. She finished T10 at the Kia Classic. She's won already this year on tour. I couldn't believe it wasn't minus to get her in the top 10.
What's her record?
Who could say? I mean, honestly, who could say?
We're digging deep here.
Her game should fit this golf course really well.
Her game should fit every golf course.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Another top 10 at the ANA Inspiration. 20 nuggets at plus 175 for Se Young Kim. Major champion. She won the KPMG Women's PGA last year. And we are peppering the board. Sophia Popov. Top 20 plus 300. 15 nuggets on that.
Okay.
She won the Women's British Open last year. Everyone made a big deal about her being 396 in the world, whatever. She's battled a lot of injuries in the past, and she's played some really, really good golf even since that win. And she's been on a lot of leaderboards. Yeah,
she had her first 36 holes were great. Stumbled a little bit on the weekend. I like that play.
I love those odds at plus 300. And then I think I'm going to nail the winner at the Valero Texas Open this year. Kind of surprised by these odds. He's been playing some really good golf lately. He finished second this past week down at Corrales. Sam Ryder at plus 9,000, 10 nuggets to win the Valero Texas Open.
Randy was talking about Sam Ryder yesterday. Said he's been sniffing around a little bit.
But I think I was getting confused with Sam Burns. So I feel like one of you two is going to do well this week. Yeah,
I'm going to cover that with him to top 10, 15 nuggets at plus 900. That was jumping off.
Nobody on Charlie Hoffman. Nobody on Honest Abe.
Anybody on?
As is documented by this leaderboard, we are not very good at this also.
So. Honest Abe, I think Honest Abe plays a lot of golf. This is his home course, I believe. So the models, this is disrespectful.
I didn't want any part of Valero this week.
It's going to be a very fun week in golf. Let's check in with the guys that are traveling, and we will see you back here next week. Cheers.
Friends, hello. Let me, of course, start by saying good morning, Damon. I'm not going to gloat about the Joel Damon win. I'm still pretty deep in the red. That one kind of felt like a tarp bailout from the gods because things were getting pretty bleak. But we will take it, and we're going to move on. We got 5 more picks this week. I don't really know much about the golf course. I just got off a flight, so we're kind of hucking them from the cheap seats here, but here we go. Let's ride with our guy Joel Damon for a top 20. People, all the, guy's going to be hungover, all that stuff. Yeah, I think that stuff's probably a little bit overblown. He's there because he wants to play good golf. So let's go Joel Damon for a top 20. Let's do a little Casey Kasem top 40 action with my guy Harry Higgs. Top 40 for him. Winner play, Chris Kirk. He's making a ton of cuts. It's going to click for him all in the same week. One of these weeks, Chris Kirk to win. Will the winner birdie the 72nd hole? We'll say sure. And then my last play, first round play, we'll go with leader after round 1, Jordan Spliff. Nobody loves getting the people all frothed up early in the week like Jordan Spieth. So there you have it. We'll see.
All right, people. Tough one last week. I thought that God Save the Queen Costanza was gonna happen. God, that would have been poetic. Regardless, coming to you live from Daytona Beach's Buc-ee's. I know Valero sponsored the tournament, but Buc-ee's rest stops are absolutely epic. I'm way in on them. So I got some picks for you. I'm going to serve my pouch of misery next week on the Masters extended preview show. As you know, Schuster always pays his debts, just not always on time. I got some pretty uninspiring stuff for you this week. Hoping to stay out of the pouch. Corey Connors plus 200 for a top 10. Again, he's been striking it great. Hopefully that continues. I'm betting on Zach Johnson, top 20 plus 200. I mean, it feels like one of those perfect kind of lower tier events where ZJ will just rack up FedEx Cup points and just linger around year after year, doing well. So top 20 there. Sepp Straka, former FedEx Cup member. He's been playing pretty well. At least I see his name on the leaderboard. Top 20 plus 300. I got Harry Higgs, top 20 plus 350. And of course, I think Spieth's going to win this week. Plus 1,400. I think it would be very Spieth of him to win right before the Masters, get everybody all jacked up. That's a fun storyline to root for. So 20 nuggies on all of those. Let's hope the Beluga breaches this week, man. But, we're searching right now. We're searching. So, see ya.
It is a tradition unlike any other. PGA Tour DFS strategy with our RotoWire golf guru, Len Hochberg. How are you, man?
Doing well. I missed you last week for the match play, but happy to be back this week.
Every time I'm not with you, Len, I miss you dearly. Before we take our wonderful audience, though, on a trip to TPC San Antonio for the Valero Texas Open, what was your biggest takeaway from last week's match play event?
Well, Emerson, just the sheer obliteration of the top guys, the top 16 players in the world. Well, the top 16 seeds, Brooks Koepka was not there. 15 of them were bounced in the round robin format. Only John Rahm advanced, and he barely got through to the knockout round. So it just shows us the capricious nature of the match play. It happened very similarly back in 2019 in the previous match play. So it's just something that everyone should put in their back pocket for next year, or even their front pocket, that this is a wide open tournament unlike any other, if I may.
Yeah, for sure. Bracket madness, like no matter what sport we're talking, this kind of format, it always delivers just straight up mind-boggling moments. With Dustin Johnson, though, pulling out on Monday here, Tony Finau is this week's highest priced golfer at $11,000. How much will you be considering paying up for him? Top-ranked player in the field now.
Yeah, this is always a kind of a fun tournament for me to research and to write about. The Texas Open, it is one of the oldest tournaments in the history of golf. This is 99 years ago is when it was first played. It's only missed 2 times in its history, including last year. Unfortunately, there are only 5 other tournaments in the whole world older than this one. I'm not saying that Tony Finau could take 99 years to win another PGA Tour event, but I think he could be a good play this week. He is the top guy in the field, but not priced as the top guy in the field because Dustin Johnson withdrew. Finau is only $11,000. There are a lot of holes, long holes on this course that suit his game. And really, he is not as bad a putter as we like to make him out to be, maybe in clutch situations, but statistically, he is about 70th on tour in strokes gained putting, which would put him in the top third of the field. And you will have to make some putts this week. I think he's a pretty good play this week.
It's good to hear an objective opinion about Tony Finau, because usually I'm talking with Reed T. Fowler, who just fanboys like left and right with this guy. But I get it. He's been good this year. 3 runner-up finishes this season, tied for third here in 2017 as well. Let's move down to the 10K range, shall we? Who's your guy between like Jordan Spieth, Scotty Scheffler, Hideki Matsuyama?
Yeah, this is a dicey group for me. I mean, I'll talk about Scheffler first. I mean, he went all the way through to the finals of the match play last week. I believe they played more than, he and Billy Horschel played more than 110 holes. And it really showed. They were pretty gassed on the back nine in the late match on Sunday. They were just spraying the ball all over the place. I think it's going to be a little hard for him to get back, even though he's from Texas. And maybe if he wasn't from Texas, he wouldn't even be playing this week, the week before the Masters. I think it's a little tough for Scheffler to get back in gear and look ahead to the Masters. I'm a little concerned for the same reason as Spieth. I mean, he's really back on his game now in many ways. He's got to be really excited about next week. Hideki might be the best guy in that range of that group. You know, he's really has trouble getting in the top 10 because he can't putt very well. He's like a top 25 machine, but I think in this pretty weak field, there's a chance that he could be a top 10 guy. Cautiously optimistic. I like him the best of the 10s.
Yeah, he is debut at this event as well. I know he had that miscut at the Players. One of those guys had a group stage exit last week as well. The $9,000 range though here, Len, defending champ Corey Connors sitting pretty at 9.5. 2016 champ Charlie Hoffman is $300 cheaper. So going with one of these two or someone else in the 9K department.
Yeah, I kind of like both of these guys. Corey Connors, what a fantastic story in 2019. He was a Monday qualifier. That happens about once every 10 years. It hadn't happened in about 10 years on the PGA Tour. And, you know, one of the elite ball strikers. We've seen him play very well lately, a couple of top 10s in Florida. And his putting is much better this year. And he was putted very well 2 years ago here. So normally I like to stay away from a defending champion. You know, you come back, you're sort of big man on campus. There's a little more pressure. But there's been a 2-year gap. I think he can perform well this week. And Charlie Hoffman, if nothing else, is known as the all-time leading money winner at the Valero Texas Open. I guess there are worse things to be called. He's won it. He's second twice. I mean, more than anything I can say about myself. So other than I give very long answers when you ask me questions. And he was second last year to Corey Connors, and he's 44 years old, and he's top 20 at the Players, top 10 at Bay Hill, 7th at Pebble. So I like both Charlie Hoffman and Corey Connors this week. Actually.
And Hoffman still needs a Masters invitation, so that's a guy who's going to be definitely driven this week. No one in this field, as you mentioned, how many times he's played here. No one in this field has played more rounds than his 40. At TPC San Antonio. How about some value here? DFS value this week, dude.
Well, Sam Burns, he's a DFS favorite. He's $8,000. You know, he almost won at Riviera. He was overtaken by Max Homa. He, you know, probably started to feel pretty good about himself. I mean, other than not being able to close it out. But I think he was humbled. He's missed his next 2 cuts. And I think maybe he's ready to get back to grinding and playing. And I think he's certainly a fair price at $8,000. He's not up around the upper 88, 89 that he could have been this week. A few others, Doug Gim at 7,300. He's got a bunch of top 25s. I kind of think he'll probably be a popular pick. One of my favorites, we've talked about him almost every week, Matthew Neesmith. He's finally out of DraftKings has bumped him out of the 6,000s, all the way up to 7,100. But just a greens in regulation guy. And here's an interesting guy at $6,700, Roger Sloan, a Canadian who, by the way, went to Texas El Paso, so familiar with Texas. He has had top 25s his last 3 times out. Granted, 2 of them opposite field events, but also the Honda. And this really surprised me. He's top 30th on tour in strokes gained approach and in tee to green, strokes gained tee to green, $6,700. I mean, interesting option there.
All right. How about your pick to win? We've talked about value plays, talked about Tony Finau, some of the guys in between. Who is your pick to hoist the trophy?
This smacks of a week to me, the week before the Masters, where a lot of the top guys, if they're playing this week, they're trying to work on something for next week in large part. And if they have one eye ahead to next week, that's going to be really hard to win this week. It just smacks of a long shot to me. Matt Jones a few weeks back at the Honda. We've seen Streb win this year on tour, Martin Laird win this year on tour. It's really hard to pinpoint one of those guys. So I'm going to go up a little bit higher and go to Charlie Hoffman, who we just talked about, and how he's playing so well this year and plays well every year at this tournament. He's cut his hair, but he has not lost his strength. So Charlie Hoffman, I believe $9,200.
Yeah, runner-up too in 2019. Not sure if we mentioned that, but before you take off here, Len, prices are out in the DK lobby for the Masters, and while we will break it all down in depth all week next week, what stands out to you early on? You're looking at these salaries.
Yeah, and it's always great. It's fantastic that DraftKings puts these prices out early. Some things could change, but it's pretty standard. Everyone pretty much set in stone. Dustin Johnson is the #1 guy. He's not playing great right now, but he really has to be the #1 guy. He's the top player in the world. He's a defending champion. I was a little surprised that John Rahm and Bryson DeChambeau are priced ahead of Justin Thomas, world #2. Justin Thomas has improved in this tournament every year he's been there. About 5 years ago, he was almost 40th. Then he moved into the 20s, then the teens. 2 years ago, 12th. Last year, 4th. He's really figuring out this course. So I'm a little, and not many more places you can go up from 4th other than winning the tournament. So I was a little surprised they were ahead of him. There is always great value with so many guys in the field. 2 guys in particular, Paul Casey at 7,700, Louis Oosthuizen at 75. They're not in the top 25 prices on the DK board. Do you think they can finish in the top 25 in the tournament? I mean, it's not a direct apple-to-apple correlation with DK pricing, but I think both can easily do that, top 15s and maybe even a top 10. And I will say, if I can do a shameless plug, that for RotoWire every year I put out a Masters value meter. I rank every player in the field 1 to 89 or 90, whatever it is this year. Apologies in advance to the Ian Woosnam family about the rankings, but that'll be live on the site on the weekend. It'll be great for DraftKings play and really anything, any gaming, any fantasy format for the Masters.
Awesome, man. Looking forward to checking that out. Also, anyone watching right now, there's a big old fat Millie maker available. So go ahead, fill your lineups out early for the Masters on DraftKings. Len Hochberg of RotoWire, always good catching up with you, dude.
Great seeing you, Emerson. Thank you.
It's time once again for our play of the day here on the Dream Stream. DraftKings is celebrating the return of baseball with the countdown to the 2021 MLB season promotion. It's going to run through opening day on Thursday. Enter an MLB lineup this week and earn a different bonus every day. Today's bonus, enter any paid Thursday MLB contest on Wednesday. If any Thursday MLB game goes into extra innings, you're going to get 500 crowns. Check back tomorrow for a new bonus. Just click the promos tab in the DraftKings lobby for more details. Even though tomorrow is April Fool's Day, MLB opening day is no joke, people. The 2021 season gets underway tomorrow, and so does the MLB 500K season opener contest. So to get a preview of tomorrow's opening slate, we got Adam Kaufman. He caught up with Steve Buchanan and Gary Thorne.
We've spent the last month and a half going division by division, looking at every single team heading into the new baseball season. But you know what? We don't have to do that anymore. We can get overarching because opening day, it has arrived. Thursday this week, very exciting with Steve Buchanan, Gary Thorne. I am Adam Kaufman. And guys, let's start here. Daily fantasy, of course, that's what a lot of people are going to be caring about. And we have an MLB $500,000 contest available, season opener contest in the lobby, $150K going to first place. So just looking specifically at the opener, Bukes, a pitching option that stands out to you.
You know, there's so many big names on this slate that it's so easy to overlook Kenta Maeda. He was so good last year. He posted a career high in K percentage, 32.3%. Swing and miss rate was at 17.2%, another career high. Now he's facing a Brewers team that was one of the most generous teams in the entire league when it came to strikeouts against righties, 27.2%. Now, to their credit, they do have somebody leading off, Colton Wong, who is not going to be striking out a lot. He had one of the lowest K percentages in the leadoff spot, 14.4%. But after that, it is just a smorgasbord of people that you can strike out. Kenta Maeda is going to be a great play on opening day, and I think he's going to easily go overlooked because you look at the top of all the pitchers available, there is a lot of studs, as you'd expect, on opening day.
So that in mind, Garion, are you drawn to one of the studs?
I mean, I'm drawn to a stud. I don't know if he's one of the studs. That's kind of one of the weird things with the opening day slate. And I think the thing that I'm really kind of attracted to with Tyler Glasnow is he's under 9K. I think this might be the only time this season Tyler Glasnow is going to be less than $9,000. We're talking about someone who had a 37% strikeout rate last season, and he's 8,800 against the Marlins. I know we tend to be a pro Marlins sort of like conglomerative of people.
We do.
But the projection systems don't exactly love the Marlins this year. Fangraphs has them scoring the second fewest runs per game of any team in baseball. Generally speaking with Glasnow, he's got reverse splits. He's had them the last 2 seasons. So I usually don't mind it when the team he's facing has a lot of left-handed power. Not the case with the Marlins. They are a very right-handed heavy team aside from Corey Dickerson at the top of their lineup. But it doesn't matter. This is a great matchup for a pitcher with unlimited potential. And again, he's less than $9,000. So take advantage of the savings while you can with Tyler Glasnow.
All right, Gary, let's stay with you. So that's an arm. How about a bat for opening day? Who do you like?
I'm going to avoid the temptation of taking a Dodger playing in Colorado, but I'm still going to take one of the big names. Fernando Tatis Jr. against not only a left-handed pitcher, but a left-handed pitcher whose name is Madison Bumgarner. Bumgarner was terrible last season, and I know some of the reports about his cutter velocity from spring training have been slightly positive, but you're really looking to like find anything to salvage that guy's career at this point. Even if he's up a tick from 83 miles per hour, he's still not sitting at 87, 88 like he was when he was Mad Bum coming out for Game 7 of the World Series. So he was awful last season. No qualified pitcher in baseball aside from Bumgarner gave up more than 10% barrels per plate appearance, and he was up at 11.1% last season. Guys square him up. And, you know, Tatis, the guy who was like 100 percentile exit velocity and 100th percentile hard hit rate last year, probably going to get a chance to barrel him up. So Tatis against the left-hander, you know, back in like 2019, it was automatic. Let's start it again in 2021.
Bukes, are you also motivated by targeting a specific pitcher?
I'm targeting a specific hitter because that's the question here. We're talking about a hitter.
Yeah, I understand that, but are you drawn to a hitter because of a specific pitcher? It kind of sounds like Gary is going after Mad Bum to a degree.
Okay, I'll give you my analysis here.
Right.
I'm with Gary, and I'm on with the Padres here. It's not Fernando Tatis Jr. because if there's a segment that I'm involved in, Tatis Jr. is always the answer. So just put that in your brain. Okay, we don't have to talk about it. But let's talk about one of his teammates in Will Myers, who's 4,700. He absolutely crushed lefties last season, and that carried over from what he did against them back in 2019. In those 2 years, 342 WOBA, 223 isolated power, 33 home runs in that span. Right-handed bats, as Garion so eloquently alluded to, continue to be a massive problem for Madison Bumgarner, especially with giving up home runs. He gave up 11 home runs last year to righties in a span of 30 innings. Like, if that is the pace that Madison Bumgarner is going to be giving up home runs into a full season this year, that is going to be a gigantic number. It might match the win total with the Pirates in this upcoming season. So that's going to be something to watch. Will Myers, 4,700. He's not someone you usually look at on a normal basis, but lefties, that was his forte over the past 2 years. Should continue on opening day.
So Gary, and his answer was pretty much yes then?
Yes.
Okay, just checking. All right, Bukes, back to you. How about a value option at the plate?
You know, this is not somebody you're going to be targeting all the time, but this is somebody you definitely want to target when they're on a hot streak. And if he continues to hit like he has been in spring training, Jock Peterson at 3,400 is a steal for opening day. He should have a near everyday role with the Cubs, which is probably going to be to his detriment. But like I mentioned, he's absolutely tearing up spring training. He is tied for the lead in home runs amongst all hitters with 8 through 18 games. Now he's going to face Chad Cull, who has historically struggled against lefties. And if there's one thing you want to do with Jock Peterson is you want to ride that hot streak when it is there, because he is a home run hitting machine when he is hitting the ball well. That is happening right now. It is not going to continue all throughout the season, but when he's locked in, like he is right now, $3,400 is a measly price to pay for somebody that has an extraordinary chance of taking him deep.
Anyone else who's cheap, who's feeling good coming out of the spring for you, Garen?
Yeah, I mean, I really wanted to diversify here and talk about a different matchup, but then I saw that Tommy Pham is $3,100 on this slate. I mean, Bukes will remember this. Wow. Last year, just every time you went into a slate, it was like, oh, Michael Brantley's way too cheap again. Why? What is going on? And maybe Tommy Pham is going to be like this year's Michael Brantley. I don't know. Yes. But one of my favorite things about spring training is just one, stupid spring training stats, and two, stupid things connected to stupid spring training stats. And we have a great one with Tommy Pham, who started the spring 0 for 17, then got his contact prescription changed and has been raking ever since. I don't know. Might be
imagine being able to see better.
30/20 vision. I assume that's how vision gets better. I don't know. I'm not an optometrist. Anyway, this is someone who, you go back to the start of 2018. He has a 397 WOBA against left-handed pitching. He's probably going to hit 4th or 5th in this lineup for the Padres on opening day, maybe 6th. I don't know how it all breaks down, but he's going to have a high leverage batting order spot in a lineup that is going to be projected to have one of the highest totals of the slate, going up against a pitcher who is now a gas can in a left-on-right matchup. And he's just over $3,000. It doesn't make any sense.
Who are you going to stay away from, at least for the opener?
Kyle Hendricks. This is a weird one because I think, obviously in a vacuum, Kyle Hendricks for less than $8,000 against the Pirates just seems like it checks every box. And I understand that, but I think he's going to get a little chalky just with the price you have to pay to fit some of these pitchers into your lineups, the price you'll have to pay to get some of those Dodger bats in Colorado or Tatis or the Padres stack or what have you. I think a lot of people are going to say, hey, Kyle Hendricks against the Pirates, that's a layup. I'm just going to take that. And Kyle Hendricks at 35% ownership on a 9-game slate is not something I'm really interested in, especially a slate like this where so many of the starters have such a high ceiling. I mean, you look at Hendricks, he's just not built to be a DFS stud. Great real-life pitcher, but the strikeouts aren't really there. And last season, in his 12 starts, he only exceeded 25 DraftKings points twice. So even at his highest end potential against the Pirates, who are probably the worst team in the league and the best matchup you can draw, if he brings back 23 points at 30% ownership, that's just not going to get it done in GPPs.
Who are you fading opening day, Bukes?
Yeah. Ozzie Albies is the most expensive second baseman on this slate at $5,000. Can we get that gif of Ryan Reynolds when he's like, but why? Can we put that right here? If not, it's okay. Just pretend it's right here. I don't get it. Like, why is he the most expensive second baseman? Now, to his credit, his best hitting came against righties last year because, quite frankly, he didn't do anything against lefties. So it wasn't a high bar to clear. But he's facing Aaron Nola, who doesn't give up really anything except ground balls, over 50% last season. He keeps the ball in the park. He very rarely loses his, pinpoint command. So why would I pay $5,000 for Ozzie Albies? I mean, is there other matchups where I would consider doing that? Of course, but not in this particular scenario. He's going up against the Phillies' best pitcher at a position that I quite frankly don't want to be paying up for at all. Garen just mentioned, you get the guys in Coors Field, all the studs taking the mound. Albies simply doesn't fit the mold here. So at $5,000, he's a fine play on most nights, but here on opening day when there's so much to pay up for, just doesn't make sense.
Opening day is upon us. Should be a fun season, boys. Look forward to it. Thanks so much.
welcome back. Madden After Dark is coming right your way. But first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. We still have a 2-game night slate in the NBA. It's locked in at 10 p.m. Eastern. You can play that slate with the NBA 150K fadeaway contest. That's a classic contest with a $15 entry with a top prize of $50K. And if you're waiting until the last minute to play some NHL, why not go after the later slates, locking at 10:30 p.m. Eastern? Try out the NHL 4K Twine Contest. Covers a 2-game slate and can earn the winner $1K. And don't forget the latest PGA Tour event, the Valero Texas Open, locks early tomorrow morning. Get those DFS lineups in for those contests, including the PGA Tour 700K Flop Shot, which gives players an opportunity to win a top prize of $200K. Go check out the odds and lines for MLB opening day, the NCAA tournament, UFC, NASCAR, and we got plenty more on the DK Sportsbook. We still have one more Madden game to go here on this Wild Weather Wednesday. Broncos and Bears, they're battling it in the snow. Let's send it back to Glash and Geoff Ulrich. Take it away, guys.
All right. Thank you, Tara Lynn. I am doing some last-second finagling here, Geoff, with my lineup, which I need to get in any moment before it's too late.
Like 10 seconds. 9, 8.
All right, this is what we're doing. 10.
Okay.
10.
Who'd you pick?
Good question. So the free roll is titled "Someone Get Jay Cutler His Coat."
Right.
I put Mad Mitch in the captain spot. Okay.
Okay. So did I.
Allen Robinson. I don't know why I did that. Like,
it's not Mitch Monday, but it's Mitch Wednesday. So
yeah, and he will go mobile. He will go mobile, and he will fumble at some point. I'm just going to accept it.
Definitely going to fumble. Definitely going to be a Mitch Trubisky fumble.
Yep.
100,000%.
Yep.
So
it's going to happen. So it's okay.
Fine with that. Yep, we're good.
And then, so here's what else I did. I got both running backs from the Bears in there, Montgomery as well as Tariq Cohen, Judy, and Melvin Gordon. Melvin Gordon is dirt cheap. He was $3,000 to roster, so I put him in there. So I had a lot of money left over.
I played 2 running backs as well. You know, went with the old weather narrative. I got Cohen in there. I got Lindsey. I got Jimmy Graham with my boy Mitch in the captain spot, and I also played Fant. So I played no wide receivers. I played both tight ends, 2 running backs, and the Bears defense. All Bears.
All right. Very good.
Sound good?
Let's see how it goes.
Is that an acceptable lineup for Brendan Glasheen?
Totally fine. I'm not really sure how this one's going to go, everybody. So strap on in. Stay safe. It is snowing. And, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Broncos, Bears. We need Moose players. You need Moose players. Give it to me. Give me a player. Give me a pick.
Jimmy Graham.
Okay. I'll go with the Hamler.
Ooh, the Hamler burger. What do we got? What's going on with these uniforms? Why are the Broncos in yellow? Lay it on me here. What's the dealio?
Ew.
Why do the Broncos look like they are, getting ready for like, I don't even know. They look like the Reverse Flash. These must be the throwbacks, some kind of throwback. I've never seen these. I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm not kidding. Never seen these uniforms. So
I am not a fan of these. Just gonna be honest.
They remind me of the Packers throwbacks that they wear. Yak Me whatever Packers. I don't. I've legitimately never seen these uniforms on the Broncos, so kind of cool. I like the alternate uniforms, whatever they are. Give me some alts. I'm in the wrong chat. There we go.
All right, so we ended up with 160 entries in our free roll. Glash and Moose. Someone get Jay Cutler his coat. Jay Cutler played for both of these teams. And he always had a coat on. I was going to say, is he riding the exercise bike? But it's snowing, and I know they probably plow it out for him, typically. But, he's got that big coat. All the quarterbacks have that big warm coat. to stay fresh and ready to go.
That's true.
You ever see one of those things? I don't think you can buy. Can you buy one of those coats?
I wonder if you can buy one of those coats. What would you use it for?
Ice fishing.
Walking around. You'd have to wear something, like you'd have to get like pads to wear with the coat when you were walking around. It's a good Halloween costume.
Being a quarterback, but in the...
But in inclement weather.
Yeah, and in the coat. You got to be wearing the coat.
No.
That's a good point by producer Michael. The one thing you can say about these uniforms, you can easily see them in the snow.
Well, I mean, the color scheme here is so weird. Black helmets. Like, they're black. And then you've got the red and, like, they look like the reverse Washington jerseys. But then are the pants black as well? Like, every piece of the uniform is a different combo. These are bizarre. It would be cool if, like, the rest of the uniform matched the black and white helmets. Like, that would legitimately be cool, but these are just freaking, like, someone just did, like, a MS Paint and, like, just randomly clicked colors or something, you know? I'm not gonna lie, they're ugly. Like, anyways, they're also gonna absolutely screw me up all game. Is that Hamler? 13?
Oh, sure was.
Sure was. Release the moose call.
Look at that. We're not going to miss punts. We're not going to miss moose calls.
Apparently Graham did get something, Jimmy Graham. So maybe we did miss a moose call. I got -1 point. Did we go backwards on it? Anyways.
Well, how would he have done that if they don't have the ball?
I don't know. The chat's just saying. Maybe it just showed up like that in the DK.
In the scoring, in the game center. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Could be.
Weird. I'm sure they'll fix it. Anyways, Drew Lock.
So far, so good. 2 for 2.
The uniforms, they're coming through.
Judy with the catch. Now 3rd and 4. Ownership coming in from producer Michael. Judy on the catch there, 41% in the flex. Madden Mitch in our free roll, it's absurd. He is, in the public showdown, he's 85% flexed, 32% cap.
I'm flexing right there. Mad Mitch.
Lock complete for a first down. This is very good. Noah Fant, you got him.
I do. And roster Lock, though. Lock might be like the sneaky pivot here if he keeps throwing like this and just keeps it racking up yards. I assume his ownership is super low. Interesting to see what the Broncos do at QB. Apparently they're going to bring in someone, according to Brandon Cristal. They're going to bring in someone. But the funny thing about this game is there were reports Mitch Trubisky was very interested in going to the Broncos. But the Broncos, Brandon, they were not interested in Mitch Trubisky. So, let's see if we get a little Mitch revenge game here. Maybe it's like a Drew Lock revenge game for being mad at Mitch Trubisky trying to steal his starting job. But
I think the name Brandon Cristal's co-worker, Jim Albright. I think.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think that's right.
The last name is Albright at KOA, Colorado. Had the report about Trubisky. Just the way the tweet read was hysterical.
Yeah, it was. It was basically like, Trubisky asked the Bears to go to the senior dance, and the Bears were like, or the Broncos were like,
"We're not offering."
No. Mm-mm. Sorry, pal.
You're right. Something like Mitchell Trubisky really considered the Broncos.
Yeah,
but Denver did not extend him.
Showed up. Mitch showed up in his Trans Am. Slicked his hair back, brought a rose. He showed up to the park. The Broncos were sitting there, dressed well, dressed nice, looking good, and he got shot down. He got absolutely burned. So, not cool. We'll see if Sim Mitch Trubisky takes note.
2nd and goal from the 1. Give me Melvin Gordon. Out of the pistol, he's behind a Lock. Hand off to Gordon. He is in! Touchdown! Let's go. Melvin Gordon.
Do a little dance. Make a little touchdown.
Very good. Melvin Gordon. Melvo Gordo. Coming through. 20% in the flex, 3% captained in the $250 free showdown. We have the 3K paid flea flicker tonight. Our free roll. We can talk about Jay Cutler, how great of a quarterback he was for these two teams. We don't have to do that, of course. We can talk about what the Broncos will do at quarterback. Yeah, you brought up, if the Broncos aren't going to consider Mitchell Trubisky, why the heck are they going to consider Jimmy Garoppolo? It's...
Yeah, it's the same deal, isn't it? Like, you don't want Mitch Trubisky in a 1-year, $5 million preview, prove-it deal. But, Jimmy Garoppolo and his $25 million, multi-year contract comes up, and you're like, we got to get Jimmy. Makes no sense. So these teams are all up to lunch, I tell you.
Tell them.
I will. I'll tell them.
Got Glash and Jeff here with you. Producer Michael, Daniel, Jeff. Sorry, not Jeff. Jim. On the ones and twos.
I did find a good air fryer deal on Amazon.ca.
Did you hit purchase?
Not yet. Got to run it by the boss. I mean, I'm not actually going to tell my wife. I'm just going to order it, but I haven't ordered it yet. It's in my cart. Pretty good order.
And then when it shows up, honey, did you get this?
No, you know what? This is exactly what's going to happen. Okay. I'm going to order it. My wife's going to be like, what the hell is that? We don't need one of those. Then I'm going to plug it in. I'm going to use it a couple times. It's probably going to be awesome, like you said, and it looks awesome. I agree. I don't know why I've never heard of one of these, but I'm an idiot. And she's going to be like, you know what? This is really cool. And I'll get no credit. We'll just start using it and liking it. And probably when someone asks her about it, she'll be like, oh, yeah, I think I bought that one day or something. That's what happened. That's legitimately what happens with these things in my house. I will get called ridiculous right off the bat.
I kind of thought you were kidding that you never heard of them. That's a nice.
I'm not. I know that was not a bit. I've never heard of an air fryer. I've heard of mini convection ovens, but I did not know they were a thing. There was these things that you could do more with them and stuff called air fryers. I really realistically did not know that. Wasn't playing a bit. I saw it on your Twitter, and I'm like, what is that? It's making fries in there? It looks cool. That's why I asked you.
Yeah. Yep. That's what the air fryer can do. And as Tara Lynn explained when we got off the last sim, reheating food to make, soggy. If you get some takeout, you don't finish all of it, you want to take it home, and it's a go bag. Freshens up the takeout food.
So. Tim Long says those unis are from the 60s, really dark brown helmets and pants. And maybe they're not showing up on the sim very well. That could definitely be a thing. We'll give them that benefit because their helmets look black. It just doesn't match. So probably just not showing up on the sim maybe as well as they look in real life. I don't know. I don't remember seeing them before, but maybe they have worn them. Demac Lion says, Moose literally described all marriages with that. Yeah, it is the truth. That's okay. It's all good. My wife lets me do whatever I want. I'm really not complaining.
Want to shout out Demetrius Harris, the tight end too, who caught a pass on this drive. Not that one right there. I have reminded myself to go back to calling the Zoom page and not YouTube. There's Cohen. Adam Kaufman has arrived. Hello, all. Hope you're having a great night. He doesn't really care if you're having a good night or not, everybody.
No, he doesn't.
It's just a nice little filler word to make the make his all caps comments stand out.
Bored. He just wanted a little attention before bedtime. So, although he doesn't go to bed for 6 hours, so
yeah. Congrats on the Sabres pick, Moose. Oh, okay, that was nice. That was nice.
Yeah, no, we did the little NHL segment this morning. I went for it. You know, nobody beats the Buffalo Sabres 19 times in a row. They got it done, 6-1. The Flyers are just horrendous this year. If you're a Philadelphia fan, what are they doing? The Flyers actually have like decent players, so I don't even. Anyways, Sabres got a win tonight. Good for them. It's probably the only one they'll get for a while, but.
Freak of nature, there's a good energy in the sim. However, just one Moose call. And Hamler has the longest catch so far of the game, 26 yards. Koff says, sorry, hope everyone other than Glash is having a great night.
Oh, wow.
That I can live with.
Hey, you know what? At least he's being honest and direct and straightforward.
Yes.
Well, hypothetically, I hope Glashine's not having a good night.
I'm not actively cheering for Glash to have a good night.
That's right.
But if he has a good night, good for him. Just like, if Tom wins the Super Bowl, I'm not actively cheering for him to win the Super Bowl. But if he wins it, good for him. My night equals Tom Brady's 7th ring.
Hey, are you excited for baseball? You a baseball guy?
I played baseball in high school, a year in college. I covered it. I called minor league ball for a little bit. That's a touchdown.
You're more that basketball life, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mitch bringing it here. A-Rob. No, it's Ginn. I always get Ginn. Yeah, Allen Robinson's 12. That's Ted Ginn. I keep forgetting Ted Ginn's in this game whenever Chicago plays, but he's the wide receiver too, and he caught a touchdown. You're more that basketball life, aren't you?
No, yeah, you're right. I follow baseball. Like, I know who plays for who, and I'll check it out. I'm just more of a casual baseball viewer. I'm not like...
Yeah. No, I know. And
let's watch this neutral site baseball game.
Yeah.
I'll watch the Red Sox.
Baseball is that sport where it's like... You can get, like, Gary and Buchanan are, like... Let's just call them what they're baseball nerds. Like, they're legitimately baseball nerds. Which is fine. I can understand it. You can completely nerd out on baseball. If I wasn't into golf,
I could see Steve like yelling at people like that play baseball and go like, "Your ball stinks. Run the bases or something."
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Yeah, legitimately. And that's fine. Like, I'm a golf nerd. And if I wasn't a golf nerd, I could see myself really getting into baseball. I love baseball for DFS. It is really fun. The nice thing about baseball for DFS, if you take a couple nights off, you don't have to like learn the rotations all day. Like, you can just study a couple lineups. Yeah. It's not that hard to get back into. Whereas like NBA DFS, I feel like if I'm playing NBA DFS and like you take a week off, it's like, you better like cancel your day to like get back into it, you know? So that's what I like about MLB DFS. It's fun. It's one of my more favorite in season sports. More in line with hockey, probably.
That's a good point. You really do in the NBA. If you miss a couple days, you're like, whoa, what did I miss?
Maybe I'll get in on the
rotations and
maybe I'll get in on Hoffman heads up during baseball and just try and grind his bankroll down.
I'm a little motivated now. Tater Hater says I could see Glash being a courtesy runner or something.
What?
Determined baseball, like, we're gonna sub him in to run the bases. I'd be the opposite. I'd be the person getting the courtesy runner to come out for me. Eric Winalda is here. Glash and Winalda, congratulations on your new role in Vegas.
Oh, what's his new role?
You got a new coaching job.
Oh, excellent. That's very cool. What kind of team? Which team?
Soccer.
No, I know soccer, Glash.
Oh.
What is the soccer team?
I don't know. You might have been... Maybe he got into real football.
Okay, sure.
You never know. You didn't know what an air fryer was, so I'm double checking.
Okay. Okay, I see how it is. All right.
All right, let me double check because
it's okay. I'll assume it's like MLS or something.
I want to make sure I get it right for Eric Winalda. Give the team the proper plug.
Yeah, I mean, he's part of the DK Sim fam. He's on the broadcast for the 1 year. I could just ask him in the chat.
You could do that. He is here.
He wants to make sure that you and him are good. He says, regardless of the bus I got thrown under the other day, you're my guy.
For good.
Did you throw him under the bus or something? Or what happened?
I didn't
miss something.
I don't know what he's talking about either.
One of those things where you don't even know.
Regardless of the bus I got thrown under the other day, I don't know what he's talking about.
Ooh, is that Noah Fant? It is. Drew Lock to Fant there on the touchdown. Denver, 2 quickies. Melville Gordo and a Drew Lock passing touchdown. This game is surprisingly good. I guess I shouldn't have played the defense. I did play Fant though.
Don't. I'm kidding. Eric Winalda is going to downtown Las Vegas Soccer Club.
Downtown. Awesome.
Hey, do you know what this microphone, this Elgato, the minute when you start clapping, you can't hear it. You can't hear that, can you?
Yes, I can quite.
So
hear that
ready?
great.
I can talk and clap and keep talking, but if I stop talking,
oh, okay, yep,
it goes away.
It did go away.
Crazy.
The first time I could hear it. The second time I couldn't. No.
You have to keep moving your mouth and speaking. In case anyone wanted to know. Let's
Bring in the info, like usual. Brendan Glushin.
Kaufman says playing club baseball with your friends isn't playing a year of baseball in college. Well, just because Syracuse doesn't have a D1 team, and it's a club team, it was playing for the school. Adam. And Adam, your wiffle ball experience doesn't count as anything either.
First team T-ball. I loved playing baseball when I was younger. It's a good times. Take me back.
True story. You know, I wasn't very good in Little League to start out. Got better when I turned 12, but
okay.
When I was like 8, 9 years old, I wasn't very good. Got stuck out in right field. You know, nothing ever comes to you in right field. Ever.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like lefty, most kids hit right-handed, so they're pulling the ball to left.
True.
If they're good.
Yep.
The ball's never going to right field. So they stick the worst kid in right field.
It's true.
That's when I was inspired to become an announcer. Because all I would do is talk about the game into my glove. I would just be just talking about whatever, you know?
Trubisky's little run there. So you were just basically practicing your announcing skills in right field. You're like, Joe from down the street.
Exactly.
What at the plate?
Exactly. There's Hamilton's pitch. That ball's grounded to short, scooped up, and throw it at first. That's one down.
Little Tommy with the sweet toe drag on first base to keep the out.
Yeah, man.
Uh-oh, we've got some tears out in left field as little Adam Kaufman. It's like he stubbed his toe.
And watch your step. Just stepped on a piece of geese poop.
Now one of the parents is coming down from the stands, yelling at the umpire. You ever get that? I some of the Little League games get heated.
The worst parents ever.
Oh God.
You're calling that a ball!
I had a Little League coach, dude. Oh my God. So intense. You know what though? We won every game with this guy. He was so intense. He got kicked out of 2 games, Glass, for yelling at umpires. The coach. You know what though? The parents loved him. We never lost. I played 2 years with them. We lost 1 game. 1 game. He was a good coach. Like legitimately, you learned how to play baseball properly. But dude was intense. intense. Look back now, and you're just like, that's hilarious. But yeah, definitely learned how to play the game properly with that guy, though. 51-yarder.
No way.
No, not in the snow. Not even close. Pinheiro. Having the time of his life. Yeah. Little League sports. And hockey parents bad too. Whew.
That's Ron Melvin.
Yeah,
Hockey parents?
Hockey parents are bad. In Canada, it's there's like every year there's a couple of parents who get in like legit hockey fights, like the parents fighting in the stands. It's a nightmare. Happens every year.
Hey, thanks for being here, everybody. We've got about 400 of you watching. Shout out the worst kind of parent. You can use Adam Kaufman as an example.
Wow. Going low. Glasheen from the top rope.
I said you can. That doesn't mean you should.
Okay, he deserves it.
Nice catch for a first. Tony says, bad news, Moose.
Uh-oh. Give it to me. What's the bad news?
He didn't give it yet. Tara Lynn says I sound like Larry David complaining about baseball. Not just the daily fantasy element. I don't pay attention enough. I should pay attention to it more. Tom Foolery does not want to know about the clapping in the mic. Fair enough. That's picked. Come on, Drew Lock, and that was.
Wow, maybe Drew Lock. Maybe the Broncos. Maybe they should have signed Mitch Trubisky. He doesn't have a pick in this game. He's losing. Come on, Mitch. There we go, and look who it is. Give it to me. Brandon.
It's called for Jimmy Graham.
That's boostastic. God, the Colorado Avalanche and the Arizona Coyotes, 7 goals in the first period tonight. Bet over. Hope you bet it. If you watched the video, you would have. If you watched the old Jeff NHL bets, you would have. I'm really feeling my oats after that Buffalo win. I'm not going to lie. Just going to live off that for 3 years. Remember that time Jeff called the Sabres win streak?
Midwest Tether, the worst kind of parents, the fat ones. What?
Okay.
Jeez. CJ71 on Twitch. Koff was the first kid in history that struck out in T-ball. Darth Dracul, Simon, Reed Tees, Did You Know, Smash Atlanta, Dylan, Golf Rat, needed the Graham touchdown. Got a Graham catch. Reed Tees, Did You Know says there's like 29 Adam Kaufmans on Twitter. Is that true?
Probably.
Taylor, yeah, good to talk to you earlier, man. Taylor's out in Oregon, living life. Eric Winalda, real quote from my then 10-year-old. The only difference between playing soccer and baseball is that the parents are stupider in baseball. Wait, a punt? Okay, they punted.
Punting. They are punting.
Tony, my dad talked to the coaches. A true Rudy experience. I used to hate kids like that. Dad would go talk to the coach. Kids not playing enough.
Yeah, that was if my dad had ever done that, I would have like been so embarrassed. You know, as a kid, like there's going to be unfair situations too. I'm not saying there isn't, but like you kind of understand what's going on, right? Like, you know, if the coach isn't playing you, either, you know, you're not good enough, or maybe you just like aren't trying hard enough. But the last thing you want is your dad being like, you know, getting you to play more, because then everyone knows why you're playing more. You know, it's because your dad complained. It's like, no, I would rather not play than be the guy who like is only playing because my dad said something. That would have been the worst. I don't give my parents enough credit, but my God, I'm so glad my dad wasn't one of those people. Like, whew.
Well, then it puts a lot of pressure on you. Like, you better not suck.
Totally. And then you got to get up there and like, okay, then you suck. And the coach is like, well, that's why I wasn't playing you. You know, like.
Oh, yeah, that whole thing.
I was in those situations. I remember one year, I think it was in Little League. You know, they had me playing like left field and they only played me like half the game. And I was usually an infielder, and, you know, it was like, what's going on? So half the season, I was just like playing half the game. I wasn't complaining. I wasn't being like, you know, I got to get my daddy out there. You know, we'll suffer through it. You know what? Eventually, I got my spot back. Good life lesson for you.
Kyle. Hey, Kyle. Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow night. I think I'm with Brandon Cristal tomorrow night.
I like Mike. If my parents talked to the coach, they were more like, is my kid just being crappy? I like that. Your parents going up, you need to sit my kid more. He's playing terrible. That's what I'm going to be like when I'm there. No, I won't be like that. I'm just kidding.
My brother was a baseball coach, says Travis Anderson. Loved when parents would complain about playing time. I don't know what that last part means. Maybe a typo. I don't know.
I think he's just saying that, you know, I don't know.
Just don't go into coaching. Just let someone else do it.
Well, and with the kids too, because the parents are involved, and they, you know, it's that age too with Little League where it's like, you know, as a parent, it is tough. Like you know that your kids aren't like big enough, so to speak, to like look after themselves, like in weird situations or if they're getting taken advantage of. So you want to be like, you want to know what's going on, but at the same time, like, you know, you gotta let them figure it out on their own, regardless if it's the good situation or not. So
we've reached halftime. It's 14-7. If you want to keep listening to Jeff and I give our takes on the state of youth sports, we're here for it.
Our Little League, you know, state of address. State of address.
Would you be more of a third base coach or a first base coach? A third base coach is usually like the head coach, and he'd be like intense. He's giving the signs.
That's right. And then the first base coach was like the guy talking.
Just the helper. Hey, you know, I'll help out today. I'll hold your helmet. No, give me your batting gloves. I'll take those.
That was more me. I remember they I actually got in trouble as the base coach in Little League once because I forgot to tell the coach wanted to put a steal on or something. Again, I had a crazy head coach back then. So we were doing like steal signs and all this stuff. I'm like, I don't know what the hell's going on. And I forgot to tell him that the steal was off or something. And the steal was on. So I got pulled from first base coach. Oh, classic.
We can't even watch a video game properly.
I don't have the attention span for first base coach. I mean,
I don't think I could be a high school baseball player again and have the attention span to see the third base coach go through 80,000 signals. I'm like, wait a second, what's the sign again to bunt? Like, I don't remember. My dad, when he used to coach me back in the day, Little League, like he'd coach like first base, but he would help with the signs, and he would just go like this. He'd take his finger, put his hand up by his mouth and hide his mouth from the kid at third base and just go, and mouth, go.
That's what the signal should be at Little League. That's the thing. We were the only team that like actually did like complex signals. Like legitimately, the other teams would just be like, oh, you know, if they were gonna bunt, the guy would just like be, you know, he just like motion like he wanted them to bunt. That's what the other teams would do. We'd get up there, we'd have like call offs. He'd be like touching his hat in different ways, you know, wiping his nose in certain ways, and like, you know, half the team didn't even know what was going on. I was actually one of the only people who like got the signals, so I think that's why they put me on the base coach or something. But my God, man, yeah, that's what I'm telling you though. Like I learned how to play baseball. Sometimes the best coaches are like, you know, the most intense. The worst attitudes, I guess. I don't know.
Ernest, what's up, Ernest? Good to have you with us. Matt says those parents with the cowbell at the football games.
Oh, get out of here. Just get them out of here. Can you imagine sitting next to that person?
Another Bears first down. I'll probably end up being that parent someday.
Yeah, probably.
I'll bring the disco light with me, too.
That's right. You're basically already there, so.
Brandon says, I coached wrestling and everyone gets time to see if they suck or not. Okay.
Yeah, when you really just reflecting back on youth sports is quite the thing. I'm trying to think back. I had a really intense coach in high school for rugby too. I can't even tell some of the stories from the high school coach in rugby. Like, this guy was an absolute maniac. Anyways,
a good one. High school ball. Eric Winalda says, in all honesty, I have better things to be doing right now, but you guys are too good tonight. Love these stories. Can't walk away. Oh, yeah, if you're a coach, throw out a story. It has to be a little appropriate.
That's the thing. Like, coaches and sports like that, especially with the young kids, like, it's not just like, doesn't just happen in baseball or hockey. Like, it's youth coaches in high school. I mean, I know people who played like high school football know this. Like the coaches are crazy, man. Like they're nuts. And I know that culture is like slowly getting eroded away. You know, like NHL coaches are getting called out for their behavior and stuff like that, which is rightfully should. But I tell you, I still say my best coaches were the craziest.
Crazy had no connection to any player on the team outside of the fact that they were the coach, and that was it. Stephen Bosch shouting out Mitch Trubisky and Ginn. Aiden. Hi, Aiden. Needs a score from Melvin Gordon. Has one tonight so far.
Yeah, Melvin's having a pretty good game, so. Did I put in a line? Oh, yeah, I did. I had it open.
Smash that like button if you haven't already. We're almost at 300 likes. About 400 of you guys watching.
Hit that like button, guys. Let's do it. Let's get to 300. Let's bring her home.
Someone was in the chat here earlier, just to clarify, if you're watching the game on YouTube, the stream is a bit faster on the Game Center and in Twitch. The delay does exist on YouTube. It's about 30 seconds.
Yeah, if you want to watch it a little bit more in time, Twitch is the platform. But, I mean, look, it's not that big a deal. I mean, a little delay.
Justin Harden said hello earlier. Justin Gardner is here. How are my Broncos doing? Well, Melvin Gordon's been good. Fant has a touchdown. Midwest Heather is leading the free roll. Ted Ginn has a touchdown as well. Taylor says, I coach high school swimming. Oh, yeah, Taylor, we've talked about this because my brother does that too. My brother coaches high school and he swam in college. Warm-ups are swim until the end of the first quarter of the stream. So wait, if practice starts, say at like 2 p.m., they swim until that first 8 minutes of the 2 o'clock sim's over? That's awesome. Wait, that is freaking funny. All right, guys, that's good. First quarter's over. I can stop watching on my phone and I can coach you now.
Oh, Ted Ginn again. Riding the bike. doing the dance, making a little love. Pete Ginn getting her done. I don't even know if Ted Ginn's on a team or if he's still in the Bears or what. But in Simville, he's got 2 touchdowns. He is heading towards being the Krusty Kaufman player of the game.
Wait, that is outstanding. So
that's pretty funny.
before the sim starts, all right, time for practice. All right, here's your warm up. Got to write it up on the board. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
There you are. There's Taylor. He's got his phone out, his iPad, his computer, in the chat. Oh, I had him. Oh, I need this. Oh, first quarter's over. All right, guys, let's move on to the next drill. Oh, what is this? It looks like we have an Adam Kaufman impersonator now in the chat.
Uh-oh.
It's titled, the name is titled Voice of the Celtics. What a great name. And it's Adam's mug. It's good. Louis Daniel coached high school tennis for 12 years.
I played a lot of tennis when I was younger, too.
Tyre Woods, it's true. You had to have an indicator. Need the indicator for signs in baseball. They just go so, like, I had a third base coach that went so fast. I'm like, dude, like,
yeah,
you slow it down. Because when I screw up, you're going to yell at me.
Yeah, especially with the kids. You got to go slow. Like, ooh, Melvin. Oh, there's a flag. I don't know. This probably holding. Yeah. Come back. It's a good run. Shame. I'm
trying to think of a good, yeah, it's probably, it goes kind of inappropriate, honestly. Like the things they said, some bad words. Voice of the Celtics. I have a Larry Bird bobblehead. No, it's a Larry Bird doll.
Yeah. That's actually a doll.
14-14. Ginn has scored twice. There's a first down for Denver. Looking at the leaderboard right now, Midwest Tether leading by 0.3 points in the free roll we created. Someone get Jay Cutler his coat. In the larger free showdown two-way tie, first place, Ted Ginn captained Trubisky, Locke. Oh, we have an 18-way tie, excuse me. Ginn captain, Trubisky, Locke, Sutton, Fant, and Hamler. That's knocked away. Right next to my 5 copies of Mighty Ducks.
Josh likes that one.
That's good. What the heck, man? We have fun. We have fun here. Clearly. Congo Cab needs more Sutton. You know, these two teams too, I know you were talking earlier about like what Denver might do, and they have so many needs. They've gone so much with offense in the draft recently. Added Fuller in the secondary from Denver, from Chicago actually.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like they're going to draft defense, maybe take a linebacker or something. You know, and of course Von Miller's got his deal going on. They got a bunch of pass rushers. Can they add more to that core? But I'm like, oh, Denver, like they don't have a chance in that division with Herbert and Holmes. The growth of even the Raiders are interesting, but who knows?
Denver, the one thing I'll say, their defense is shaping up to be pretty good. They made some good signings. Like they got Fuller in there. They got their corners locked up. Like don't forget Vic Fangio knows what he's doing on defense. They got Fuller. They got Ronald Darby. like their defense is looking pretty scary, to be honest. So can Drew Lock take a step forward? Could they just like run it a lot with like Melvin Gordon and someone else? I don't know. Maybe it's like respectability. Ooh, nice grab.
And Sutton.
I was about to say Terry McLaren because these look like Washington's uniforms, but yeah, that was Cortland Sutton. I don't know. I'm not expecting a ton, but like, could Denver just be one of those like ugly teams that like grinds its way to like 9-7 and maybe makes it as a wild card? And like, you know, maybe the Chargers aren't as good as we think, and the Raiders aren't that good. Like, do they become the second team in that division? Maybe, like, if their defense is that good. I don't know. Could happen. I'm not ready to write them off completely, but they really need their defense to be like a top 3 unit. So if that doesn't happen, they're probably not going to do well in that division. I don't think they're going to beat Kansas City or anything, but their defense is legit. They brought back, you know, their vets too, like Chubb, Von Miller. So.
Melvin Gordon, 10 carries, 22 yards, does have a touchdown. Cohen, 33 yards. Montgomery, 4 for 13. Receiving, Sutton hit the bonus on that catch. 6 for 103. Played Sutton, good news. Butt's got a catch. Harris has a catch. So tight end 2s with a catch apiece. Judy, 2 for 14. Miller, 2 for 11. He's a slot guy, so thought we might see a little something from him. Not much on the ground from Mad Mitch.
Dougie on Twitch. Last time I talked about Jonas Donskoy was like on, I think it was on Monday, and he scored like 0 points, and now tonight, yeah, he's absolutely lighting it up for Colorado. Wasn't on him tonight. He is a good value though for Colorado is just scoring at an insane pace in the last few games. So it was Donskoy with a hat trick in the first period.
Oh, Melvin, so close, down at the 1.
Got to figure he's going to get a chance here, though.
Derek had a question. I have a question for you guys. So if 10 people have the exact same score and lineup, obviously, if the number 1 pays out $20, then if that set of people all get 2, meaning like it all gets split evenly.
So yeah, how many people? What is the question?
So he's saying, like, say first place in a contest awarded $20.
Yeah.
But there was a 10-way tie.
So the 10 people would not only split first place, but they'd also split the prize money from 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, all the way down to 10th. So if first place is 20, they'd split that, but then they'd also be splitting the other money, right? So, like, for example, if first place is 20 and the other places all add up to like $50, you'd be splitting $70 between 10 people. So they'd all get $7. Hopefully that answers your question. But yes, you're going to split the first place money, but you're also going to split any money in the other spots as well. So again, 10 people tie, you're splitting 1st through 10. 12 people tie, you're splitting 1st through 12. Oh, fullback! Oh, yeah. Hold down, though. Not on my watch, says Akeem Hicks. Sorry, Danny Trevathan.
That was close.
Who was that? The tight end 4 or something?
Looks like 83.
83. Oh, was that Jake Butt?
No, Butt's 80.
Oh. Butt. I remember the sim I did with Pat. I only did one with him, but it was really early on, and you know, like Reja was still involved and stuff, and they were like, just don't like get into. They were basically like, don't about everything, and telling us, not to talk like, say, dirty words or whatever, and of course the very first catch of the game went to Jake Butt, and it's me and Pat, and we're just, the rest of the game was like us making butt jokes. So,
oh God. All right, so Denver has the lead, 17-14. No, Derek, it's a good question. We're almost at 300 likes, guys, just a couple away. I don't know what it is. The sim feels like a drag, but it's not like we're moving at a good pace.
So weird. Dan, yeah, 11% owned. There's a couple reasons. The main reason is he was really cheap, and Colorado's been scoring at an insane pace. Like I said, so I think people are just all over the Colorado team. 11% isn't too crazy. The other thing you have to factor in, there's only 6 games on this slate, and quite frankly, like the Sabres suck, so no one was playing the Sabres. You know, there wasn't a ton of cheap options on the Jets. You know, people don't really play the Kings or Zona much, so Colorado being hot, I think people were just looking at the value options there, and it was a short slate, so that's why his ownership was up a bit.
Stephen Boss, you didn't get your 70-yard run from Madden Mitch. Sorry. Sutton now. Sutton's the captain in the winning free showdown lineup. Here's Trubisky. Up, Jimmy Graham. Fire it up. Light it up.
I actually like Finau this week, first time playing forward. I don't think he's going to be super highly owned. I think most people are going to go down to Scheffler or Answer at 9,700. So I'm actually for playing him or going a little bit overweight in your GPP lineups. You don't have to play him in a cash lineup, like if you're playing like a 50-50 or you're doing heads up. I don't think you need to play Finau, but I like going overweight on him in those GPPs because I don't think he's going to be as heavily owned as like Scheffler and Answer. So a little bit of differentiation.
Dan Russell says, I wish my voice text spelled a lot better. Fair enough, Dan. We got you, man.
Fair enough.
Oh, Biggie. Oh, nice catch. All right, Chicago. B, first down, Allen Robinson. His 5th catch of the sim. Chicago down 3 at the Denver 24. Terrence Peterson, you are all idiots if you think this is a sim. Terrence, do you think this is a real game?
What?
Viper Ballpark hot dogs are back tomorrow. I know. What are the Blue Jays doing this year? For are they hosting home games? Do you know? Do you have a clue? I know
aren't they in Florida? Aren't they in Florida?
I don't know. Are they? I know the Raptors.
I know. I'm pretty sure they're in Florida. Sorry, I just didn't want to speak like.
They're in Tampa for the whole season.
That's where they are, aren't they? That's what I think. That's what I just haven't even checked up on this, but yeah, I'm pretty sure they're in Florida for the whole year because they can't. The border's not open. I'm not gonna lie. Like the virus in Canada is like out of control again. So our vaccine program is like not going fast enough. So it's gonna be like a year.
Harold says snow in March. It could be real.
You don't have to bet Finau, Captain Blood. I just don't mind him as like a daily fantasy play. Dan, I do like Corey Connors. For his price, yeah, absolutely. It's a good setup for him. Obviously, he's 1 year before.
Oh. Announced today. The Blue Jays will play 2021 home games in Florida through at least May.
Yeah, at least May, right. That's what it was. That's right. Yeah.
Very good. Come on, Trubisky, 3rd and 7. Got to get to the 3 for the first down. I fumble! What do you know?
Wow.
And they're going to take it to the crib. Chugga, 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 chugga. A 90-yard fumble recovery for a touchdown, Denver.
Sure, I'll get in this. What is this? Lineup for, what am I playing? Golf? Here we go. I'll throw a lineup in. I got which lineup should I throw?
Wow. Daniel says, I wonder why Mitch got stood up by the Broncos at the dance.
That's right. Old Mitch not looking too good there. That's a big turning point, I'm not going to lie. A lot different being down 10 than 3. So big for the Broncos D, too. All right, I am in Twitch fam, whatever contest you just threw up there.
Love the activity on Twitch because you can put the links in the chat.
That's true.
And they're throwing out contests, and they have a great bond here on Twitch. The organization, someone making contests for the NBA. Love it. NBA, golf, NHL, whatever it may be. I love it. Love the camaraderie.
Captain Blood, I like Sam Ryder down there, 90-1 or bigger. His odds are still pretty good. And I like Sam Burns, a little bit higher up. Those are 2 of the guys I'm really targeting. For if you need a guy under 7K, like Roger Sloan. There you go. Just a couple names. I kind of like Phil Mickelson this week, although you don't have to go nuts with him. Don't bet him to win, but for DFS could be an interesting pivot play. He's playing a bit better. Keep an eye on Phil for next week too at the Masters. Again, not to win, just for DFS. He's really cheap in the Masters pool.
We might dodge the buzzword at this rate, but Madden Mitch just still playing for a job.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna dodge it, aren't we? Madden Mitch.
Oh boy, he was on.
Got him.
Oh, I gave it to him. All right, never mind. I stand corrected.
You do.
Anthony Miller.
Drew Lock rapping on the bench.
Bad Boys of Pop played a dry ice prank on his wife. All right. Cool. Post it up, man.
Yeah. Did you just burn her with dry ice? Is that the prank?
Joseph Marr. I like how OBJ wasn't picked by 76% of lineups 2 days ago versus the horrendous Cowboys D, yet he scored 0 points. I think OBJ scored a touchdown.
Oh, wow. Mitch again to the sidelines. Hitting Allen Robinson between 4 people. Clock ticking. Might get a garbage touchdown. That was big for Robinson in the bonus. Is that right? I see that right?
Terrence watching this real NFL game, Denver and Chicago from 2018. Thanks for being here.
Robinson hit the bonus there, people. 100 yards exactly, 6 receptions. So a pretty big pass there by Madden Mitch. He's at 260. He's at 270 now. Madden Mitch is after that 4-yada.
Come on, Mitchell. If he fumbles again in the red zone. Ooh, timeout. They're taking timeouts.
I mean, if they score here, obviously they can at least go for the onside kick. But.
Yeah, true. Terrence, how many times have y'all won listening to these dudes? I'll tell you what, you win a lot of Little League games listening to us. First and goal, end zone, touchdown! Jimmy Graham? Jimmy Graham!
Oh, wow, Jim!
Hey, Jim! Hey, Vic!
So Jimmy Graham with 21.6 points. Actually having a pretty good sim. That was his 8th catch, too. DW Nasty now in first place. He's got Ginn and the captain, A-Rob, Sutton, Jimmy Graham, Mitch, Mad Mitch Trubisky, Anthony Miller. Mitch is still having a better game than Drew Lock. So.
Yeah, Trubisky is now, and Jim from Ops doing a great job updating the scores. Graham's touchdown is in there. He's at 76 yards, 8 catches, 38-way tie for first place in the big public free roll. Jordan says, worthless Graham. Taylor, first place. That's him. First in the free showdown. Oh, talk about the big one? That's cool too. Big tie for first. Let's see if they get this. Watch the kick. They don't, no.
Humble. No.
Humble?
I'm just kidding. They got it. Broncos got it.
We tried to speak it into existence. It's 10:58. Should we do a buzzword?
If you want.
Gotta think of something.
How about air fryer?
Air fryer. Love it.
Perfect.
Okay. It's coming up. That's tonight's buzzword. It's going to go right when we come on cam. Well, they're taking time out. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Air fryer.
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 Air
French
fryer.
fries in the air fryer.
Air fryer.
Chicken fingers in the air fryer.
Air fryer.
Pizza in the air fryer.
French fries. Pizza.
Air fryer.
Air fryer.
Air fryer.
Ducey. Air fryer. Air fryer. Air fryer.
Air fryer.
Air fryer.
Air fryer. Buddy.
Air fryer.
Air
Air fryer. Air fryer.
Air fryer.
Air fryer.
Air fryer.
Air
Air
fryer.
fryer.
Air
Air
fryer.
fryer.
Get yourself an air fryer. Air fryer.
Air fryer.
Air fryer. Air fryer. Air fryer.
Air
Air
fryer.
fryer.
Air
Air
fryer.
fryer.
Air fryer.
Air
Air
fryer.
fryer.
Air
Air
fryer.
fryer.
Air 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 fryer.
Air
Air
fryer.
fryer. Air fryer.
Air
Air
fryer.
fryer. Air fryer. Air fryer.
Air
Air
fryer.
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 fryer.
Air fryer.
Air fryer.
Air
Air
fryer.
fryer. Air fryer.
Air fryer.
Air fryer. Okay. We did. Voice of the Celtics. It's going to sound too much like fire, and someone will call the fire department. Certainly hope not. Terrence, dudes are wasting 2 good mics. That's good. I've never heard it that way. What a great way to word an insult in the most polite way. That was good.
Chris, I like Sam Ryder in that range. If you want some other guys under that, I like Doc Redman and I like Roger Sloan there under 7K. Another guy you could think about is Grayson Sig. Another guy you could think about is Harry Higgs. Ryder's probably my favorite of that bunch. If I'm going under 7K, probably Sloan. Hopefully that helps, buddy. Those are just the guys I'm targeting. Buddy. You make your own decisions.
Oh, Joseph Marr, you were asking about, I thought you meant tonight's game. OBJ scored a touchdown tonight against the Chiefs. So you went back and checked a score and he didn't do well against Dallas? I don't know what to tell you. I thought you meant tonight. He scored a touchdown tonight. He almost scored 2. There was a review. Cleveland challenged, and it looked like he dragged his toe and scored a second one.
Is there an air fryer company we could
get to sponsor you?
Sponsored by?
There's several. I think several places make them. Okay. That's what are we thinking? Robinson hit the bonus. Sutton hit the bonus. Who do you like for player of the game?
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting one. I could pick a lot of people here. Can't really pick Mitch because he fumbled. And I'm going to go with Jimmy Graham. I'm just going to go with Jimmy. 8 receptions, 76 yards, and a touchdown. For 7K, I think he's actually like the best value. This is one of his best games. He hasn't cracked 20 too often, old Jimmy. Like only 2 other times. Yeah, I'm going to go with Jimmy Graham.
There you go. Jimmy Graham.
He's my moose player too, so he really moosed out.
Great point. He was a moose. He got the moose boost. He was 39% owned in our contest, which had 160 entries. DW Nasty 7, JC Mart 2 tied for first place with the close to the same build. The only difference is one lineup had Miller, the other had the Hamler. The Hamler wasn't bad. Definitely missed a couple of Hamler moose calls, but we'll get those back in another day.
Whatever.
Terrence, yes, we do get paid for this.
It's sad, isn't it? I'm gonna go with Philip Lindsay for not my kid. He had like one catch.
Good
and that's
call.
it.
That's it. Okay. Do you have any? What do you have for rushing yards?
None. Nothing.
Nothing.
Nada. Niente. Zero. Zilch.
38-way tie for first place in the Free Public Showdown. Trubisky in the captain spot, 36.36 points. Robinson, Sutton, Graham, Ginn, and Gordon in the flex. All right. Nice job, Salty. Finished, did well on the 3K flea flicker. Cool.
Oh, good. Yeah, no, absolutely, man. Shout out to all the guys grinding these paid ones and stuff like that. It's awesome. Showing up. You gotta watch the Sims. You gotta know where the computer's at, man. Absolutely.
Right. Never mind reading up on the Madden Streams info page. Zach Thompson does a write up. You gotta pick up on stuff.
You've got to be the Sim.
Be the Sim.
But also read Zach Thompson's, go to the Madden pages on DK Nation, click on DK Nation, do all that stuff too.
All right, here's the, I want to thank Michael, our producer tonight, Daniel on the 1s and 2s, and also Jim from the Game Ops team, who is out of the Zoom, which means he's all set. So check your lineups in the Game Center to see how you did. And good on you if you cashed tonight or if you did well with those DK dollars. So here's the schedule for tomorrow, Thursday, April 1st. Imagine we pulled an April Fool's joke and didn't show up tomorrow.
Oh,
wow. He'll start
Joke's
the day.
on us. We're fired.
We will, Noah Moon, there is absolutely luck involved. Okay?
Luck involved in everything in life, man.
Yeah. Jeez. All right. Here we go. Noon Eastern tomorrow, April 1st. Raiders at the Steelers to start the day. Emerson and Kenny Ducey to start the day. 2 o'clock, Bills at the Ravens with Koff and Zach Thompson. 4 o'clock, Kaufman and Rossi for Vikings at Colts. Then at 6, Dolphins Panthers with Rossi and Christian. And then I'll be back tomorrow night, Cardinals Rams with Brandon Cristal at 8. And then Jaguars at Packers for Madden After Dark. Oh, and Salty, thank you. He was talking about the 5K Wednesday night special, $10 entry. All right, good on you, man. We had the Flea Flicker contest as well. Guys, really, check out some of those paid contests. They're only like a dime. I know it depends on where you are if you can enter, but there's a lot of good stuff there. Terrence is on fire tonight. Terrence's final comment is, don't show up. That would be awesome. Talking about tomorrow. Well, Jeff's not here tomorrow, so Jeff will not show up.
Yeah, joke's on you. I won't show up.
All right, that's good. That's good. That's good stuff. Terrence here. Thanks for being
that's not true. I'll be on the sweat at like early in the morning, so you have to watch me all day because it's gonna get restreamed. Terrence,
excellent reminder. We will have the sweat coming back tomorrow at 11. It's 11 a.m. right? 11 a.m. start.
Baseball opening day spectacular. Buchanan's on. Guess Edlow's on. Brendan. Julian's, Garion's back. I'll have my little NHL segment in between them, but it's really going to be like those three jib jabbering away about baseball. It'll be fun. Definitely tune in. 11 Eastern a.m. The sweat on here.
So you got to be up. You got to be up early. Ish.
I do.
Chris Robinson, OMG, I wasn't looking at the screen at all. I totally called Geoff Ulrich Reed Fowler. I'm so sorry, dude.
Okay, bro.
All
More
right.
an insult to Reed.
That's it. Good night, everybody. Get up in the morning at 11 a.m. for the sweat. Jeff will be there to give you some advice. It's opening day in Major League Baseball and a whole lot of good stuff. Madden Sims aren't going anywhere. 6 Sims starting at noon. The sweat's at 11. Please come join us. See you then on the Dream Stream.